frustrating that is.
Well, and I think the hard thing too is the mixed messages. I mean, we want to report the most accurate information to our viewers. And when you've got the mayor coming out and the very first words out of her mouth are, "This is a terrorist attack," and then you've got the lead FBI agent saying this is not a terrorist attack, we are trying to accurately report what happened, and there's a little bit of mixed messaging there.
Yeah, and obviously, and the wording is important. It's important that we know whether or not that is true, whether or not it was a terrorist attack. But at the end of the day, the number of dead is still the number of dead, and the number of injured is still the number of injured, and we know that. But the wording and the messaging is important because it's how people are going to plan their lives, their day. And if there is still a threat, if there's still obviously investigations going on, it's okay that there's stuff that we can't be told, but
Yeah.
the transparency is so key in a situation like this because we don't.
Allowed into a crowd of people at about 3:15 this morning on Bourbon Street. It happened right near Bourbon and Canal. Just a horrific situation to happen in our city, in any city, let alone here in New Orleans. All right, Josh Robertson, thank you.
Got it.
So, all right, so we want to show you a little bit of the area here. I've been able to analyze some of the video and can give you a better idea of where this happened. Again, we're still trying to figure out whether or not this is a terrorist attack, as Mayor Cantrell has called it. The FBI says now that this is not a terrorist attack. 10 people are dead. At least 35 injured, transported to multiple hospitals across the area. And the Sugar Bowl is set to unfold here in our city today. In the meantime, as this investigation is occurring, the chief of police, New Orleans, is urging tourists to go out and have fun today. However, they're asking people to remain clear of an 8-block radius of Bourbon Street. I want to show you where that is. So you're looking at the French Quarter right here. This is Canal Street. They are asking folks to stay off of Bourbon Street from Canal to St. Anne. So that's going to be about 8 blocks there from Canal to St. Anne, and then the surrounding blocks between that, between Dauphine and Royal Street. That's all shut down right now. That is part of this investigation. Let's zoom in because I want to show you where this occurred. We've been analyzing the video.
It's like a slightly more active shot because there's so many units behind me over there. Yeah. And the lighting is a lot better now. Sure. If you want to move down a block, and then we make that our next hit. Yeah. Is this all you? I can grab it.
said will grow or is expected to grow today. She said even in the time she walked down from her office out to brief the media, she heard that another person was seeking treatment at the hospital. But they tell us that this was an intentional attack on people here celebrating the New Year and the Sugar Bowl game celebrations here in New Orleans, when that driver took their truck at a high speed and plowed it through the crowd on Bourbon Street, and then got out of the car, police say, and started firing on officers. 2 of those officers were hit. Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, again moments ago, also left the station, and we saw her take a turn here from Royal, head towards Bourbon Street, and she will be going to check in on her officers and hopefully get us an update on their condition by our next media briefing at 11 a.m. Now, the FBI says the suspected driver may have also had explosive devices. We have seen NOPD officers combing the gutters here of Royal Street with their flashlights, going inch by inch, just checking all of the nooks and crannies here, it seems like, on the street, just making sure that everybody is safe. And we've got those victims scattered in just about every single hospital across the city. We have both sides of Canal shut down. All of Bourbon Street, it remains as a crime scene here. Police asking people to stay away, but an interesting twist here at the end of the press conference, NOPD Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick asking people and encouraging people to continue to go out and enjoy the day today, to continue to come to New Orleans and to continue to celebrate today, this new year, where just one street over from that press briefing, there were at least 10 people killed by that suspected driver plowing through Bourbon Street.
All right, Maddie. Yeah, interesting messaging. But then, on the other hand, you've got these fans in town for a bowl game. You've got local businesses that rely on, the economy this weekend to kind of help sustain them. So just kind of an interesting juxtaposition there. But again, back to what we were originally talking about. This is now by the city not being classified as a terrorist attack, although it certainly has the markings of it. We've got a driver who intentionally drove into a crowd of people, killing 10 people, injuring at least 35. This man had explosive devices in his truck. There was gunfire exchanged. He opened fire. 2 officers, NOPD officers, were hit. They are in stable condition. Maddie, have you had a chance to come across anybody there in front of the 8th District who maybe witnessed what happened early this morning, who, saw the aftermath? Any sort of reaction for us?
I haven't come into anybody in person, but I have spoken to someone on the phone who did see everything. They told me they were very shaken up. We were trying to get connected with them, but all of these street closures have made it very difficult to maneuver around the French Quarter. Of course, police asking people to stay away and closing some intersections. It made for difficult travels for those hotel guests that are visiting us here. Many hotels, too, at least, were evacuated here in the French Quarter. And but through the overnight hours, it was still very cold and dark out. They were walking barefoot down the French Quarter streets to be let back into their hotels as blocks by blocks were opened back up to the public. But long faces is the number one thing to report here on the ground. People walking around are officers or federal agents, state troopers. Everybody has a very somber tone. There are no laughs here. There are no giggles. There are no celebrations for the new year. This is a gruesome sight for a lot of people to start the year seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you don't want to see this happen anywhere, let alone in your city. And it could happen anywhere, at any intersection, any street. It could have been anybody out there on Bourbon Street. So you certainly feel for the victims.
That's an important note to highlight as well, because NOPD Superintendent Kirkpatrick told us that there were at least 300 officers in this area of the French Quarter alone last night. There were additional patrols scheduled, not only for the New Year holiday, but also for Sugar Bowl coming up later this evening. And this was just a brazen, intentional act of violence, we're told, from police.
Yeah, you make a great point there, Maddie. With 300 officers on the scene, many would argue that the NOPD is doing what they can to keep those people safe in these situations. The issues that we're dealing with this morning is trying to get some communication so that those people who are here now, especially the visitors who are here in town, waiting for a potential kickoff of the Sugar Bowl now in a few hours, can also feel safe going forward. And we're left with a bit of unknowing right now until a now scheduled press briefing at the police headquarters, as the FBI left us on the cliffhanger of checking to see if a device a potential device was an improvised explosive.
Right.
When those things happen, when those details arise, the questions that come from us as journalists are there any other potential people who helped coordinate this apparent attack?
Could there be more attacks today?
Exactly. So
Exactly.
questions are abounding right now, and the city is incumbent upon them to answer and has a fiduciary responsibility to speak to the citizens. So we'll be waiting for that.
11:30, I believe, is when they said the next briefing is. And, you know, the reason for them not taking questions, they explained, was they're still investigating. They're still trying to figure out what exactly this was. Who was this person? Those are the questions we're asking. Who was this man who drove his pickup truck through the crowd of people on Bourbon Street very intentionally? The police chief saying this man was trying to run over as many people as he could. All right, well, as you know, the day progresses, the morning progresses here at 7 o'clock on New Year's Day, and more of our Fox 8 crews are continuing to aid us in our coverage. We want to go to Rob Masson, who is in the French Quarter this morning.
Guys, we are here at Bourbon in St. Louis. As you can see, a heavy law enforcement presence here. Tons of trash after the New Year's Eve celebration. This is looking down from the Esplanade Avenue side of the French Quarter to the Canal Street side of where the incident happened, in which 10 people are now confirmed dead. The entire street is closed off. This part of the French Quarter is barricaded off. There are people who are trying to get into work today. This is going to be a very, very busy Sugar Bowl day, but they are being restricted from coming into the French Quarter due to these barricades as police continue to investigate this mass casualty incident, which occurred about 2 blocks from where I am standing now, up Bourbon Street, and this area is still restricted and off limits. From Bourbon Street, Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, Rob, thank you.
Just an incredible scene there. You see Bourbon Street quiet on a New Year's morning. This is an unprecedented situation now. So many questions still up in the air.
Trash still littered all over the street, and then the yellow crime scene tape. It's just an interesting image to see after this tragedy that quieted the street so dramatically this morning.
Right, and we know multiple patients, at least 35, transferred to several of our area hospitals, the most, about 26, sent to UMC. Let's go now live to Sabrina Wilson, who is outside of the hospital.
Hey there, University Medical Center is the city's level 1 trauma center. That means that this hospital, the medical staff here, is trained and able to handle serious injuries like the ones that occurred during the attack in the French Quarter. As you mentioned, the NOPD says 26 of the injured are here at University Medical Center. Of course, 10 people, according to police, are dead after this attack in the French Quarter. During the press conference a short time ago, the police chief talked about the suspect firing on NOPD officers, and 2 officers were injured. She said they are in stable condition and that she would be visiting them. Normally, when officers are injured, they are brought here to University Medical Center. Of course, we don't have that confirmed, but 26 of the people injured during the early morning attack in the French Quarter are here at University Medical Center. Others are at some other hospitals in the area. As you heard the police chief say, the suspect was, in her word, hell-bent on creating carnage. The FBI has taken over the investigation, but the majority of the injured in that attack in the French Quarter are here at University Medical Center. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Sabrina. And as you can imagine, this news is quickly traveling not only across the country, internationally. It's making headlines of a possible terrorist attack in New Orleans. 10 people killed on Bourbon Street when a truck crashed into them intentionally, I might add. The police chief saying the 2 NOPD officers who Sabrina referenced in her live report there, they are in stable condition. 35 other people injured. We do not know the extent of their injuries. We're not sure if they're broken bones, if they're more serious injuries as a result of these people getting hit by the truck, or if it was people running away. I mean, as you can imagine, thousands of people on Bourbon when this tragedy unfolds, and people, you know, ran as quickly as they could to get out of the scene, to get out of the area.
Let's do we have the video of the truck on Bourbon Street that we can show here? We can kind of give you an idea of where this happened. It started somewhere near the corner of Bourbon and Canal Street, right there at the foot of Bourbon.
Yep.
That's where so many tourists gather. You always see brass bands there, people performing, typically a lot of smiles, right?
Yeah.
And as it unfolds, the frivolity, especially on a New Year's morning, it's got to be, you know, something where it was just filled with people. And then, all right, so this is the video there of that truck after it came to a stop when it hit a forklift. You could see the multiple police agents there on the scene from various agencies. It looks like they have the door of that truck open. There's something in the back of that pickup truck. The truck is heavily damaged here. Now, this space right here, this is appears to be a view from, we believe, the Royal Sonesta, which would be between Conti and Bienville. That's about 2.5 blocks, nearly 3 blocks in from where police say this driver began hitting people, driving through a group of people on Bourbon Street, then driving nearly 3 blocks down Bourbon Street. Again, this video submitted to us from a viewer this morning from the balcony of the Sonesta. You could see those police officers pushing people away from the scene, now asking people to clear the area for 8 blocks of Bourbon Street all the way to St. Anne, and then the blocks surrounding that.
And the Royal Sonesta, in the moments after this, then evacuated. The entire hotel evacuated. Right. So imagine you're asleep. It's New Year's Eve into, you know, New Year's Day, and you're automatically told you got to get out of the hotel. So Maddie was telling us she saw people barefoot, others walking with their children. It was very cold.
Well, and then hearing that, you know, police and the FBI were concerned that there was a device that they called an improvised
Which
device.
I'm sure is why they evacuated the hotel.
What makes sense as to why that hotel was evacuated. You normally wouldn't see that in an event, a typical traffic fatality. An entire hotel wouldn't have been evacuated, but that might allude a little bit more to that. Again, the FBI agent Althea Duncan said that this was an improvised explosive devices. They're working to confirm if the devices were viable. If that's the case, look, this happened after 3:15. We got word from the NOPD just about 4 o'clock that there was a traffic fatality with multiple casualties. We didn't hear anything about an improvised device at all until just a few, top of 7 o'clock or so, when we heard from police.
Yeah, and we've got another update actually just in. The NOPD now saying the driver of the pickup truck was killed by officers on the scene. So the man who intentionally plowed his truck into the crowd of people on Bourbon Street was shot and killed by the NOPD shortly after this happened. All right, let's go out live to our Josh Robertson, who is live on Canal Street.
Thank you for shopping at CVS.
Yeah, hey Mag, hey Rob. Yeah, we're right here at the corner right now of Bourbon and Canal, looking down Bourbon, which obviously we know now was the site of that horrific situation where we know that white truck must have gone down Bourbon Street somewhere in here, and as you said, about 3 blocks where that incident happened, where we now know at least 10 people dead, dozens of other are injured, and so as you look here behind me, you can see all those uniformed officers right there on there. Hey, did you see what happened?
I seen what happened.
Come tell me.
Shit,
Hey, just don't curse for me. We're on TV.
Sir.
We're on TV. Did you see what happened?
Dude came through with a truck and hit by 4 people and shot by 4 people. It was about 8 to 12.
You say you saw him got out and shoot?
Nah, he was in a car. He didn't get out. He already hit him.
Well, are you a resident here or are you visiting?
Oh, I'm visiting and resident at the same time.
Okay. And I mean, obviously this is all a hectic situation, but you say you were around the area when it happened?
Yeah, right here. This same street. And I'm trying to get to my kids, and they wouldn't even let me get to my kids because of a crime scene, man. It'll be another crime scene because if y'all the police, how y'all not letting, if anything, go get my kids first because I'm telling y'all that they unattended.
Yeah,
but y'all stay to worry about the killers, but the killer's long gone.
Well, we're trying to get more word on all of that, but I know if you're trying to get your kid, I know that if you're trying to, have you heard from your kids? Are they okay?
Nope.
You haven't heard from them?
That's why I'm walking now because I'm still trying to block these little crime scenes. My hotel right there. Wow. They can't even escort me right there.
Well, I hope you're able to get some. Listen, I appreciate you coming to talk to us,
Yes,
but
sir.
we're trying to get as much information as we
along
can.
my way.
Hey, I know. I hope you can find your kids. I hope everything's okay. But hey, look.
They'll be okay. Hey, hurricane.
Yeah. Hey, they have a lot of people out here, and also with Fighting Irish gear on. There's Georgia fans out here. Obviously, we're supposed to have a Sugar Bowl today, and that at this point right now is still supposed to happen. But this situation is taking precedent for obvious reasons. This is a horrific situation, and a lot of people are trying to figure out what's going on. You heard that guy right there talking about being separated from his kids. I mean, they have all this blocked off. There's a lot of questions that folks may have trying to get to their loved ones, trying to find out what happened, when can they go to their hotels. I know Maddie was talking about people who did get evacuated from the area, but again, this is a look here at Canal and where you enter Bourbon Street. The corner vans are right here, right at the edge of Bourbon Street. 2 corner vans sitting here, mounted officers, and as you see here, a lot of other media out here, a lot of people spectating, just trying to figure out what's going on. But obviously a sad situation, not at all how anybody wanted to start the new year. But as we know, I know we're still trying to get more details, and I know y'all have been on top of that, trying to ask as many questions as we can, trying to find out what was the intent behind this, why did this person do this, and why did they choose to go around barricades to run over human beings. Trying to figure that out is a question we probably will never get answered, but I'll send it back to you now.
Thank you.
All right, Josh, thank you. And as the morning progresses, Josh, I'm sure you're going to see more people, who show up there on Canal Street, who witnessed something, who saw the driver, and unfortunately will have this seared in their memories forever.
And once again, you see someone there trying to get to their hotel,
Yeah.
as you said,
And
Josh,
get to his kids. He's trying to get to his
trying to
children.
make sure that they're okay. When you
Yeah.
have thousands of visitors occupying 90% or more of hotel spaces in the city, and then you just evacuated one of the biggest central areas of hotels.
Right.
And where are these people supposed to go, especially if they're looking for the kids? I mean, this is
Horrible.
Definitely an unprecedented situation.
Yeah.
So.
All right, let's get back out to Maddie Kurth.
Yeah.
She is live now on Canal Street.
Right.
All right, looks like we've got a little audio
Part
issue
of the
there
overall
with
count
Maddie's.
of 10.
Okay, go ahead, Maddie. I'm sorry, we didn't have your microphone, but
Hey,
we've got it
Mike,
now.
you guys got me?
Yep.
Okay. Yeah, I was just saying I'm popping in here to give a quick update from NOPD. That they tell us that the driver, that suspected driver of the white truck, was killed by NOPD in a shootout there. Right. He did hit 2 other officers. He is included in that fatality count. So it would be 9 fatalities plus the suspected driver as well, makes 10. That's just a quick update there from police. Now we are seeing canvassing happening throughout the French Quarter. NOPD officers are walking a couple at a time, maybe 4 or 5 officers at a time in a line through each street, and they are checking every crack in the ground. They are looking up to, checking the roofs, checking perimeters, just shoring up the entire French Quarter here as they continue to investigate. But just wanted to pop in with that breaking update.
All right, Maddie, thank you so much for that update. Again, the coroner's vans there on the scene as we have 10 people killed on Bourbon Street early this morning in this horrific tragedy. At least 35 people injured, taken to local hospitals. A lot of questions still unanswered at this point as we wait to learn more from authorities, from the mayor about what exactly transpired here. And you can see a portion of Canal Street there at Bourbon is still shut down as well. We knew all of Bourbon Street is closed, and now we've got a portion of Canal Street also shut down as this investigation continues. The FBI is the lead agency on this investigation now, as this is being investigated as a possible terrorist attack. The city saying they're not quite ready to fully call it a terrorist attack, although Mayor Cantrell did come out and say that initially when they held their press conference just a short time ago. But the city's still investigating if this was a terrorist attack after explosive devices were found in the pickup truck of this man who drove through the crowd of people on Bourbon. He was shot and killed by New Orleans police. He was able to get a couple shots off before he was killed, wounding 2 officers. The chief had not had a chance yet to check on them, but she did tell us they are in stable condition at a local hospital.
You see that scene there with the coroner's van arriving at the corner of Bourbon and Canal there. People still milling about in the area. Extensive crime scene tape covering one of the busiest spaces of this tourist area during one of the busiest days of this holiday season. As we approach the Sugar Bowl later today, fans in from across the country to celebrate here in New Orleans, the start of 2025. Typically, we talk about different stories on a day like today and the celebrations and fireworks that happened last night. And unfortunately, this is a situation that has enveloped the city in tragedy, as at least 10 people now dead after an intentional act, a driver plowing down multiple blocks of Bourbon Street on New Year's morning.
And let's talk a little bit about the police response, Rob. I mean, we've talked about how the police chief has touted there were 300 some officers in the French Quarter early this morning from New Year's Eve into New Year's Day, and they were all right there near Bourbon Street. When the initial calls came through, they were asking for every available officer, every available ambulance to make its way to Bourbon Street because of the magnitude of this tragedy. And the officers obviously acted very quickly in being able to shoot and kill this driver before he was able to get out and potentially hurt more people with the gun that we know he had, because he fired 2 shots at 2 officers. Again, you're taking a look at video. This was taken shortly after this happened from a balcony on Bourbon Street. Rob, you believe this was the Royal Sonesta Hotel, I know you were saying. And that white truck, that is the pickup truck that plowed into the people and then ended up hitting the bottom of a crane on Bourbon, coming to a stop. You could see all of the officers there, and there are a number of other law enforcement officers in, they look like dark green fatigues of some sort. I'm not sure which unit they were with. Those are not troopers. Not sure who they were with, but they're there on the scene responding to this tragedy. As this all unfolded at about 3:15 this morning, there were still thousands of people on Bourbon Street after watching the fleur-de-lis drop over at Jackson Square along the river before typically most people make their way to Bourbon to keep, the celebration going. All right, let's listen in to Police Chief Ann Kirkpatrick and what she had to say about this just a short time ago.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to give you as much of the information I possibly can. We are going to give you an update a couple of times today. So we will give you just the basics this morning, all right? We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Turo, 4 at Oshner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals, but from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation. And with that, I am going to be asking, this is the assistant agent in charge. This is Agent Duncan, Special Agent Duncan, and she has taken over this case on behalf of us and the FBI. As always, we will be in partnership with all of our partners, but Agent Duncan, if you want to have a few words for everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Alethea Duncan. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge for FBI New Orleans. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we'll be taking over the investigative lead for this event. This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found, and we are working on confirming if this is a viable device or not. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we're asking everyone to stay away from Bourbon Street, specifically from Canal Street to St. Anne. That is my ask. Once again, stay away from Bourbon Street, Canal Street, all the way to St. Anne until we can figure out what is going on. Our goal is to provide you additional information at the 11 a.m. press conference. Thank you so much, and we will be in touch.
Yes. I will say that we want our community and our visitors to continue enjoying. There's so much to enjoy about New Orleans, and we are going to make sure that our routes in the Superdome are safe today for the game, and yet we had this tragic event, and we're sorry again to everyone in our community. But we do want you to go about the day, as we say, just stay away from Bourbon.
All right, good morning again. I'm Meg Gatto, joined now by John Snell on this New Year's Day, covering the aftermath of this horrific tragedy that unfolded on Bourbon Street early this morning.
Yes, if you're just waking up this morning, or perhaps you got an alert on your phone, this tragic start to 2025. 10 people killed last night when a man in a vehicle barreled down Bourbon Street, apparently as fast as he could possibly go. 35, at least possibly 36 injured were the numbers we got from the police chief. An 8-block stretch of Bourbon Street now cordoned off, and they're asking people not to go there. We know several hotels were actually evacuated after this happened, the hotels on Bourbon Street. And the reason for that is that this pickup truck, after it barreled down the street, officers, as you heard there in that soundbite, they found improvised explosive devices. So or what they believed to be. What they believed to be. They're trying to figure out if they were viable or not. That's still part of the investigation. But we know hundreds of people were evacuated in the cold morning hours from their hotel rooms. Our crew saw people walking barefoot through the streets, some clutching their children on this New Year's Day, just trying to find a warm place to stay after this tragedy unfolded. So this morning, here's a look now at what it looks like on Canal Street. A very heavy police presence at various points. Yes. At one point more than 100 units, I think Josh Robertson described as being there. And in terms of who, obviously the context of this comes with the Sugar Bowl tonight, the Super Bowl just weeks away. We'll talk more about that, I'm sure, in the weeks ahead. The chief did say that at least in terms of the injured, the 36 people hurt, it appeared as though most of the people were locals and not tourists. Obviously, we don't have any firm detail. And then there's been a bit of a back and forth this morning about the messaging about whether this was terror, because the police, or the Mayor Cantrell, came out and said the city had been the victim of a terror attack, which was countered by the FBI Assistant Special Agent in charge saying this was not a terror attack. I've heard some analysis this morning from some FBI folks who say that they may actually be at a stage of this thing where they're really just trying to unpack at this point what they're dealing with and what exactly happened And, you know, the gunman, or excuse me, well, he was a gunman because he fired at police. The driver, the suspect, has been killed in this. So, you know, they don't have a lot of information yet that they've shared, certainly, about who this person was, what his motivation was.
And the head of Homeland Security for the city of New Orleans told our Maddie Kurth, he said, look, we're not ready to call this a terrorist attack yet. So I think that may sort of explain the mixed messaging we received, that they're certainly investigating it as a possible terrorist attack. They're not quite there yet to call it a full-on terrorist attack, but certainly all signs are pointing in that direction. We have not yet learned who the driver of this pickup truck was. Was this person from this area? Where did he come from? You know, what was his motivation to do something like this and kill apparently as many people as he wanted, which is something the police chief said. She stressed this is not a DUI situation. This is a man who intentionally drove on Bourbon Street. He drove around the police barricades that were set up at Canal and Bourbon, trying to hurt and kill as many people as he possibly could.
And then you get, you know, what is terrorism? There's what we think of as terrorism and 9/11 and all that, and then there's domestic terrorism or a lone wolf acting, you know, on his own. So however you define it, that's something they'll unpack. Let's go to Josh Robertson, who is live near the scene. Josh?
Hey, John. Hey, Meg. Yeah, I'm just listening to all of that, and a lot of the people who are standing out here right now are trying to get that information too. And one of the things you said, and I was going to mention, that suspect, that driver who also is a shooter, because like you said, they did shoot at police. Multiple people have asked me now, is there someone still at large? So that is important information for people who want to be safe. That person is dead. They were killed by NOPD. That person is no longer at large. The person driving that white truck that we have seen so many times now on social media and here on our air on Fox 8. But I'm going to step out of the way so you can see behind me. We're kind of cooped up right now around this area of Canal, and actually this is the Carondelet side, but looking down the barrel of Bourbon Street, which we know that driver, that suspect who is dead, drove down earlier this morning at around 3 o'clock sometime and plowed into a group of people, went around police barricades with the intention of taking human life or harming human life. And that's why there are dozens of people hurt. That's why there are at least 10 dead at this time. You see the corner van right there. And they've been kind of circling around that corner van. They had mounted units out here earlier. And I apologize for that jingle if you're hearing it right now. This is CVS we're right in front of, and they have that playing so people don't loiter, but we're going to be loitering, so they'll have to move on with that. But so all this right here is still blocked off. People trying to circumnavigate this perimeter, figure out if they can get to their hotels. They're being told, no, don't cross this, don't go down Bourbon. And if you go down Dauphine, if you try to go around this and go down, which I did this morning, that's all blocked off. Every intersection, you're going to encounter barricades, you're going to encounter state police, NOPD, and all of that. And we've seen FBI around also this morning. So just a very, very upsetting situation. You see people walking out this morning, donning their Georgia gear, donning their Notre Dame gear. This was supposed to be a fun day, celebrating 2025 with the Sugar Bowl later this evening, and now all of that is dampened by this, at this point, what we know, at least one person's attempt to take human life, and it's unfathomable to think why anybody would ever choose to do that, but we need to learn more about who this person was, if there was some sort of a motive, and the information on whether or not this was a terror attack. That's still being investigated at this time. But, you know, the deaths are the deaths at the end of the day. People are dead, and whether they're local or are visiting, the number is the number, and it's incredibly upsetting here, and people are just kind of looking on, trying to figure out what happened. But we're here right now on, again, Canal and Carondelet, but looking down Bourbon Street, and as we learn more information, if we do in this area, if we need to move, we will obviously try to get as much info as we can, but we'll send it back to you now.
Josh, you know, I know you've covered many New Year's Eve, many New Year's Day out there along Bourbon Street, on Canal Street. Can you talk about just the feeling today after covering, you know, this mass tragedy? You've got a lot of police units out there, but not a whole lot of people. Can you just kind of talk about the feeling down there right now?
Yeah.
We appreciate you and value your business.
Yeah, I can, and if you want, Jason, if you want to just kind of point down the street, you can see just sort of there. You know, we're not surrounded by folks, but there's certainly people around out here right now. People just kind of looking on, wondering what's going on, and people have again come up to us, ask us what's going on. It's a somber feel this morning. It's not there. People are not ignoring this. People are certainly aware that there's something going on, and certainly aware that it's serious enough for all of this. And you know, again, one of the questions somebody came up and asked me and seemed very alarmed, really wanted to know the answer to this question: is this person still at large? And I was able to tell them no. We have been reporting that this person was killed by the NOPD, and people are here with their kids, they're here with their family members, they're trying to enjoy a nice day, and whether they live here and we're just here to enjoy the festivities, or if they're visiting for the game or for just New Year's Eve, it's not a happy day at all right now. People are either looking shocked or confused or just looking for some answers.
Josh, you mentioned seeing the coroner's van there, that image, and then I know you've been out there for a few hours now. What kind of a police presence is there? This is still very much an active scene.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and if you look behind me, it doesn't look like a lot, but that's just what we're showing you because we're showing you Bourbon Street. There were a lot of mounted officers on horseback right here in this intersection. They've moved on, but if you want to pan the other way, Jason, you can just see Canal Street is still very much blocked off all the way down here for several blocks. Just completely covered in first responders. So state police, NOPD, we know the FBI is out here, we know EMS is out here, the fire department, coroner, you name it. I'm just reading off decals right now, but it stretches for quite a ways. So there's foot traffic on the sidewalk. They want us on this side, on the Carondelet side of Canal, not on the Bourbon Street side towards the French Quarter. They won't let people walk down that portion of the sidewalk, so people are kind of walking down this side, trying to get back and forth from where they need to go. But there's still a very, very heavy police presence. But if you were looking just right here behind me, you basically just see the coroner vans, and some officers kind of moseying back and forth here. But obviously but Bourbon Street going to be the main focus, especially several blocks in. But that is where there's probably nobody in that area other than law enforcement at this time, because they've either been asked to evacuate, been asked to leave, or been told not to try to walk down Bourbon Street.
It's always staggering too, Josh, to see multiple coroner vans. I mean, as the morning has gone on, I've kind of been counting. I saw 1, 2, 3, maybe 4. 10 people dead. It's to be expected, but it's just a staggering sight.
Yeah. There's at least 4 out here, Meg, and that's what I was actually telling my photog and myself. There are multiple media out here. We want to be on alert. We don't want to show you that scene at all of when they will at some point have to put those coroner vans to use, get the deceased victims out of that crime scene. And we've seen some images online today that I would not want anyone to ever see, and we won't be showing you. But yeah, this. It sucks. This is bad. And so we're just on the lookout for that right now if we unfortunately see those victims being taken out.
All right, Josh Robertson there on the scene. The police chief mentioned she was going to UMC where the 2 officers who had been shot were taken, along with most of those who were injured, a couple dozen of the people who were hurt. Sabrina Wilson is at UMC.
Yeah, John, and no surprise that the majority of the injured were brought here to UMC. As you would know, this is the city's level 1 trauma center, and 26 of the injured are here at UMC. Unfortunately, 10 people are reported dead after that attack in the French Quarter. The police chief said the suspect fired on NOPD officers, and 2 officers were shot but were in stable condition. Now, Superintendent Kirkpatrick said she would be visiting those wounded officers. We've seen some SUVs arrive, but dark tinted windows, couldn't tell who was inside, but obviously this is a medical facility that is well equipped to handle severe injuries, being a level 1 trauma center. And so we know that the staff would have been prepared to tend to the more than 24 victims that were brought to this hospital. As we have been reporting, the police chief has said that the suspect was, quote, hell-bent on creating carnage in the French Quarter. The FBI has taken over this investigation, but inside University Medical Center here in New Orleans, 26 of the shooting victims are being treated on this first day of 2025 after a attack in the New Orleans French Quarter. Reporting live from UMC, I'm Sabrina Wilson, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Sabrina. We should learn more. We'll get little dribs from sources throughout the morning. We should learn more in a little under 4 hours when there's another briefing planned.
And we do have a little bit more information. CNN reporting that the president has been briefed. Mayor Cantrell did say in her press conference that she had been in touch with the White House. The White House actually put out a statement about this, saying President Biden has been briefed on the horrific news that a driver killed and injured dozens of individuals in New Orleans overnight. The White House has been in touch with New Orleans Mayor Cantrell to offer support. The statement also says the FBI is already on the ground supporting local law enforcement in the investigation, and the president will continue to be briefed throughout the day. So the White House, now involved in the investigation or assisting the FBI as they try to determine why this man did this, where he came from. Is he from New Orleans? Is he not from here? Why did he do this? And this is an investigation that's going to last not just today, but it will stretch on for many days.
Right. And in the context of New Year's Eve celebrations,
yes.
A very high-profile event tonight in terms of the Sugar Bowl, and very likely no coincidence. Rob Masson has been talking to tourists this morning.
How surprised are you about what's happened here on Bourbon Street?
We don't know. Shocked.
Had you been to New Orleans before, ma'am?
Yes.
Had you ever been fearful of anything like this happening?
No.
Were you planning on staying today, or were you planning on leaving?
No, we're trying to catch our flight.
What are your thoughts for the people that have been impacted by this event?
Prayers. Sorry.
All right, take care. Sorry it happened, ladies.
Okay,
Thank
bye.
you. We're at Dauphine in St. Louis. As you can see, people are leaving the French Quarter. Those ladies say they were planning on leaving anyway. Shocked at what happened. As you see, people are impacted by this mass casualty event. Police still have barricades up there, not letting anybody onto Bourbon Street between Canal and St. Anne. As you see, heavy barricades. SWAT officers are still going in to investigate this incident as police try and figure out what happened, what led up to this. People now just waking up, trying to figure out what to do next. You can hear people walking up to these corners just saying, we can't get to work. People work at Antoine's and Oceana trying to figure out their next move, but police keeping people away from this area as their investigation continues. From the French Quarter, Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, and 7:46 now on this January 1st. A lot of people, first thing you do is grab your phone in the morning and there's an alert, but there are folks who maybe just woke up, turned the TV on. So if you are tuning in on this first day of the new year, we tell you, as the banner mentioned, 10 people are dead, 35, perhaps 36 people are injured following the case of a man who went barreling down in a vehicle, barreling down Bourbon Street a little after 3 this morning with the intent of inflicting as much harm as he possibly could.
Improvised explosive devices were found in this truck. Right now, they're trying to determine, were they actually viable, were they not? We had several French Quarter hotels that were evacuated as a result of this carnage this morning. All available NOPD units, EMS, everyone was sent to Bourbon Street at about 3:15 when this transpired. An all hands on deck approach as people tried to figure out what exactly was happening. NOPD officers were actually fired upon by the suspect in the pickup truck. They fired back, killing him. He was killed there on the scene, but a lot of people wondering, why did this happen on a morning that was so festive for thousands of people simply celebrating the new year on Bourbon Street.
And here was one description of what happened.
Get to my kids, and they wouldn't even let me get to my kids because of a crime scene, man. It'll be another crime scene because if y'all the police, how y'all not letting, if anything, go get my kids first, because I'm telling y'all that they unattended.
Yeah,
but y'all stay to worry about the killers, but the killers long gone.
All right, and we want to show you this map now. As we've been mentioning, Bourbon Street is shut down today. The police chief telling everyone, please stay away from Bourbon Street. So this is the portion that is closed from Canal Street, where this originated. We believe this started at Canal and Bourbon, all the way to St. Anne Street. That whole section of the street is shut down today. That is where police are investigating. They do not want anyone approaching that area. In fact, the police chief said, if you see yellow crime scene tape, walk away from it, because they've got all of the officers there investigating to try to figure out what happened. Let's listen in to what the police chief had to say just a short time ago.
About 3:15, It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now.
All right, that's, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say that was Police Chief Ann Kirkpatrick. Something, John, we had talked about earlier was with the Sugar Bowl tonight, you know, and police, NOPD, obviously investigating this incident along with the FBI. How are they going to maintain the crowds tonight? You've got thousands of people going to the Superdome for the Sugar Bowl. You saw in that press conference, St. Bernard Sheriff Jimmy Pullman was there on the scene. So we were theorizing perhaps outside agencies will come in to help today because a lot of the NOPD officers had to stay on the clock, obviously, longer than their expected shift to deal with this emergency situation. So it'll be interesting to see into tonight how this is handled and how the city is able to pull this off tonight.
Well, and also, you know, the question, the NOPD has under Jeff Landry has a greater presence than it did with Troop NOLA. We saw a lot of troopers down there today, so yes, there could be some resources. We may hear a little more about that during the course of the day.
Yeah.
And in terms of, you know, these bollards that they have there, these yellow devices that
they're kind of like massive concrete structures that kind of pop up on Bourbon Street.
So that'll be part of the question is how did this person get past them? They did get past, they did drive around the barricade.
Yes, because there are no bollards right at the intersection of Canal and Bourbon Street. That portion, that first block of Bourbon is typically open to allow traffic to go through to turn onto Iberville. So the bollards begin, I believe, at Bourbon and Iberville. There were police barricades, which are, you know, the ones that you could kind of just get out of your car and move yourself. He did drive around those, according to the police chief, and that's how he was able to get into the first block of Bourbon.
And then went barreling down from there. So there'll be a lot to unpack as part of the investigation in the weeks ahead about whether there needs to be, you know, an additional layer of security.
Yeah.
And then to your point tonight, the question, you know, obviously some resources are transferred over toward the, and I'm not suggesting there would be fewer resources, but they're transferred over to the game. The game becomes the focus tonight. So we don't have any information at this point on how long this stretch of Bourbon will be shut down, this 8-block stretch. There is a good bit of commerce that happens, you know, in the 900 block. So there will be some activity as the day goes on. You know, at the moment they've got, and because there were shots fired, that makes the scene, you know, it gives another layer to the police investigation. Exactly. Right now it's a crime scene.
It definitely is. All right, Rob Krieger was able to sort of explain for us a little bit more about how these bollards on Bourbon Street work.
Where we've been talking about the bollards throughout the morning. Those are those devices that are supposed to prevent vehicles from traveling down Bourbon Street, specifically installed in 2017 to harden the French Quarter for New Year's Eve. So this happens now several years later. The bollards would start here at Iberville Street and then travel along the area. We believe that this car came up through, the truck came through Bourbon Street, through Iberville Street, through Bienville Street, all the way up to nearly Conti Street. So at least almost 3 full blocks of Bourbon Street, this truck appears to have been able to travel before it collided with a forklift that was parked on Bourbon Street. So a heavy piece of equipment, probably the only thing like that was out there, stopped this vehicle. And that's when police approached the car. In those moments, Kirkpatrick says the driver of the vehicle began opening fire on police, striking 2 of those officers who were transported to the hospital and are in stable condition.
All right, a good explanation there from Rob Krieger of what happened, and there will obviously be a lot of focus once we get past the initial part of this investigation about you know, the reliability of these things.
Yeah.
How was he able to get past them? Are they working consistently?
Well, I will say we have gotten some emails into the newsroom from people saying, I've been on Bourbon Street, I have not seen them work properly. So I think that'll definitely be part of the investigation because they cost a lot of money. Were they up? Were they doing their intended purpose, you know? All right, let's get over to our Josh Robertson, who is live on Canal Street now with a look at the situation there. Josh?
Here. Thank you.
Yeah, hey guys, unfortunately, not much has changed in terms of what we've learned. You know, we heard from you about 20 minutes ago or so. I lose track, but we did talk to some people out here in between. Got an interview with a guy actually who's here to watch the Sugar Bowl. He was wearing Georgia attire, and he is actually the same guy who would come up to me earlier and asked me, "Is this person still at large?" And I was able to tell him, no, NOPD did kill this person, this suspect, the person who allegedly ran through this crowd, killing at least 10 people and injuring over 30 others. I told him that person, they were wondering, is the person still at large? And at this point, we don't have any reason to believe that. We know NOPD did shoot and kill that suspect, but it is the same person we talked to, and it was unfortunate listening to him because he was really upset. He'd come here with friends to just enjoy the weekend, enjoy the Sugar Bowl, and you know, he just had really kind of, you could tell it was heavy on him just seeing all of this. And he said it, you know, it wasn't anything. He loved coming to New Orleans. He said this is, unfortunately, he told me it's something that he believes unfortunately can happen anywhere in America these days. And it's just something he was kind of giving a message of wishing people just would come together, which I think a lot of people who are seeing this and understand the horrific nature of this incident and this crime, hopefully, you know, weighs on them and urges them to try to come together in some kind of way. And I think that's a lot of the people who are kind of standing around wondering what's going on right now. What do I do now if I came here to enjoy the Sugar Bowl or came here to enjoy myself with family or friends? This is certainly putting a massive damper, and then the more important thing is that people are dead. At least 10 people are dead from this person's actions, and as we said, many, many more admitted to hospitals around the area. And so this area is still blocked off here behind me. I know, Meg, you were talking earlier about the coroner vans who are out here. I will tell you this, I did walk a little bit where I could angle and see down Bourbon Street. And I apologize about this jingle that's happening right here outside the CVS if you can hear it. But I did peer down Bourbon Street, and there are still tarps over what's obviously believed to be victims there at the scene a few blocks down Bourbon Street. So these coroner vans will be actually, you know, they'll be used here shortly, most likely to remove the bodies from the crime scene, as this person, again, plowed through crowds on a New Year's Eve going into New Year's Day on a very, very, very crowded Bourbon Street. But there are still victims who are laying on the ground blocks down the road. I was able to look down, and you can see there are still tarps covering those bodies of the deceased who, again, were hit by this car while just trying to enjoy a New Year's Eve. But so, yeah, we've talked to some people out here. No law enforcement. They still won't let people be on that side walking down. And there's also been questions, people who've asked me, you know, was there a barricade up? How did this person just drive down Bourbon Street on a New Year's Eve on a late night like this? You know, typically Bourbon Street, especially on busy nights like this, will just be pedestrians, mostly pedestrians only in some cases. And, you know, we heard that there were supposed to be some barricades up, and this person may have got around them somehow or what, but there have been people coming up asking me, you know, what barricades, what measures were in place that would have or should have stopped this person from driving through. But unfortunately, those are questions we don't fully have the answers to at this point. But again, no one is at large that we've been told. The suspect in this case was killed by police, and people in that sense are safe here today, but certainly people feeling uneasy. And again, New Year's, the celebrations are not supposed to be over. We still have a game later today. So I'll send it back to you now, but we're live here on Bourbon and Canal.
All right, Josh Robertson, thanks so much for that. If you're just waking up this morning, John Snow along with Meg Gatto here. It's 7:57 on this first day of the new year, and a tragic start to it as 10 people are dead, 35 or so are hurt. The attacker is among the dead after a man went barreling down Bourbon Street at a high rate of speed, as police describe it, inflicting terrible harm on dozens of people, shot at police officers, injured 2 of them before he was killed by police.
We know 26 injured folks were taken to University Medical Center. Others went to Toro Hospital, East Jefferson General Hospital, Ochsner Medical Center, Ochsner Baptist Uptown. 10 people dead. We understand that the injured are mostly locals who were on Bourbon Street celebrating the new year. This happened at about 3:15, and the police chief stressing this was not a DUI situation. This was a man very intentionally trying to drive over and kill as many people as he could. They believe they found improvised explosive devices in his pickup truck. Investigators are in the process right now of determining were those devices viable or not. As a result of this incident, a number of hotels on Bourbon Street were evacuated in the early morning hours. We saw families that were out on the street wearing nothing but socks in the cold morning hours, trying to get away from the scene and trying to flee to safety. A very chaotic scene on Bourbon Street. This happening right at Canal and Bourbon, an area that was blocked off only by police barricades. And the police chief saying this suspect drove around the barricades to get to the people on Bourbon Street. As we know, New Year's Eve is a huge holiday in New Orleans. You've got the Sugar Bowl today, so you have thousands of football fans who are in town. And that first block of Bourbon, John, is typically extremely crowded as people make their way to Bourbon Street to go enjoy the night, and in this case, the early morning.
Right, and a place where you would normally find a lot of locals at that time of the hour, perhaps.
Just enjoying a holiday in New Orleans.
Here is how the police chief described it about an hour and a half ago.
Because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did.
All right, Ann Kirkpatrick, this morning we do have a White House statement that was put out. The president, as would happen obviously in any case like this, has been brought into the loop and advised about what's going on. As the FBI probably with this messaging, the mayor came out and said this was a terror attack. The special agent, assistant special agent of the FBI said this is not a terror attack. They're probably at a point, according to some law enforcement experts, where they're just trying to really unpack what this is.
Yes, and a short time later, the head of Homeland Security for the city said, we are not yet ready to call this a terrorist attack. So I believe all indications are pointing to they're investigating this as one. They're not quite there yet. Governor Landry putting out a tweet earlier today saying he is thinking about the victims. The president, obviously, President Biden briefed on this incident as well.
Talking about being briefed on the horrific news, and there you see at the end of the statement, the FBI is already on the ground, he says, supporting local law enforcement in the investigation. The president, they say, will continue to be briefed throughout the day. In fact, the FBI at this point has taken control or command of the investigation, so the FBI is the lead agency here with all of the resources of the federal government.
As you can imagine, it was all hands on deck on Canal and Bourbon Street early this morning when this happened. We have some video to show you just a short time ago of Canal Street, of the coroner vans. As you can imagine, there are a number of them with 10 people dead that are there on Canal. We've got a massive police presence. At one point, Josh Robertson said he saw 100 police units on Canal. This is while it was still dark out. He was walking toward the scene and he was telling Rob Krieger and I that he saw so many police officers. It was hard to even get close to the scene because there were so many law enforcement personnel. We know in addition to NOPD, state troopers with Troop NOLA are there on the ground. As John mentioned, the FBI is now the lead agency investigating this. We've seen FBI agents there on the ground as well, potential other law enforcement agencies as well, all trying to help investigate this.
As police converged on this, as they were calling in,
yes,
every resource available on top of the 300 officers who were
there
at the scene last night. Here was the mayor, again, a couple hours ago.
Asking the public to stay clear of 8 blocks around Bourbon Street. Stay clear from Bourbon Street, 8 blocks around. Very active, and again, a unified command is in place right now.
So that is something they're stressing to people with a lot of tourists still in town to please stay clear of this scene. Let law enforcement do their job. Let the investigators have access to the scene around Bourbon. We talked about a portion of Canal Street shut down as well. They need you to stay away from that area. Don't go out and be a looky-loo and try to see, what happened in the overnight hours because they need access to that scene.
And probably will for a number of hours.
Oh, absolutely.
So that's the thing we don't know, and acknowledge that there are businesses who expect a very busy weekend and something that's very important to them and to their employees. That's not the biggest consideration, but it is a consideration as they go forward. We simply don't have any information yet on how long this will be a crime scene.
Exactly. All right, let's get out to our Josh Robertson, who is live on Canal Street.
Here you go.
Yeah, and Meg and John, just to second that too, a lot of people we saw earlier this morning when we were on Dauphine into the French Quarter, walking along and every intersection was blocked off. That was a lot of the case, was people kept walking up going, hey, I don't know what's going on, but I got to get to work. Listen, if you're, especially if you work in the hospitality industry and you work somewhere inside of this perimeter, you're not going to have any customers to take care of, most likely, because people are not going to be walking around. They've got this area blocked off for a reason, and if people are in their hotels, they're probably being told to stay in there if they're still inside of here, and there's been a lot of that. We saw some hotels also get evacuated, but again, out here this morning, right here on, we're on the Carondelet side, Carondelet and Canal, but Bourbon Street is right there, and I'll step out here so Jason could show you. The coroner van is still sitting here, and as I mentioned just a few minutes ago when we spoke, there are still victims down the road here, down Bourbon Street, in that crime scene area where that person, that suspect, drove that white pickup truck into a crowd of people on New Year's Eve, killing at least 10 people and injuring dozens of others. And there are still bodies, victims, laying in the street with tarps over them, and while this investigation is still underway. And so it's a horrific situation, and people who are here, a lot of people, again, in Notre Dame gear, a lot of people in Georgia gear. We spoke to one of them. His name was Justin, and he was the person who came up to me about an hour ago and said, hey, is there still somebody at large? Like, I'm worried. I want to make sure nobody's. And I said, no, the suspect in this case was killed by the NOPD. We spoke a little bit after, and he just had a little bit to say just about how this is just such an unfortunate situation in today's society. Take a listen. Are you visiting? Are you in town for something?
We're here for the Sugar Bowl.
Well, unfortunately, that game's at this point still going to happen, but what's going through your head right now, just what you know about all this?
I walked down here a couple blocks away. We're staying at the Homewood Suites, and just trying to gather my thoughts about it, because it, unfortunately, the America, you almost come numb to these things, but I've never been this close to something like this, and
right. And it's still being investigated about whether or not they want to call it a terror attack. I think at the end of the day, that's almost semantics. I mean, 10 people, at least 10 people are dead. Over 30 people are in hospitals from injuries. This person, whoever they were, was hell-bent on running people over, and there were shots fired also. So, I'm not going to ask you to speculate on anything, but where are you from? Are you from Georgia?
From Marietta, Georgia.
So, I know we live here in New Orleans. We want people to come to our city and enjoy themselves, but what's your take? Just what's your thought on this situation right now? I know you said you haven't seen anything like it.
This could happen anywhere in our country right now. And unfortunately, that's where our country is. And, we print on all of our dollar bills, all of our coins, God bless America. And, it's time for the country to turn and look to God. And, at this point, that's all that can save us.
I know you would ask me, is he still at large? I told you the NOPD did kill him. Are you here with family? Are they everybody okay?
Yeah, that was my fear. That's what I wanted to find out when I came down here, just being in the hotel, because nobody knew anything in the hotel. So that was my first thing I wanted to find out. And as I was walking down here, they were searching trash cans, and I started to turn around and go back, but we're only a couple blocks, and I didn't. So I came here, and then you're the one that told me, actually, because the police wouldn't tell us anything, and. I could, even without this, I could be walking down the street and get hit by a car, right. and unintentionally or intentionally. Right. So, you can't live your life in fear.
Are you here with, who are you here with?
We've got friends. There's 8 of us that are here, and everybody's been checked on. We went to a concert last night out at the, I think it's a convention center, wherever. Yeah. But, so we went there, and, everybody's safe and sound.
So that was the whole conversation I had with Justin there. Again, who's just in town. The person there, the whole conversation with him, Justin, who's just here to enjoy the Sugar Bowl, and a lot of people. That's been probably the case when this all happened earlier this morning. There were so many people in the French Quarter, and many of them. Maybe if they weren't near the people they were with, the how scary that must be to kind of either see it or not see it, but understand something horrific has happened and not be with the people you came here with, not be with your kids, not be with your family, your mothers, your fathers, or just your friends. As Justin said, he's here with friends to just enjoy this, but having to check on everybody. So I was glad to hear he tells everybody he'd been checked on, everybody's all right, and there's so many people staying right around this area. The Royal Sonesta just down there, all these other blocks. We were near, there's Crown Plaza. We asked her Hotel. We were near the over there near the Ritz-Carlton along the Dauphine area. So all these hotels, such popular hotels where people are trying to stay, and checking on everybody just trying to see if their loved ones are all okay after something like this, especially if they got separated in the chaos. But we'll send it back to you now. We're here right outside the crime scene where, as you see the coroner van, there's still a heavy police presence along all the way down Canal, and this investigation is still ongoing. But again, we'll send it back to you, John, Meg.
All right, Josh, yeah, I can't imagine how terrifying. You come into a town, you're not used to the city, you know, you're visiting, and then you get separated from your group and something like this happens. So thank goodness that man and his, family, his friends, they're all okay. But think about the 10 people whose loved ones will not be getting them home on this holiday. I mean, it's just heartbreaking to hear that 10 people lost their lives in this horrific act this morning.
And we have a statement from the Sugar Bowl that was just put out a moment ago. The Sugar Bowl committee is devastated by the terrible events from early this morning. They say their thoughts and prayers are with the victims and families. They tell us that they are in ongoing discussions with authorities at the local, state, and federal levels, and will communicate further details as they become available.
Yeah, because I'm sure there's a level of concern about holding this game tonight. People are nervous if this is being investigated as a potential terrorist attack. We have not gotten any more information from police, from the mayor about, was this an isolated incident? Are they investigating any other people or any other incidents today? So hopefully at 11 o'clock when we hear from authorities, we'll get more of an update about where they are in their investigation.
And, in fairness to them, obviously this is a developing situation.
Yeah.
So messaging is very important, and sometimes that's nothing more than just saying we don't know the answer to that question.
Sure.
You would assume that by now they may or may not have the identity of this person. Once they have his identity, then they'll start to unpack, is he from here? Is he from the United States? Where is he from?
Did he act alone?
What were his motivations? What's he
Yeah.
done on social media?
Yes.
What kind of search warrant would they get to go to a residence? And then start to look at what connections he would have.
Exactly.
And they're still, that's one of the reasons the FBI is involved in this, because they can bring just this enormous amount of resources in other parts of the area, in the country too, if necessary.
Yeah, absolutely. And they said, look, we're still investigating. Like, there's a lot we just cannot answer at this point because we're still looking into this. So again, at 11, when we hear from authorities again, we hope to get answers to many more questions. In the meantime, we know that at least 26 people were taken. Okay, actually, we've got on the phone with us right now the city councilman for the district that encompasses the French Quarter, Freddie King. Mr. King, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, good morning. Thank you for joining us. First of all, your thoughts on what transpired early this morning.
Tragic, shock, surprise. Did not see this coming. Didn't anticipate this. We try to prepare for acts of violence, but something on this level just caught everybody off guard. And I just want to commend the men and women of law enforcement for reacting so quickly, and still reacting and investigating and keeping us safe.
Well, and that's the thing, and we know that from police that they did kill the attacker, so there's no more threat to the public safety in this. Do you have any information at all from any sources about this person, his motivations or anything? Or
Well, let me say that I know the investigation is still ongoing, so I don't want to say anything that caused any hysteria or may tip anyone's hand. But what I've heard that this individual may not have been acting alone, and this individual just had it on his mind to do this. I know the FBI is involved, state police is involved, NOPD is involved, so there's a large investigation going on. A lot more details are going to come out. A lot more details are coming in. I just know at this time, there's just a lot that we don't know, and a lot that's being kind of purposely kept to not tip law enforcement's hand on what they may know or what their next move may be.
Do you think they're potentially looking right now for these other, people that he potentially could have worked with?
Absolutely. I think that there are, from just what I've been hearing from the local media and just from the media period, that this individual most likely was not acting alone, and there are further investigations going on to find his accomplices.
In terms of the immediate safety concerns, you know, in the weeks ahead, obviously, and with the Super Bowl coming, there will be a lot of attention paid to the security measures, these barricades that are put up, whether they function correctly. But there is an immediate concern too for the fact that there will be crowds on Bourbon Street again tonight, assuming that at least this stretch of it is open. What are your immediate concerns as a councilman for when it comes to security, or what might be done to strengthen security?
Well, my immediate concerns, just as a resident of the city, is everyone's concern. We all know the crowd that the Sugar Bowl brings in. We have two large teams in Georgia and Notre Dame. They travel. So my concern is how safe will the French Quarter be? I definitely don't want to put anybody at risk, so I would defer to law enforcement as to what streets need to be open, what streets need to be closed for this investigation. But I'm just going to defer to them. I don't know what will be open, but safety is definitely a major concern. You're talking about a couple of 100,000 people walking in the French Quarter. Who knows who else is out there that was a part of this attack? So it's definitely safety is the number one concern in keeping all of our guests, our workers, our residents safe.
Well, you know, you talked about the police response and the fact there were 300 officers down there in that area, just saturating the area. You know, this person had evil intent and didn't appear to be done with what he was trying to accomplish. It would appear that perhaps the police may have saved who knows how many other lives with their response.
Saved lives. Hats off to NOPD. I know at least 2 of their officers were involved in the shootout and were injured before they took out this person. But that just goes to show you that when someone has something on their mind, we always say we can't police our way out of the situation. This is a perfect example. When someone has evil intentions, they're going to do something. We just need to rely on law enforcement, their training, to prevent them from causing any further harm. But NOPD was Johnny on the spot. They did a great job of reacting, and they definitely saved lives today.
Freddie, I want to ask you a little bit about the logistics of Bourbon Street. We've talked a lot about these bollards, right, that are on Bourbon Street, but correct me if I'm wrong, right at the intersection of Bourbon and Canal, where this truck driver started his way onto Bourbon, there are no bollards, right? And the police chief said that he kind of drove around barricades, so I would assume those are just police barricades set up. Where are those bollards on Bourbon Street, and are they working?
I do know there's ongoing construction with bollards on Bourbon Street in the 700 block. I believe in the 7 and 800 block. Construction was stopped for a brief time on yesterday just to allow some of the businesses to make money. And the construction was set to begin tomorrow. As of now, in the light of with this happening, I'm not sure what's the next step for implementing the bollards. I don't know. There's a lot of moving parts right now.
So I guess what I'm trying to ask is, were there bollards in place in the beginning of the 200 block of Bourbon? Since we know there were none in the first block right there at Canal and Bourbon. Do you know if there were any up in the 200 block?
No, Meg, I do not know the answer to that question right now.
Okay.
And then I think the other, obviously the loss of life, the events that unfolded are the most important factors
Absolutely.
here. But going forward, you know, in a month and a half, we have the biggest sporting event in America in the Super Bowl. There will be, it seems to me, there will be some urgency toward addressing whatever gaps there may be in the security there before the Super Bowl happens.
Absolutely. There's talks going on all the time to keep the French Quarter and Bourbon safe, but I think this just will add to the heightened sense of urgency to keep this safe. Now, I'm not sure what does that mean. Make the quarter more pedestrian, add more bollards, but there definitely is talks, and I can definitely see more being done to keep situations like this from not being able to happen in the future.
All right. You know, oftentimes in a situation like this, I'll just ask a public official before we let them go, if you have anything else on your mind, sir, what else would you like people to know this morning?
Well, first of all, my thoughts and prayers, and I don't want to just say that casually, are with those who are injured and the families of the lost ones. Just let people know that NOPD, state police, other law enforcement agencies are working to keep the city safe. To those who are in town here, enjoy yourself best as you can, and there'll be more information coming out shortly.
All right, New Orleans City Councilman Freddie King, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you for having me.
All right, in the meantime, 10 people are dead. 35 is the official count, perhaps 36. There was some information that there might have been one more injured person when the chief gave her statement a couple hours ago. And
yes.
You've got an FBI
We have a
statement.
new statement from the FBI saying this morning an individual drove a car into a crowd on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing a number of people and injuring dozens of others. The subject then engaged with local law enforcement and is now deceased. The FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we're working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism. So there is confirmation now from the FBI that they are in fact investigating this as an act of terrorism.
All right. Well, that certainly changes the optics of the thing and also clarifies the kind of conflict from a couple hours ago. So the mayor did come out and say it was an act of terrorism. Perhaps the FBI special agent just misspoke. We'll find out later on. In the meantime, the injured mostly have been taken to UMC, the Level 1 Trauma Center, along with the 2 police officers who were hurt. Sabrina Wilson is there live.
And John, for good reason, and as you can see and hear, University Medical Center, as you just saw there.
Hey, Sabrina, can you hear me? Sabrina, excuse me, can you hear me? Sabrina, if you can hear me, start over if you would, please.
Hear you.
All right, start over if you would, please, because the sirens completely drowned you out. So go ahead again, please.
Absolutely, but that emphasizes that this is an active medical center right now related to the attack in the French Quarter. The NOPD superintendent said earlier today that 26 of the people injured on Bourbon Street were brought here to University Medical Center, and John, for good reason, because this is the city's Level 1 Trauma Center. This is the medical facility where the President of the United States would be brought if he is injured in the city of New Orleans. I've actually toured the room that the President would be treated, and so this is the place where the majority of the victims are being treated here in New Orleans. Now, NOPD Superintendent Andrew Patrick said 10 people are dead and that the suspect actually fired on NOPD officers. Of those officers, she said she would be visiting. Okay, this is live TV. So, as I was saying, NOPD Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick said that the suspect fired on NOPD officers in the French Quarter, and 2 of them were actually wounded. We don't know for sure, but we could assume that they were brought here to University Medical Center because this is where shooting victims in the city of New Orleans are normally brought, because the staff is so highly trained in treating trauma cases. The city is, of course, asking people, to stay away from certain parts of the French Quarter. And as you mentioned, the FBI has taken over this investigation, but the majority of those injured in the attack on this new day in 2025 are here at University Medical Center, a place that is well equipped to treat shooting victims in the city of New Orleans. And, sometimes people are brought from outside the city to University Medical Center. Now, earlier spoke to the public relations director for LCMC Health, which runs this facility. She said she could not provide me any information. They were deferring to the city of New Orleans to put out information on the shooting victims, conditions, etc. But as for now, at least 26 of the injured are here at University Medical Center. Reporting live, I'm Sabrina Wilson, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
All right, Sabrina, thank you. And U.S. Senator Bill Cassidy just posted on X about this situation, writing, "So tragic. Give thanks for the police officers responding. Remember the wounded and dead and their families." As we continue to learn more about the investigation, and we're continuing to see more of a police presence downtown and throughout the French Quarter, where this is a large-scale scene. I mean, it's not just Bourbon Street that's shut down. A portion of Canal Street is as well. Let's get out to our Maddie Kurth, who is live in the French Quarter.
Hey, Meg. So I want to get you situated to where I am now because we've moved location since we last checked in. We're on Dauphine now. This is a block closer to, away from the river, I should say, lakebound, a block lakebound away from Bourbon Street, and we're on Iberville as well. Now, the main thing I'm seeing this morning at this hour are people coming up to these police barricades and asking, can I get to work? You know, there are tons of service industry workers who were expecting to make some big bucks today on the holiday with so many people in town as well with the Sugar Bowl game happening later this evening, and so they're being turned away from police, being told that Bourbon Street is shut down. We are hearing a couple of booms happening throughout the French Quarter. We're hearing a lot of yelling and orders as well, so we're not too sure what all of those sounds are, but we have all of these requests out to police. They tell us they're working as fast as they can to get things confirmed for us. So if you're just waking up with us this morning, it's a really tragic scene here in the French Quarter, just hours after people were counting down to 2025, celebrating the holiday, gearing up for a big game on this New Year's Day. Tragedy struck when police say a man intentionally drove a pickup truck down Bourbon Street, trying to hit as many people as possible before he crashed into a crane. They say he then got out of his car and started firing shots. He hit 2 NOPD officers with those bullets before the NOPD were able to neutralize him. He was killed. Part of now the total 10 people dead in this tragedy, at least 35 injured, and the hospitals in this city are inundated with those injuries. There are victims at practically every hospital across the city, some even possibly extending all the way out to New Orleans East, which from here is about a 20-minute drive. So the need is dire for these people to get the medical attention that they need and that they deserve. And of course, no one wants to be celebrating the holiday in this way. All of the first responders' faces all morning. We got out here about 4 o'clock this morning, and since then it has been the same thing. Long faces from everyone working this scene. This was just a brazen act of brutal violence here. Superintendent Kirkpatrick told us there were at least 300 uniformed officers here in the French Quarter alone working their details last night. This place was inundated, saturated with law enforcement, yet this violence found its way to peek through. It's a tragic way to start the new year here. We're counting down hours away from the Sugar Bowl. We know that they are continuing to monitor that area as well. There will be tens of thousands of people gathering for that game, Georgia and Notre Dame. The Sugar Bowl has released an official statement here. They tell us the committee's devastated by those terrible events from earlier this morning. They say their thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families, and they're having ongoing discussions with authorities both on the local, the state, the federal levels. They're communicating further details as they become available, but everyone is waking up to this tragedy. People coming down here to the French Quarter and Bourbon Street not even realizing that the street is shut down, that all of those businesses will be closed at least for the next couple hours, perhaps through the day and maybe even beyond, as the coroner works through those bodies that are still remaining here on Bourbon Street and works to reunite families. There were so many people out here celebrating the holiday and enjoying the evening, and people are wondering where their loved ones are. We know at UMC there is a reunification area there. If you go to the hospital and you're looking for a loved one who you haven't heard from since last night, they can try and help you find them if they are one of the injured and get you reconnected there. But that's the latest here, reporting live from the French Quarter. Maddie Kurth for Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks so much, Maddie, for that. If you're just waking up this morning, we'll kind of reset here exactly where we are. 10 people are dead, at least 35 people are injured after a man took a pickup truck and barreled down Bourbon Street, going around a barricaded Canal Street with the intent of killing as many people as he possibly could. 10 fatalities. 2 officers were injured, shot by this driver who turned into a gunman, and then police took him out.
Yes, and police also found improvised explosive devices in his truck. They were in the process of trying to determine if those devices were viable or not. As a result of that, a number of hotels on Bourbon Street were evacuated. People sent out into the middle of the night as a result of this action with nothing but the clothes on their back. Again, 2 officers who were wounded are in stable condition. They're being treated at UMC. Most of the injured are at UMC as well. And you're taking a look at this map here of the section of Bourbon Street that is shut down at this hour, from Canal Street all the way to St. Anne Street. We've been talking a lot about all of the thousands of tourists in town, not just for the New Year celebration, but also for the Sugar Bowl today. And a lot of those people looking to spend their money, have a good time. Bourbon Street right now, a large portion of it is shut down as a result of this widespread investigation.
The police chief saying that he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Here's what we heard a couple hours ago.
Everyone. So I'm going to give you as much of the information I possibly can. We are going to give you an update a couple of times today. So we will give you just the basics this morning, all right? We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Turo, 4 at Oshner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals, but from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation. And with that, I am going to be asking, this is the assistant agent in charge. This is Agent Duncan, Special Agent Duncan. and she has taken over this case on behalf of us and the FBI. As always, we will be in partnership with all of our partners. But Agent Duncan, if you want to have a few words for everyone.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Alethea Duncan. I'm the Assistant Special Agent in charge for FBI New Orleans. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we'll be taking over the investigative lead for this event. This is not a terrorist event. What it is right now is their improvised explosive devices that was found, and we are working on confirming if this is a viable device or not. As Chief Kirkpatrick said, we're asking everyone to stay away from Bourbon Street, specifically from Canal Street to St. Anne. That is my ask. Once again, stay away from Bourbon Street, Canal Street, all the way to St. Anne until we can figure out what is going on. Our goal is to provide you additional information at the 11 a.m. press conference. Thank you so much, and we will be in touch.
Yes. I will say that we want our community and our visitors to continue enjoying. There's so much to enjoy about New Orleans, and we are going to make sure that our routes in the Superdome are safe today for the game, and yet we had this tragic event, and we're sorry again to everyone in our community. But we do want you to go about the day, as we say, just stay away from Bourbon.
All right, Chief Kirkpatrick and other officials, let's point out here that since that news conference an hour and a half ago, because you heard earlier the mayor said it was terrorism, the assistant special agent said not terrorism. They have clarified, the FBI, since then, that they are working with local partners, local law enforcement, to investigate this as a possible act of terrorism, as the mayor said at the beginning of the news conference.
Exactly. All right, let's go out live now to our Josh Robertson on Canal Street. And Josh, I understand you've been hearing some loud booms out there, correct?
That's right, yeah, Meg, and you know, they weren't loud enough to spook or scare anybody in this area, but I did hear and it sounded like a boom, or it sounded like a truck might have hit something. It sounded something loud enough to where I kind of wondered what it might be. I did put in calls to try to figure out if there were any explosive device found, detonated in any way, and possibly part of the investigation, possibly to detonate them on purpose. We're still trying to get answers on that front, but we know that was something that that law enforcement were investigating as a result of this incident that happened earlier this morning. And I know NOPD just put out a full press release too, with a lot of details in it, urging people to actually dial 311 if they are trying to connect with loved ones, if they got separated from their loved ones, or if they are trying to get information. They were, I believe, told to call 311 to try to learn more, or try to get in touch with them if they can, or try to, because there was so much chaos here earlier this morning. And if I step out of the way, you can see that there's still areas blocked off, and we're right here on Canal and what is the entrance of Bourbon Street, and we know that just down a few blocks down is where that driver, when they went down Bourbon Street, plowed into that crowd of people, killing 10 of them, injuring over 35 others who were admitted to hospitals. I know that down the road there are still victims lying in the street with tarps over them. This is still an active crime scene, and the coroner's vans are all parked right here, right at the front, right at the entrance of Bourbon Street. And actually, a few moments ago, you know, speaking of those loud booms, and I don't know what the context is on this, but we did see the bomb squad, the NOPD bomb squad, drive right through here, and they kept going. They stopped for just a second right here. Somebody got out, they got back in, and they continued on. It's a big truck with a bomb squad symbol on the side of it. And so they went on down too. But, you know, people who are out here are mostly spectating, not many people asking us what happened. And we spoke to some of them this morning. One of them, in fact, was talking to me about how he got separated from his kids and wasn't able to walk back down into the French Quarter this morning, obviously, because it is all roped off here. But it was voicing some frustration, just not sure, said he couldn't get to where his kids were, trying to figure that out. But here's some of that from this morning when we spoke to that man. Are you here with family? Are they everybody okay?
Yeah, that was my fear. That's what I wanted to find out when I came down here, just being in the hotel, because nobody knew anything in the hotel. So that was my first thing I wanted to find out. You're the one that told me, actually, because the police wouldn't tell us anything.
And pardon me, I want to correct something. He was with his friends, not his kids. He was with his friends, but the same thing. He was trying to make sure that they were all okay. They're staying in a hotel here in this area. That was a separate person from the person you just heard there. We've spoken to a lot of people. I'll just put it like that. And again, people asking us to give them some details. That same gentleman you just heard from was also asking us about if there was still a person at large. We had to tell them no, the suspect in this case, in this situation, was killed by police after there was an exchange of fire after he plowed through that crowd, eventually crashed. Police approached and he then opened fire on police. Police shot back and killed him. And multiple officers were also injured in this too. So we're not sure about their recovery at this time. But there's still a lot of moving pieces here, a lot of investigating to be done. And people are here in town, obviously, for the Sugar Bowl tonight. And we're here last night to enjoy the new year, enjoy the celebration, the fireworks, all of that. And it's now kind of a somber morning here, not at all the way anyone wanted to start a new year. And now there are families that have injured loved ones, who have dead loved ones this morning because of the act of this individual who decided he wanted to drive into a crowd and injure as many people as possible, from what we're being told. But the FBI handling this, other law enforcement out here, and if we learn more, we'll update you as soon as we can. We'll send it back to you now.
Josh, in terms of, it's been a while since we checked in with you. In terms of the scene, obviously still a pretty good police presence there. We see a couple units, but there, to your left or right, there were a lot of units this morning.
Yeah, and they're thinned out just a little bit, John, and it doesn't mean that they left and they may have gone somewhere else because this is such a massive crime scene. But I have Jason that can pan over and show you. There's still a lot of state troopers here, NOPD here at the scene. The coroner's vans are the ones you see behind me a second ago. They're parked right out in front at the entrance of Bourbon Street. But still a lot of yellow tape, and people on this side, on the Carondelet side of Canal, where we are here, they're allowed to walk up and down the sidewalk, but on the other side, they don't want people walking around here. And again, if there's a bomb squad around, this is why they're asking everybody to just try to avoid this area, which is easier said than done because this is where a lot of people are staying here in the French Quarter who may be visiting, and then people who, again, are trying to figure out, can I go to my hotel? Are my loved ones okay? Are my friends okay? And again, we still have this game tonight, which I know we reported that I think Jefferson Parish law enforcement were going to be stepping in to help assist with all of that security, because this is going to be going on for quite some time. So all the resources are really all focused right here, John.
All right, Josh Robertson, live there on Canal Street. Thanks, Josh.
You know, just a short time ago, we spoke on the phone to Freddie King, who's the councilman representing that district, which encompasses the French Quarter, and he had something very interesting to say. You know, we've been reiterating that the investigation is ongoing. This is being investigated as a possible act of terrorism. He said that he is hearing from his sources this perpetrator in the pickup truck may not have acted alone, and he even said that law enforcement may right now be looking for potential other people that this suspect collaborated with for this attack. So,
and a couple of points there quickly. You know, we're showing the sort of public security response. I do think that in situations like this, we need to make sure that we just flat out tell you, you're watching the sausage get made.
Yes.
The process of how information is related. So he
We're
did also cite media reports. So yes, we want to make sure that we don't do speculation on top of speculation, because we simply don't know. But that, you're right, that would be part of what they would try to find out is, who is this guy, where's he coming from, who's he know, what's he working with?
And we do know that city council members have been in briefings, as I've heard from a few other city council members on my phone, that they have been in briefings, that they are getting information from the NOPD, from other law enforcement. The FBI is now the lead agency on this case. So at 11 o'clock is when we're going to have another briefing from the mayor, from the FBI, the chief of police, where we'll hopefully get some more information to see if that is in fact true, what Freddie King had told us he's been hearing from his sources. And he did couch it, saying this is from sources, so this is not fact, but this is just simply what a city council person, an elected official in the city of New Orleans, is hearing at this time.
Those would be the questions that they would be asking. I think that's probably the safest way for us to characterize it right now, is that, you know, there would be these there's a reason the FBI is the lead agency here, with its enormous resources in all kinds of places all around the country.
Yes. All right. We know that a majority of the people injured in this attack were taken to University Medical Center, and that's where our Sabrina Wilson is live this morning.
Hey there, Meg. Certainly a tragic start to 2025 in the city of New Orleans. 26 of the people injured in the French Quarter are in the hospital behind me, University Medical Center, the city's level 1 trauma center. Now with me is State Senator Royce DePlessis. Of course, you know by now that the FBI is investigating the attack in the French Quarter as an act of terror.
Yes, I just want to begin by expressing my heartfelt, my heartbreak for the families of the victims. This is unthinkable. No one, and I mean no one, expects to wake up to New Year's this way. This should be a time of celebration. This should be a time of people looking forward to a new day, a new year. And we have at least 10 known fatalities, lives lost, and as you mentioned, 26 people who are here at UMC recovering. So I just want to begin by expressing my heartfelt condolences to all of the innocent victims, and I also want to thank law enforcement for their quick response.
Now, obviously, as a state senator, you might be privy to some information that I don't have at the ready. What have you learned that we may not know?
Well, obviously, this is all still very much being investigated. We know that one individual was behind the incident that happened on Bourbon Street. We don't know that person's motive, but there is no motive to justify this act of evil. We do believe that there may be more people who could have been involved in this. It's my understanding that there may be multiple suspects that are currently being investigated, and that's all we know at this time.
Obviously, Troop NOLA, which is made up of state police, is on the scene and has been deployed to New Orleans for months. Do you expect the governor to offer state resources in the wake of this tragedy?
Well, the governor's been very proactive, as has the city of New Orleans, of doing everything possible to protect the jewel of the city, which is the French Quarter. I don't know how much more could have been done to stop this act of evil. When someone has their mind made up that they want to cause this level of harm and destruction and carnage to take out innocent lives, I don't know what more could be done. We're doing everything that we certainly can at the state level to provide those resources, and we're going to assess what went wrong, but we're going to do as much as we possibly can to prevent something like this from ever happening again. But I would imagine that the governor and the mayor and my colleagues at the state legislature and local leaders are going to do everything possible to prevent something like this from ever happening again.
As you know, thousands of Sugar Bowl fans are in New Orleans for the big game, and right around the corner is the Super Bowl. New Orleans is in the national spotlight, or was, for a positive reason because of the Sugar Bowl, and now it's getting international attention because of this mass casualty.
That's correct, and it's just so unfortunate that this has sent international shockwaves around something that should be positive. So we're going to do what we have to do and come together as a city. We're going to stand united. We reject this. We do not stand for this, and we're going to come together and do everything we can to heal from this and go forward as best we possibly can.
All right. State Senator Royce DePlessis, thank you so much. And again, 26 of the people injured in this mass casualty event are being treated here at University Medical Center, which is the City of New Orleans Level 1 Trauma Center. The staff here is highly trained and prepared to handle situations like this. But obviously, this is a tragedy on the first day of 2025, and we now know that the FBI is investigating the attack in the French Quarter as an act of terror. Reporting live, I'm Sabrina Wilson, Fox 8, Local First. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Sabrina Wilson. You know, the thing about this is what we know is that the FBI, local law enforcement, knows a lot more than they're sharing, and that may be entirely appropriate because they don't want to tip their hand to other possible suspects if in fact this person was working with others. Here's how the mayor characterized it a couple hours ago.
First of all, we do know that the city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack. It's all still under investigation. You'll hear more after me. However, I have been in direct contact with the White House, with Governor Landry, and of course a unified command who is present here.
All right, we've got City Councilman Joe Giarrusso now joining us on the phone. Joe, can you hear us?
I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning. Your reaction to this tragedy on this New Year's Day?
Well, it's horrible. Obviously, waking up, you think you're going to start the new year on the right foot. You have 26 people who are injured, 10 people who are dead, NOPD officers who've been shot, and obviously this is looking like it is something that has been planned based on everything that we're seeing and hearing through the news report.
The focus appears to be on whether this person acted alone or the indication that they might not have acted alone. What can you share, if anything?
Well, the early reports, and I want to be very careful as I'm talking because obviously we're all trying to gather information right now, is that it does not look like acted alone based on the fact that they're finding at least one IED and sweeping the quarter for more of those. And so the question is, how many people, what's going on? And obviously right now the French Quarter is under essentially a lockdown where, you know, they need to investigate the scene, they need to secure the scene, they want to make sure that it's as safe as possible for everybody.
So Joe, right now, are they actively sweeping the French Quarter for IEDs as we speak?
Yes, they are doing that right now. In fact, I'm watching it both in real time and hearing it from my sources too. And yes, they are actively sweeping to make sure. And also, P.S., same thing happening in the perimeter around downtown as well. So it's not just the French Quarter, but it's also the perimeter of downtown too that's happening.
Our crews down there in the French Quarter have recently heard a couple of loud booms. Any indication if that is IEDs that were potentially discovered and detonated?
What I'm told right now is, out of an abundance of caution, that's what happened. I can't confirm that those were IEDs in themselves, but I know that as a result of what happened last night, early morning, and a result of what they found, they wanted to be safe rather than sorry. And as soon as I know whether or not those are in fact IEDs, I'm happy to pass it along to you all.
The immediate safety concern on Bourbon Street, you know, in the past, the city's put in those bollards, those large barriers that can come up from the street that would stop, theoretically, this kind of thing. I know there was some work on them. What concerns do you have about what needs to be done to make sure this kind of thing can't happen again?
Yeah, I mean, I saw one of my colleagues, Freddie King, talking about this right now. I mean, obviously, this is somebody who acted alone, and it has some reminiscence of what nearly 50 years ago at Howard Johnson when we were under attack. I think what needs to happen is, after we get all the details and take care of any immediate threats or harms, to reevaluate what happened. Are there better procedures? Are there things that need to change? And look at everything and make sure we're being as safe as we possibly can. Obviously, you want to balance all of that by making sure people can have the ability to flow through, go to places, do all the things. So I think we'll probably take a eye at that, but my guess is that's going to be days and weeks down the road, because right now everything is about what's happening and how to make sure everything else is safe and secure.
Sure, and obviously the most immediate concern is the loss of life and the integrity of the investigation. But let's face it, in a month and a half, the largest sporting event in America will take place in the Super Bowl. So it would seem to me there would be a certain urgency about making sure that whatever gaps are in the security system, that they get filled and quickly.
Yeah, look, it's not lost on anybody that you have the Sugar Bowl tonight, you have the Super Bowl coming up, and let's not forget we have Mardi Gras right on the heels of that. And so this is always what the security personnel talk about, is that you have soft targets. How do you eliminate those? What are the things that you can do? And you're right. Everything needs to be evaluated very quickly. I think all I'm saying is trying to ferret out the immediate concern is the first priority, making sure people are as safe as possible, and then bearing down. And look, I also know that for the Super Bowl, for Mardi Gras, there's always these security plans. Like everything else, there's always better ways to build mousetraps, and I'm positive those will be evaluated and reevaluated about how to make them even tighter than they are probably at this moment.
Joe, when you say the French Quarter is essentially locked down and these sweeps are going on, I mean, our crews are there. We see a few people walking around on Canal Street. It's still early, of course. Are people being told, do you know, in hotels to stay in place? Are there any sort of restrictions like that happening?
I haven't been told that yet, specifically, Meg, but I guess what I'm saying is, you know, that Bourbon is blocked off, obviously, at the scene, that there are sweeps that are going on right now. And I think what the encouragement would be, don't walk around at this moment at or near those parts unless you absolutely have to. And again, there are residents there, are businesses there, and so people are going to need to secure things and do some things. But at the same time, the better course is almost like we tell people during the middle of a hurricane: don't drive somewhere unless you absolutely have to. And specifically, kind of the portion where everything is happening, stay away unless you absolutely need to be there.
Do you, and again, the most immediate concern is the security and the integrity of the investigation. There are people who were counting on a pretty big weekend or an extended period here. Do you have any sense of what the day looks like on Bourbon Street, how long it might be closed, what the evening might look like?
I don't yet. I've started asking that question because you're asking the one that I think is all obvious to everybody, which is there are people who've traveled in from out of town who are looking at this event. Obviously, it's a national story. I've gotten updates on my phone from the Wall Street Journal and New York Times about everything that's being reported. I think again, everybody's trying to balance a sense of going on with your lives, because remember, if this is truly a terrorist attack, part of this is getting us out of our routine, making us feel unsafe and not wanting us to do things. And you need to balance that against the reality that's on the ground too. So at this point, I haven't heard anything that would say to me that people should not go to the game or that anything is happening. As opposed to that, and in fact, what I am hearing is the FBI is working with NOPD, with the state police, Jefferson Parish Police are on the scene. So right now, it's all hands on deck effort. And by the way, as we're talking about the first responders from NOPD, let's not forget the first responders at the hospitals who are looking at everything right now and who are assessing, and thank them for their work as well.
And Joe, have you heard any more about the victims? I mean, we've heard that most of the people injured are locals. We have not heard anything about the people killed. Do you have any insight about who these folks are?
I'm sorry. At this point, I don't. You know, those unfortunately, those details tend to come to us a little bit later as NOPD reveals its work. There's also this tender balance between NOPD and the other local agencies providing information and then how they want to start disclosing that publicly, which I know always kind of makes people nervous because they want to know as much as they possibly can. But I think, as you and John have repeatedly said, the focus here is how do we make sure everything is safe right now, and then my guess is as the day goes on, we'll hear more about the names of the victims.
Your colleague Oliver Thomas told the New York Times, quoted in an interview, that he had visited the two police officers and praised them for saving lives. I don't think we should lose sight of the fact that although this is a terrible tragedy, what are you knowing about, or what are you hearing about how much worse this might have been in the actions of these officers?
Well, I think it speaks to the fact that the officers acted as quickly as they could. I mean, obviously, if you have somebody who has intent to use their car as a death item and mow people down, how horrible that is. There's a report from WWL that the person had explosive devices in the car. You're finding more, or potential, I should say that differently.
Yeah, we've actually been reporting that as well, Joe.
Yeah, potential, and as are you, potential IEDs in the quarter as well, things that are being blown up that we've discussed. So, yes, I think right now we're thankful for NOPD, FBI, state police, all of our local partners who are helping us do all of those things.
All right, Joe Giarrusso, thank you so much for your time this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Take care.
All right, we appreciate it, Councilman. We anticipate getting more information, and as we've been acknowledging, and it may be entirely appropriate that they don't want to tip their hand. Police know a lot more about this. As we're hearing from some of the political leaders that we've talked to, the next briefing should happen in just a little over 2 hours from now.
That's right. As you can imagine, there were thousands of people on Bourbon Street when this happened. Our Andres Fuentes was able to speak to someone who witnessed the tragedy unfold.
Like, you know, New Year's Day is supposed to be a Sugar Bowl matchup for you guys.
Oh, it's just heartbreaking. This is so unreal, and there's so much hate for someone to drive their car intentionally to kill people and then to get out with a gun and start shooting.
Set. All right. All right. As we approach the 9 o'clock hour now, we want to mention again, good morning to you. John Snell along with Meg Gatto here as we cover this terrible, tragic story to begin the new year of 10 people killed when a pickup truck went barreling down after going around to barricade Bourbon Street with the intent of killing as many people as possible. 35 is the official injured count. 2 police officers were shot by this driver who turned into a gunman before police effectively took out the suspect, who is dead. There is an FBI investigation acknowledging this as a possible act of terrorism, a sweeping investigation involving all of the resources of the FBI as they try to get to the bottom of who else might be involved.
All right, let's go out live to Josh Robertson on Canal Street.
Yeah, hey Meg, hey John, and I was just listening there to your phone interview there with Joe Geruso, the council member in New Orleans, and one of the things y'all were talking about were people who may be trying to stay or were staying in these hotels, because we know so many people are. It was 90% occupancy in a lot of the most heavily traveled areas last night, and these yesterday and today are supposed to be a joyous occasion entering the new year, the Sugar Bowl game today. But actually had somebody come up to me and say that, you know, they live here, but they have loved ones staying at the Royal Sonesta. And he told me that right now, his loved ones at the Royal Sonesta are being told to avoid traveling around Bourbon Street, to avoid leaving the hotel if they can avoid it, because again, this is all still an active crime scene. And I step out again and let you see what's going on behind me, because it is sort of changing every now and then. There's less law enforcement here right now than there has been earlier. They're kind of fizzling out, but maybe venturing off other places, but the yellow tape is still up. Louisiana State Police are out here. The coroner vans have been sitting right here at the mouth of Bourbon Street for several hours now, and we know that last check there were victims. Even up in about 30, I maybe checked about 45 minutes ago, there were still victims laying on Bourbon Street, those who were killed, those 10 people killed with tarps over them, and this is still an active investigation, and so an active crime scene. And so those coroner vans are all parked right out here. NOPD still, there's a lot of people and a lot of law enforcement vehicles. You know, this morning when we first walked out here, it was still dark, and all of Canal Street for blocks and blocks, you couldn't drive down if you wanted to, because it was a sea of law enforcement, a sea of police units of all kinds. And there's less now than there were earlier, but there's still EMS out here that's still very heavily involved, and they're asking people to stay on this side of the roadway. And again, if you are staying in one of those hotels and you're right on the French Quarter, right near Bourbon Street, you're probably being asked to avoid walking around or being asked to stay in your hotel right now, from just some of the things we've been told this morning. And another guy actually came up and offered, you know, another thing that's happening right now too is if you're separated from your loved ones or throughout that chaos, if you misplace your loved ones, we know that there are dozens of people hurt, admitted to hospitals too. The city is asking people if they can call 311 to try to get information on that. I had somebody else come up and offer me a card of theirs. They run a funeral home, a cremation service. They offered it, and just in case anyone needs it, because right now there's going to be a lot of grieving going on here, and a lot of, as we said, 10 people confirmed dead and a lot of other people hurt. So another thing I did want to mention too, because I did get a text message just a little bit earlier from somebody with the Blood Center who did want to let me know that they had finalized the New Orleans EMS is sponsoring a blood drive that's going to take place tomorrow from 10 to 5 at the Blood Center, which is on Canal Street. It's at 2609 Canal Street. They'll have two vehicles out there, 2 blood center units out there. And again, that's going to be happening tomorrow from 10 to 5, something that is going to be sponsored, I'm told, by the New Orleans EMS. And so obviously with that many people injured from this, what is now being investigated as a terror attack, there's going to be the need for blood most likely. And so that's something that if you want to help out with, you can. But at this point right now, people just walking around trying to figure out what's going on or trying to just get somewhere they need to go because there's so many people in town for this game that we were supposed to be enjoying later today. But this tragedy obviously putting a huge damper on that. A lot of Georgia fans, a lot of Notre Dame fans just out here trying to figure out what's going on. And we've spoken to many of them this morning. But we'll send it back to you now in the studio, John.
All right. Thanks so much, Josh Robertson. Let's go to Maddie Kurth now, who is also in that area, and see what she's seeing this morning.
Hey, John. So we've been here on the scene since about 4 o'clock this morning. Police say this all happening at about 3:15 this morning. So a quick response. And by the time we got here, already the entirety of Canal Street had been shut down. It remains that way now here from Burgundy all the way to the river, as well as 8 blocks of Bourbon Street shut down with this investigation unfolding minute by minute. We are getting those new updates, and we're anticipating more information from NOPD Chief Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick, as well as the mayor and our federal partners who are now the lead in this investigation. But if you're just waking up with us this morning, Chief Kirkpatrick says this was not a case of a drunk driver or a DUI. This was an intentional act of brazen violence. She says there were around 300 uniformed police officers in the French Quarter working the scene, not only for the New Year holiday, but also because of the Sugar Bowl game this evening. We knew that there would be thousands of people here in New Orleans to ring in the new year. What we didn't know is that people would wake up in this new year with such tragic news to report. They tell us that the suspect, was driving a white pickup truck, made it through Bourbon Street into the crowd with the intention of hurting as many people as he could. We saw viewer video submitted just minutes after we got onto the scene, and we started to see these horrific images, just too brutal to air in its entirety on television. But I can describe it to you as some of the most horrible things I've ever seen here in my profession as a reporter. It's really, really tragic pictures, and now we know that at a time when people should be celebrating the holiday and should be excited to be coming to New Orleans to be visiting, we have incredible nationwide events happening with Mardi Gras as well as the Super Bowl. In just a couple of months, this is now taking a somber turn. So hearing from Chief Kirkpatrick this morning, she says after the man drove the white truck and crashed into a construction vehicle off to the side of Bourbon Street, he then got out of his truck and started opening fire on those responding officers, 2 of which were hit. They were shot by that suspect before they were able to neutralize him and bring him down. And so now we know that suspect is among the 10 dead, at least 10 dead so far this morning, killing 9 people and then being shot by police. But the injuries extend even further, at least 35 at all of our area hospitals, the majority at our Level 1 Trauma Center at University Medical Center. That is a hospital well equipped to deal with these kinds of injuries. But with such a mass casualty event, the hospitals get inundated. And so that's why we're seeing a lot of other victims being taken to other hospitals for their treatment. And we know loved ones are calling, checking in on each other. We're starting to see on social media, too, people marking themselves as safe from this terrorist attack, this really tragic, horrible event here happening in the city of New Orleans. But less than 40 days until the Super Bowl. And just about a month or so there beyond is Mardi Gras. Superintendent Kirkpatrick has touted the NOPD's ability to bring violent crime down. 2 years now. For 2 years, the violent crime rates have lowered. And she credits a lot of that to the use of technology, especially throughout the French Quarter. She tells criminals, if you come to New Orleans, you will be caught on camera committing your crimes if you choose to do that. And why would you give away your freedoms? She speaks of this brazen act of violence today, of the responding officers there so close and able to respond quickly, but unable to stop that car, that truck, just traveling at a high rate of speed down Bourbon Street. So, of course, the thoughts and the prayers of the city are extended to those victims as well as those responding officers. We're told that they're doing okay, that they're stable this morning, and that the police chief, immediately after our press briefing this morning at about 7 o'clock or so, she went to the hospital and told us she was going to check on her officers. So of course we are counting down to the Sugar Bowl, just hours away this evening, and we have an official statement from the committee who says they're devastated by this terrible news. and the terrible events from early this morning. They say their thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families, and they're having some ongoing discussions with authorities, both on the local, the state, also the federal level, and they're going to communicate those details as they become available. We know security will be heightened at the Superdome today when we welcome those tens of thousands of people in for the Sugar Bowl. Now, we've had our live crews here on Canal Street scattered throughout the French Quarter. We're calling everybody in on this holiday because bringing you these updates are important. We want to keep you safe, and right now, police are asking you to stay away from the French Quarter. That's going to be the best way to keep you safe. This person, the suspected driver, the police tell us they did have some possible explosives on them, and police were trying to determine if those were viable explosives. We have heard a couple of booms coming from within the streets of the quarter, but because it's so blocked off, it's almost impossible for us to tell what those booms were, if they were just cars driving down the street or if they were part of something with this investigation. But Meg, we're standing by here. We know that the superintendent will give us an update at 11 o'clock, and we hope to get some updated numbers because we know this tragedy was growing and unfolding even as she briefed us the first time this morning.
All right, Maddie, thank you so much for that report. We appreciate it. We want to get now to City Council President Helena Moreno, who joins us by phone. Helena, good morning.
Hey, good morning.
Sorry to be talking to you under these horrible circumstances.
How long was that?
Can you tell us, what have you heard so far about what's going on right now in the quarter? We heard a little bit about the quarter being swept for possible IEDs. Can you confirm that?
Yeah, so I'll tell you this. I mean, throughout the morning, I've been in briefings with state police and obviously with Chief Ann, and what's happened is incredibly tragic. Chief Ann is still right now working with FBI, state police, our other partners, and they're doing, additional sweeps throughout the French Quarter and throughout as they obviously prepare for the Sugar Bowl this afternoon. The security of the French Quarter will remain the responsibility of the NOPD. The FBI will be the ones who are conducting the actual investigation into this terrorist attack. And so, obviously, in the French Quarter, what you're seeing is the scene still an active scene. The scene is still being processed, the collection of evidence and beyond. And there are additional sweeps that are occurring throughout the French Quarter that the chief can explain that a little bit more. I'll let her reveal those details at the news conference at 11.
Is there any indication that this suspect did not act alone, that he had help in this attack?
What I can tell you, and like I said, I'll let Chief Kirkpatrick explain these details in the news conference coming up, is that there are potentially other people who are being looked at.
Do we have any indication if this suspect is from New Orleans?
Once again, I would prefer that the chief reveal some of these details,
Sure.
But so I'll just leave it to her because I don't want to relay any type of sensitive information before she believes it's time to do so.
Okay, I understand. Just your thoughts on, there are 10 people who will not be going home to their families now on this holiday weekend. I mean, the senselessness of this, to have 35 people wounded. You've got 2 police officers wounded by gunfire in the hospital. I mean, this is just a tragedy all the way around.
Yeah, Meg, I mean, it's absolutely horrific. It's really just gut-wrenching to even think about. And, I do believe that the death toll, unfortunately, is going to rise. And it's just unimaginable for people to be here for a good time and then, never even be able to, make it out of the city of New Orleans if they were living here. I mean, it's just horrible in many ways. And so, but here in the city of New Orleans, we are absolutely not going to stand for this. There's no way. We are not going to let this stop us from being New Orleans. We're going to cooperate with the FBI. They're taking over this investigation. We're going to obviously relook at all different types of security measures and work with the state police to make our city even safer. We're going to put out all of the information as possible that we can to the people of New Orleans so they're informed as to what exactly happened here. And we're going to move on and be even stronger and create an even more, we have to now create a more safer environment. But this is unbelievable, and we are not going to, of course, ever stand for these types of terrorist attacks happening here in the city of New Orleans or anywhere in this country.
I know it sounds cliche, but I think everybody always thinks, oh, it won't happen here. It won't happen where I live. And now it's happened.
Yeah, I mean, no doubt. I mean, I think I think people always live with, you see what happens in other cities, but could it ever really happen here? And, I'll say this, though. The level of police officers there last night, roughly 300, this is a situation where it wasn't a police manpower situation, because in talking with Chief Kirkpatrick, she doesn't believe that more manpower could have potentially prevented this from happening. This was a determined individual who wanted to terrorize this city and create big harm on the people of New Orleans and the people who were on Bourbon Street. And this person was prepared and ready to cause this type of great infliction of harm. And she does not believe that additional police could have prevented such a determined individual like this. But that being said, looking forward, we need to figure out what other types of potential, maybe not police officers, but barricades, additional protections can be put in and around the French Quarter to prevent something like this from happening. I know that Rodney Hyatt, who leads Troop NOLA, he has been getting information from the city of New York of additional protections that they put in place for some significant major events. And so that is all being looked at immediately right now as to how to improve security immediately right now in the French Quarter. So lots of work happening right now. I know that the mayor is meeting with her team at this moment, trying to, assess new security measures immediately moving forward, because we have to act with urgency. This is not anything that we can be lackadaisical about. We have to now act with urgency. At the same time, it is incredibly tragic what has happened to 10 people who have lost their lives, and it does appear that potentially it will be more than that. And no doubt about it, our deepest prayers go out to them and to their families, and our condolences. No one should have to endure what occurred last night. No one. And, we'll see what the FBI is able to determine about the suspect and why he decided to inflict this type of torturous pain on the city of New Orleans.
All right. City Council President Helena Moreno, thank you again for joining us.
Thanks, Meg. Okay, bye.
All right, let's send it over to John.
Thanks, Megan. We're joined now by Ronald Surpass, who is the former New Orleans police chief, also a Loyola University professor. Chief, if you would, thank you for joining us. Your thoughts this morning?
Tragic. We want to recognize the loss of life for families. We want to recognize the loss of injuries and how that impacts families, and the brave NOPD officers who were shot at. John, when these things happen, the first thing police officers do is run to the danger. They run to harm's way. Their first job is to protect life. Their second job is to render aid for life. Their third job simultaneously is to protect and identify evidence. It's the evidence that we can collect that helps us reconstruct the event to determine, was this a lone wolf? Was this someone who might have been involved with other people? Was this someone who many we see nowadays leak information to the world, either friends, family, or social media, that they had some ill intent that was brewing? So where we go from today is mourn loss, respect bravery, and rebuild this event to learn how to try to prevent something like this in the future.
And we're not, at this point, hearing a great deal from law enforcement, and that may be, the media want answers immediately. That may be completely appropriate because they don't want to tip the hand of law enforcement. But the FBI's presence in this, in fact, taking the lead in the investigation, would be significant in a number of ways.
Yes, I've not heard that there's been a confirmation that the investigation has been turned over to them. If it were to be the case, it likely would be that there's some connectivity.
And forgive me, Chief, Ann Kirkpatrick, the police chief, did say that the FBI would be the lead agency, assisted by, just so you know. So what would you glean from that?
That there may be interconnectivity across state lines, which is a federal matter on its face, or it could be connected to some sort of terrorism, which is the government's, FBI is the government's first responder on that. Or third, it could be just a big event and some IEDs were found that you might need greater technology and ability across the states to track down where that could have come from. The good news is the ability for state and local and federal law enforcement to work more closely is mostly a post 911 matter where we are more able to work closely together on cases like this. So that would be a good sign.
From a security standpoint, obviously this is tough because, you know, as you were talking with me a couple of minutes ago, you can't really completely lock down, certainly in a democracy and certainly in an event, you can't completely lock down a place, but at the same time, there does appear to have been some kind of security weakness here.
Well, I think you have to remember it's a compromise between the community and the government on what they're going to do with one of the oldest and most historic neighborhoods in the country that has residents, that has businesses, that have financial activities. Secondly, Bourbon Street, the essence of Bourbon Street is to enjoy walking the street, jazz, food, libations. But this is not the only dangerous event that's happened on Bourbon Street or Beale Street or Times Square. When a lot of people collect together, sometimes a motivated offender, for reasons that we don't always know is going to take an action. So it's a balancing act. It's an understanding of mitigating risk. It's an understanding of making the target, if you will, Bourbon Street, make it harder, make it more difficult. Bollards, you know, back in the old days when I walked the beat on Bourbon Street, John, you might remember it too. There were the yellow bollards that would be moved from the sidewalk by the officers when we started our shift, and they would be shoved into the ground at each of the intersections. Maybe the technology has changed. Who knows what's going to happen and that kind of an after effect. Like, how can you block those streets from vehicles and yet have a quick response in case a emergency vehicle needs to get there, an ambulance? So there's all these different competing interests, but life has to win. And I think these events will cause some reflection on what could we do maybe differently.
In terms of whether this person acted alone, this driver turned gunman, there were some improvised explosive devices or possible devices found. There was some thought, we've heard from some of the city council members, that was part of why they were thinking he had someone else, at least one other person or persons with him. We have the public investigation that we're seeing, the police presence, but there's a lot happening behind the scenes, obviously.
Absolutely. This is the part of the investigation where the rubber meets the road. And secondly, the requirement for information flowing in the community oftentimes is not really informed by what facts are. So the police are always going to be kind of making sure, that's horrible. The police need to make sure that when rumors or thoughts are getting into the public sphere that are not likely accurate, they need to be dealt with quickly so that they don't grow bigger than what they need to be. And then likewise, the police are often, their hands are tied with what they can talk about for investigative purposes. So in these first 24 to 72 hours, there will be a lot of speculation from a lot of different sources of what they think might have happened. And some of it could be true and some of it could not be true. And we just have to work through that.
No, I think that's a great point. I think it's incumbent upon us in the media to more frequently sometimes than we do point out that the sausage is getting made here, and that sometimes we have to really couch whether something is completely verified or not. One of the things that struck me too about this, and my colleague Meg Gatto made the same observation, is the fact that it was 3 o'clock in the morning. And when the night is sort of winding down, still very crowded, obviously, but I'm curious if you have any thoughts about why they would do it at that time.
You know, it's really hard to tell. You know, John, I was on Bourbon Street where someone shot somebody within 10 feet of me. I mean, when people do these kind of things, they generally are not thinking rational like you and I think. And it's very difficult to wrap a rational brain around what is clearly a very irrational act. So I just don't know. I think the investigation will likely find out, though.
The other layer of this, obviously, is the NFL and the fact that in 6 weeks we have the Super Bowl, the biggest sporting event in America and one of the biggest in the world. What kinds of you've been in that seat, what kinds of discussions are going to take place between now and the game?
That's a great question, John, because you have different types of discussion. The Dome is a place that you can make hard in a lot of different ways. The big cement barriers, you only have so many places to come in and out. The CBD is different. Convention Center Boulevard is different. The French Quarter is different. So the security packages and the security planning is going to be a little bit different in each and every one of those areas. Clearly, after what happened here, and just a couple of weeks ago, we had a shooting at Bourbon and Iberville, right? So those kind of ideas are going to be on people's minds. The state has an interest, and they are putting a lot of Louisiana State Police presence, as they did when I was chief. You need to have a lot of visible presence. That's a deterrent that we think makes sense. And then you got to think about the dome as a completely different way of hardening that project, right? People don't get in and out of that building unless you know about it, and it's really different than walking off a Royal cross contact onto Bourbon.
Gotcha. All right, former Police Chief Ron Surpass, we appreciate your thoughts this morning, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Meg.
All right, thanks, John. We want to get now. We have Oliver Thomas,
Hey, thank
New
you so
Orleans City
much.
Councilman, joining us on the phone. Oliver, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay, first of all, can you tell us where you are? I understand, are you near UMC or you were at UMC already?
No, I've been in the emergency room the last several hours.
Okay, you've been in the emergency room at UMC with victims' families?
Yes, and the two officers.
Okay, well, what can you tell us so far?
Everybody seems to be in stable condition as it relates to the other victims that were taken to the other hospitals. Of course, we don't have any information on them. But nothing of what we've seen so far at UMC, at University Hospital, seems to be life-threatening. And first of all, over the last several hours, man, just watching victims and families, and especially other law enforcement officers come in to check on their colleagues, has been very heartwarming and very helpful. One of the officers is resting now and sleeping. The other one is with his father, who we actually come from the same neighborhood. We all know family members. And so, none of us are really that far removed, especially from the victims that are from our community. But we know, just like everybody else knows, we know now that the CI has taken the lead on this. I think they've already determined what the classification is, and it's an ongoing investigation. And it's just a tragic, evil event that I wish wouldn't have happened anywhere, especially here.
Did you have a chance to speak with any of the victims at UMC about what they saw, what they witnessed in the moments before this truck came colliding, barreling through the crowd of people?
No, we didn't. I wasn't going to interrupt people in terms of their care in an emergency situation to interview them. But we did talk to authorities and the two officers who were there. And I'm not going to get into information in an ongoing investigation. But we're in the middle of this right now. Our federal partners and state partners and local, everybody's involved. Chief Kirkpatrick was there with me. The mayor was there this morning. And, my major concern right now is the families of the folk that have already been confirmed that they lost their lives.
Yeah.
And the ones who are in emergency rooms and recovering. I will say this, and I'll say it again, it was very heartwarming to see other law enforcement officers. One of the most heartwarming events was the young woman who graduated the academy with one of the officers who's still there being treated now, who's there with his family members. And to see her tears and her concern for her comrade that she went through the academy with kind of tells you just how close the men and women who fight to keep us safe are when something happens to one of their colleagues.
Can you speak a little to their bravery? I mean, these two police officers took gunfire, but these officers opened fire on this driver. They killed him. They neutralized the threat.
They saved thousands of lives. Thousands. I won't get into the particulars of what we know, but allegedly there were secondary devices that were found. Allegedly, there are other devices that have been uncovered that were planted other places, and that this person had a long gun and a silencer. So their actions were heroic, and they took return gunfire. And the other two officers who were involved, thank God, they were not injured and that they're safe.
I mean, that just speaks to having a large police presence on Bourbon Street in the French Quarter on a holiday weekend, how quickly these officers were able to react to the situation and save lives.
And Meg, let me say this. That's a really great point, because a lot of folks are going to focus on what didn't happen, what could have happened, and what should have happened. But to hear people coming in and out of the emergency room, the hospital, and call these men and women in law enforcement heroic, and talk about what they prevented, and they could have lost their lives, right? And it's unfortunate for the victims that have been confirmed that did lose their lives. But you're absolutely correct. A much more major catastrophe and loss of life could have happened had they not risked their lives to neutralize the threat.
Yeah, we just spoke to a couple of your colleagues on the council earlier, and they were saying when you've got someone who has the intent to cause this much damage and use their vehicle, it almost doesn't matter how many NOPD officers you have on the street. This person is going to, go through with their mission.
Well, let me say this. As much as this is about the incident that happened here, this is a shot at our country and our freedom, and other major cities and events, and how we keep people safe moving forward. Man, this is the world that, unfortunately, we live in right now. And what do we know about New Orleans? Our law enforcement professionals train other law enforcement professionals around the country and around the world how to deal with crowd control. It's second nature. We do it every day. But how do you stop a madman from committing this level of atrocity, right?
Right.
And an evil event because something is wrong with them spiritually and emotionally, or they're part of a warped cause, right? Mm-hmm. And unfortunately, it's a reminder of the kind of world and society that we live in right now. But like you, I agree, and that if we're going to celebrate anything, let's pray for the victims and families. Let's pray for speedy recovery. But let's talk about how many lives were saved because of these NOPD, our police officers who risked their lives to neutralize a threat that could have hurt thousands of people.
The shift now focuses to, we've got a bowl game tonight. We've got, hundreds of thousands of people still here. And then, of course, the Super Bowl in just 6 weeks' time. Are you concerned for the safety of the French Quarter?
I mean, I'm concerned for the safety of absolutely. I mean, look, Bourbon, most people in the world, if they're travelers, they know Bourbon Street. They know New Orleans. This little glorious, grimy town. I mean, we were getting 20 million visitors. We probably get more visitors per capita than any other major city in the country, given how small we are. But our culture and what we do and how we celebrate here. So it's not just about this event. We have Mardi Gras. We have the Super Bowl. The French Quarter Fest, drew almost 1 million people or 900,000 people. Mm-hmm. Jazz Fest broke records. No, this is about how we deal with events moving forward and how we deal with crazy and evil people who are intent on reaping destruction, affecting our freedom, and hurting us in this country. It's that kind of message right now.
Yeah, and I can't imagine what you've witnessed this morning inside this hospital ER. I mean, it's New Year's Day. It's a day when people are supposed to be celebrating with their family, and you've got loved ones rushing to the hospital to make sure their friends and family are alive, to make sure they're okay. It's terrible.
Well, that's been my morning. Folk who know, our family this holiday season has been real intentional about coming together and celebrating the loss of loved ones and the loss of my mom, who died a little more than a year ago, right? So we went from honoring and celebrating and bringing in the new year to thinking where we're going to bed. I've been in the emergency room the last several hours with our law enforcement, with victims, with family and friends of the people who were affected. But I want to get a bit of information out. The health department is putting together a family unification center within the hospital. At some point, they'll have that organized, so anyone who is family or friend, a victim, or someone who's been affected by this, shout out to the New Orleans Health Department, and shout out to University and UMC. Man, we have some of the best law enforcement officers in the world, but our medical professionals, one of the last time I was at UMC a couple of years ago was to stabilize and to save my nephew's life. We can't forget their efforts and what they do. And they were just as traumatized and affected as any of us, but they were doing their job.
Absolutely. All right, New Orleans City Councilman Oliver Thomas, thank you so much for your time this morning.
Thank you. God bless and Happy New Year's, everyone.
All right, thank you. As we've been mentioning, the FBI is the lead agency now on this. They're investigating this as a terrorist attack, again, after a man drove his pickup truck through a crowd of people on Bourbon Street, killing 10, wounding at least 35 people. Mayor Cantrell spoke earlier this morning about the situation.
First of all, we do know that the city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack. It's all still under investigation. You'll hear more after me. However, I have been in direct contact with the White House, with Governor Landry, and of course a unified command who is present here.
And we've been getting reaction, throughout the morning from different police departments, different legislators, all kinds of people reacting to this terrible news as people continue to wake up on this New Year's Day and getting new video of the moments after this happened. We actually have a shot from EarthCam that I believe is going to show police officers running. Okay, there you could see. It looked like state troopers, I believe, on that corner. This is St. Peter, I want to say, in Bourbon Street. And this obviously is in the moments after this happened. And you could see the group of officers, that might be NOPD, I can't tell from the video, running toward Bourbon and Canal where this incident happened.
Or as Oliver Thomas said, and so many others we've talked to today, and Ronald Surpass, these officers run toward the danger.
When everyone else runs away, absolutely.
And it would appear as though this was, several blocks from the activity at that moment in time, because the crowd's not reacting by running, for example, in the other direction. But, you really can't underestimate. And sometimes they do it in ways that are, a routine burglar alarm that turns out not to be routine, or somebody going into a home. Officers, it's what they do.
Yeah.
And they will tell you that, but you see all of them one points and then they're off.
Absolutely. All right. We want to check back in with our Sabrina Wilson. She is live outside University Medical Center, where a majority actually, of the victims, injured patients, were taken this morning. Sabrina?
Certainly, Meg, an unthinkable start to 2025, but fortunate for the victims who were injured that the city's Level 1 Trauma Center, UMC, which you see behind me, isn't that far away from the French Quarter. And according to the NOPD, 26 of the 30-some people who were injured are being treated here at University Medical Center, a Level 1 trauma center. And that means that it is always prepared for trauma victims. Now, the NOPD says the suspect fired on NOPD officers and 2 were injured, and we assume that they're being treated here because in the past, whenever NOPD officers are injured or shot, they are brought here to UMC for treatment. Now, on the ramp, which we are not being allowed to report from, are lots of police vehicles. Of course, the attack that left 10 people dead, including the suspect, according to our reporting. It also injured, as I mentioned, dozens of people, and this attack is getting national and international media attention. Now, during the course of the morning, I've been reaching out to some members of Louisiana's congressional delegation, among them House Majority Leader Steve Scalise of Jefferson Parish. His staff referred me to his tweet for now. He tweeted, "Please join me in praying for the victims and their families, as well as our first responders in the wake of this horrific act of violence on Bourbon Street." Of course, we now know that the FBI is investigating this attack as an act of terror, something that Mayor LaToya Cantrell was quick to say during the first press briefing in the wake of this attack on Bourbon Street. And I spoke to State Senator Royce Duplessis not long ago live on our air. Obviously, lots of people are incredulous over what happened in the French Quarter at a time when we have thousands and thousands of visitors in town for the Sugar Bowl. And of course, we all know that the city is preparing to host soon the Super Bowl. But at this time, the investigation continues, even though the suspect was killed in the wake of that attack, and the treatment of those 26 people who unfortunately were injured as a result of that attack on Bourbon Street continues here at University Medical Center, a place well equipped to treat trauma victims. Reporting live, I'm Sabrina Wilson. Back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks, Sabrina. Of course, this all comes in the context of tonight's Sugar Bowl, the Sugar Bowl, which is part of the NCAA playoff system now. We got a statement from the Sugar Bowl committee saying that they are devastated by the terrible events from early this morning. Thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. They tell us that they are in ongoing discussions with authorities at the local, state, and federal levels, and will communicate further details as they become available. We're about an hour and a half, a little less, from this scheduled briefing that will happen later today at police headquarters, and expect to get more information, perhaps the ability to answer a few more questions about this individual, his connections, and these what appear to be these brave, heroic efforts on the part of police, which may very well, as terrible, as tragic as this event is, may very well have saved other lives.
And trying to get, more confirmation. Are authorities still looking for people who may have helped him? Did this man act alone? Did he have help? If so, are there any more threats to the city of New Orleans today and the coming days? So we hope to get all of those questions answered. In the meantime, we have a new statement in from District Attorney Jason Williams saying, quote, New Orleans is incredibly resilient, but this morning our hearts break for the innocent lives devastated by this hateful act. Thank you to all of the first responders that activated quickly to prevent further carnage and continue to work this scene. We ask the public to please adhere to all law enforcement requests to avoid the immediate area as they continue processing the very large crime scene.
Here's how a witness described the event and what he saw to our Josh Robertson.
I walked down here a couple blocks away. We're staying at the Homewood Suites and just trying to gather my thoughts about it, because it, unfortunately, the America, you almost come numb to these things, but I've never been this close to something like this.
And let me clarify, we did speak with witness Josh earlier. That's actually, I believe, a Georgia fan who
woke up this morning
right.
to kind of see the aftermath, but that man was trying to find his friends that he's in town with for the game. We've heard from a lot of people who said that they're in New Orleans for the Sugar Bowl. They may have gotten separated from their group. Some people stayed out later than others to wake up to this news, and then you're trying to find, where are my loved ones? Where are my friends? Is everyone okay? And actually, to that point, something that Oliver Thomas mentioned, that the New Orleans Health Department is setting up right now as we speak a family unification center at UMC at University Medical Center downtown. So if you are someone who you don't know if your loved one was affected by this, if they were maybe hurt and you don't have a way to get into contact with them, they're setting up this family unification center where people can be reunited once again at UMC to check on the status of their loved ones.
And because of the danger, the issue early this morning for police as they responded to this was the hotels and possible potential safety issues there. So some of these hotels were evacuated.
Hotels were evacuated. I understand. Neighboring hotels were trying to take people in because it was very cold this morning. So a lot of people just walking out with, the shirts that they were wearing or whatever, their pajamas. So people kind of got separated in that chaos as well. Yeah.
All right, the police chief, Ann Kirkpatrick, we're expecting an update in about an hour and 20 minutes. Here's what she said earlier today.
About 3:15, it did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now.
All right, and some new information also, Justin. The U.S. Department of Homeland Security is now assisting the NOPD and also the FBI in this investigation. CNN is reporting that the Secretary Alejandro Mayorkas is in touch with officials here in New Orleans, including members of the Louisiana congressional delegation, as they work together now in this joint operation into this possible terrorist attack that they are investigating as a terrorist attack on Bourbon Street.
And one that, you know, this person was not done. He as terrible and tragic as it is, if these do turn out to be confirmed explosive devices, he wanted to take out many more people.
Well, and something interesting, too, that a couple of the different council people have said now that we've spoken to, as you're taking a live look at Bourbon Street and the police presence that remains at this hour, the authorities now are sweeping the French Quarter. They're not just sweeping Bourbon Street. They are sweeping the entire French Quarter and actually also downtown to see if there could be any more IEDs, any more of these devices, potentially homemade devices that were initially spotted in the pickup truck of the suspect. And if so, are they detonating them? Are they confiscating them? Those are the questions we still have answers to. But we know this sweep is underway. In fact, we had asked Councilman Joe Giarrusso, you know, is there a sort of a shelter-in-place order, if you will? He said, no, that is not the case. People are allowed to, you know, go outside their apartments or their hotel rooms. However, they're urging people to stay away from these areas. Stay away from Bourbon Street if you can. Stay away from the portion of Canal Street near Bourbon Street, because that, as you can see here on your screen, is where investigators are focused. And you're only seeing a handful of law enforcement personnel. Keep in mind, this is just one intersection here on Bourbon Street. There are many, many authorities all throughout Bourbon Street and on Canal Street.
And from Canal Street to St. Anne, an 8-block section of Bourbon Street,
yes.
The last thing they need is to have a lot of manpower devoted to keeping people out of that. We spoke earlier today with some people. You know, this was supposed to be a big work day. People in the tourism industry, this is not the biggest consideration given the loss of life, but people in the tourism industry were expecting, you know, to make a lot of money today. And people showing up for their jobs this morning saying, can I get to my business? Can I get to where I work? And the answer, unfortunately, is no in many cases.
Yeah. We're also getting a statement in now from Congressman Troy Carter reacting to this tragedy, saying he has spoken personally with Secretary Mayorkas and the White House regarding the unspeakable act of violence. He'll continue to receive updates. He's saying his heart is with the victims, anyone who was affected by this horrific attack, and he's also commending the swift actions of the NOPD. You know, Oliver Thomas could not underscore enough how these officers saved lives. I mean, these officers ran to this action, and there's the statement there by Congressman Carter. These police officers were the ones who ran to the truck after it ran through all these people and opened fire because the truck driver opened fire on them, wounding 2 of their colleagues. They stopped this from becoming worse.
Well, and that's the thing, and what we may get more information on, and you know, and a lot of times there's a school of thought that you shouldn't glorify somebody who's looking for attention. We don't know how far this person went in, whether this is just somebody who'd been, you know, radicalized, somebody who's native, or whether there are other players involved.
We don't know anything about him at this point.
And we may get more answers a bit later today.
Yeah.
As one of the reasons the FBI is involved in this, as we've heard from some of our law enforcement experts we've spoken to, is to be able to bring the resources to find out, you know, take a deep dive into his social media, take a dive into his contacts, who he's in touch with. Is he mostly acting alone? There have been these concerns reported throughout the morning now that because of the nature of these devices, they were looking into whether or not he was working with someone else.
Yeah, and we've heard from a couple council people saying they had heard potentially that was the case, but none of that is confirmed at this point, and that's something that will take some time to investigate. Again, just to recap, we've got 35 people wounded. The chief of police saying that number could fluctuate. In fact, she was saying earlier today, John, when she was walking out to the press conference, she said, I just got an alert that someone else showed up to a hospital and was reported as injured. So those numbers could change. Also, Helena Moreno saying that she believes the number of 10 dead could increase from the updates she's getting of the extent of the injuries to people at the hospitals. The 2 NOPD officers who were wounded in the exchange of gunfire with the suspect, they are in stable condition, which is good news. But obviously everyone's concern now turns to tonight and the Sugar Bowl. We're hearing that potentially outside law enforcement agencies could be coming in to help the NOPD secure the French Quarter, secure downtown, and the Superdome, where these thousands of fans will all be gathered to watch Notre Dame and Georgia kick off in the Sugar Bowl.
Right, and that's the thing. It wasn't lack of resources. It wasn't,
right.
You know, there will be a look at these bollards or barriers or whatever you decide to use and what can and should be done in the future. That's going to be a discussion with some urgency as we approach not just tonight, but the Super Bowl. But there were 300 police officers in that area at the time that this happened.
And, you know, as Helena Moreno said, it doesn't matter how many bodies you have on the ground. When you've got someone in a big old truck and they're intent on driving it through people, you know, they're likely going to be successful.
All right, we have some fresh sound from Andres Fuentes.
I noticed last night there was 9 mounted policemen on horses right at the door at the Royal Sonata, and then at 3 o'clock this morning there's 3 dead people right there where the cops were. The cops, their presence was so huge last night. They were everywhere.
You know, and that lady was just saying the presence of police was so large. I mean, that's what we're talking about. There were so many officers, but I know when you spoke to Ronald Surpass, the former NOPD chief, he said, look, one time I was standing on Bourbon Street and a man shot another man 10 feet away from me. It almost doesn't matter for these people who are intent on creating harm. It doesn't matter if they see a police presence. They're going to do what they want to do, which is terrifying.
And then he was prepared to engage with police as he did, and 2 officers you know, unfortunately shot. Hopefully they will be all right. We heard also from Chief Ann Kirkpatrick earlier today.
Good morning, everyone. So I'm going to give you as much of the information I possibly can. We are going to give you an update a couple of times today. So we will give you just the basics this morning, all right? We had this event started at about 3:15. It did involve a man driving a pickup truck down Bourbon Street at a very fast pace, and it was very intentional behavior. This man was trying to run over as many people as he possibly could. It was not a DUI situation. This is a more complex and more serious based on the information we have right now. With respect to numbers, we have right now, and as you already know, this could change throughout the day. We do know that there are 26 injured people who are at UMC Hospital. We know we have 4 at Turo, 4 at Oshner Baptist, 1 at Tulane, but even as I was walking out the door, I believe I have an unconfirmed additional people who have been taken to other area hospitals, possibly on the east side. But we will give you as many correct numbers as we can as the day progresses. It is a very tragic situation for me to tell you that we know we have 10 people that this man killed on Bourbon Street. That is why we do not want anyone on Bourbon Street today. Wherever you see yellow tape, please do not violate this tape. This is in order to protect and stabilize the scene. We have information to a certain degree of the demographics of those who are in the hospital right now. We do not know at this point how many could be tourists versus locals, but from the information I have right now, it seems the majority are locals versus tourists. What I also can tell you is that this man, this perpetrator, he fired on our officers from his vehicle when he crashed his vehicle. 2 of our officers have been shot. They are stable, and we will give you an update on them. I have yet been able to go to the hospital. I will be leaving here for us to go visit our officers. We have called in every officer that we have. We have so much appreciated our partnerships who have also offered us staff. Last night, we had over 300 officers out here. And because of the intentional mindset of this perpetrator who went around our barricades in order to conduct this, he was hell-bent on creating the carnage and the damage that he did. Because of the nature and the indices that we have on the scene, and we have enough information that the FBI will be taking over this investigation. And with that, I am going to be asking, this is the assistant agent in charge. This is Agent Duncan, Special Agent Duncan, and she has taken over this case on behalf of us and the FBI. As always, we will be
all right, you're listening to NOPD Chief Ann Kirkpatrick. That was earlier this morning during a joint press conference with the mayor, the police chief, the FBI, and other law enforcement agencies. I also want to mention here that the NOPD is currently working a bomb threat in the 1300 block of Mandeville Street that I'm being told may be related. A city councilman is telling us this, that a bomb threat in 1300 block of Mandeville in the St. Roch neighborhood may be related to all of this. The NOPD on the scene of that situation right now. All right, let's send it out to Josh Robertson, who is live along Canal Street. Josh?
Hey, and Meg, just to kind of piggyback off of what you were just talking about there, our photographer I was over near our car. Our car is several blocks away from here. I walked down there when I came back. Our photographer did say he heard another boom, possibly an explosion. Well, we've heard several reports of this, and I've heard a couple of myself earlier this morning. But we know we're right here at the scene of this crime that happened this morning, where that person drove just down here, several blocks down Bourbon Street behind me. I'll get out of the way. Right now, there's still coroner vans right here at the mouth of Bourbon Street. I think there's only one here right now. One of them may have driven down Bourbon Street, because I was reporting, earlier this morning there were still victims that had not been retrieved yet, because this is still an active crime scene, and we know there were 10 people killed, I believe, including the suspect. So the truck is likely still down there too, but again, just hearing what sounded like a boom or an explosion of some kind here just maybe less than a half hour ago. And so right now you still can't go anywhere except on this side of Canal Street. On that side, they don't want anybody going anywhere near there. This whole area is still roped off. And we're now at almost 10 o'clock in the morning, so many people who are visiting, staying in nearby hotels, might be just trying to go on about their day. They had plans that the Sugar Bowl supposed to be later today. That's why so many people are in town trying to enjoy their New Year's. But obviously this is putting a huge damper on all of that, this tragedy of this person who seemingly on purpose drove into a crowd of people on Bourbon Street last night. So people are spectating right here along Canal Street, looking towards Bourbon Street. And again, I know you were talking about over there in St. Roch, our photographer also saying that he was getting word that there were people being asked to leave that area or evacuate that area too, there in the St. Roch neighborhood, as you just mentioned there, Meg. But this is still obviously a lot of questions that still need to be answered. If this person acted alone, what are these bombed explosions or possible explosions that we're hearing? And all those questions we hope to get answered at some point soon. But I did also want to mention there's a lot of people who are already kind of leaping in to try to help as they can. We know 35 people were admitted to area hospitals. People who were injured but did not die were taken to hospitals. And so there is actually a blood drive that it's supposed to be happening tomorrow at 10 a.m. A person with the blood center sent me a text message letting them know that the New Orleans EMS is actually sponsoring a blood drive tomorrow. That's going to be at the blood center, which is actually on Canal further down that way. But I'll give you the address. It's 2609 Canal Street. So tomorrow from 10 to 5, they'll have 2 blood mobiles out there. They will be taking blood donations, trying to help those specifically for this tragedy, those victims who, again, are in nearby hospitals from those injuries. After being likely hit or struck by something, most likely that vehicle that plowed through that crowd last night at around 3 a.m. here on Bourbon Street. Also, we know gunshots were fired. 2 officers were wounded. We're not sure the extent of their injuries, but the suspect, again, to reiterate, was killed by police after crashing into that crane that looked to be somewhere on Bourbon Street a few blocks that way. But I'll send it back to you now. Again, spectators, people in Georgia gear, Fighting Irish gear, hoping to just go enjoy a Sugar Bowl, go enjoy a college football game today that has been dampered, that has been manipulated in a very horrific way here now, as people are just trying to enjoy themselves and now have to deal with this here, and the loved ones who are going to be dealing with injuries, or loved ones who have injuries or who have lost a loved one. But I'll send it back to you now, Meg.
All right, thanks so much. I'll take it on this end. Josh Robertson. Congressman Troy Carter joins us now this morning. Good morning to you, sir. Your thoughts this morning?
Obviously, this is a horrific act of violence in the city of New Orleans. We've been in communication with the White House, with Secretary Mayorkas of Homeland Security. The suspect has been taken down. We have individuals that are taken to the hospital, and we have at least 10 to 12 fatalities at this point. We're asking everyone to please stay away from downtown. We have every possible resource from the federal, state, and local authorities dispatched, and the area has been secured, but we are still cautiously watching and carefully protecting the area to make sure that our citizens and visitors are safe. We know that at this time it appears to be a lone agent who acted. This is being declared a terrorist act, and all resources are dispatched. There's been several IEDs that have been identified and detonated by law enforcement. No additional damage or bodily damage to anyone with those detonations. And we continue to monitor all activities, all tips that we may get. And again, I cannot emphasize enough that everyone check on your family members, check on your loved ones, and make sure that there are no individuals going out to sightsee or to try and see what's going on. The fewer people on the street, the better.
You said something really important there because we've heard a lot of speculation today about this person, because of the nature of these possible explosive devices, might not have been acting alone. But your latest information here is that he was a lone wolf, if you will.
That is what it appears to be at this time. New information is coming in real time. We've been being briefed around the clock since the incident took place. So we're not certain of that, but that's what it appears to be. We know that the individual was driving a vehicle that had Texas license plates, but believed to have been a resident in the metropolitan area. That's as much information as I can share at this time. There's an active investigation going on, but I want to assure our visitors and residents alike that every single resource is being used and dispatched from the White House on down, from the FBI, Homeland Security, the Governor's Office of Homeland Security, and NOPD to ensure that the area is safe and that our community will not be held hostage by these types of terrorist acts.
And I understand that, earlier today there was some focus on police weren't answering a lot of questions. The media understandably wants answers immediately, but at the same time, police sometimes can't give us what we want because they don't want to jeopardize, an investigation. Is to the best of your knowledge, is this someone who might have been a radicalized American citizen? Do we know anything about his nationality or anything along those lines?
We don't know any of that at this time. Unfortunately, literally information is being compiled as we speak. The information I've shared with you is in real time and as much as we have at this time that we can share.
Obviously the most important considerations are respect for the victims, the security and the safety and well-being of the community. But there is a big football game tonight, and there is tourism activity that was anticipated, money-making activity. How do you balance the public safety aspect of this with the need not to let the bad guy win by affecting your behavior?
Public safety is number one. Public safety is number one, and we will make sure that everything else comes after that. We have to make sure that we secure the area. We have to make sure that our visitors and our tourists are safe. Listen, New Orleans is the host for major activities year-round: Sugar Bowl, Super Bowl, Final Four, Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, Essence Fest. People come from all over the world. We want them to know that we are here to protect them and to make sure that it is a safe city. And every resource that we have has been dispatched. I've been in communication with the White House since very early this morning. The resources of our federal government is in full force, complementing the efforts of state police, local police, FBI, and Homeland Security. As it relates to these other activities and letting the bad guys win, we will not let the bad guys win. The bad guy has been taken down, and we will send a powerful message to any other actors that are out there. If you violate the laws in our state, in our city, we will find you and bring you to justice.
Some of the potential solutions here, Congressman, or some of the response could be, barricades, poles like the yellow poles that they used to have before the bollards from years ago. I know there will be an investigation into what measures were in place and how they might not have been adequate. Is there a federal role, or should there be someone, or is this more of a local responsibility?
Well, it's a combination. Whenever there is a terrorist threat, it becomes a federal role. But that means that federal, state, and local work together in tandem to provide resources and to investigate and to shore up, if you will, security measures. John, as you know, years ago I served on the city council representing downtown and the French Quarter. I know for a fact that we installed these security bollards that rise up from the ground, and they're secure that no vehicle can penetrate. We are ascertaining now if, in fact, those measures were in place. If they were not in place, that's unacceptable. The reason we have them, particularly during heightened times like Mardi Gras, the Final Four, or other activities, or Sugar Bowl, or New Year's Eve, when we know that we have literally thousands of people in the French Quarter and downtown, those bollards would have stopped the vehicle from gaining enough speed to cause the kind of damage that it apparently has caused. I don't know the particulars at this point. We're waiting for information as to if the bollards were operational, if they were not, why not?
That'll be a focus of much discussion over the course of the next days and weeks, especially with the Super Bowl coming. We appreciate your time this morning. Thank you so much, Congressman Troy Carter.
Thank you.
And let me go to Olivia Vidal and Rob Krieger.
Yeah, good morning, John. We're here in the French Quarter, just outside of the 8th District, at the corner of Royal and Conti now. Really about the closest you can get to where this scene ended last night, after that driver plowed through a crowd of people on Bourbon Street, entering from Canal, crossing Iberville, Bienville, and then ending just a short distance from the end of this block here at Conti, right in front of the Royal Sonesta. That's where New Orleans police say officers shot and killed the driver after he opened fire on them after coming to a stop at a crane that was there. And Olivia, we've been watching this throughout the morning. You've been here watching some of the folks coming in and out. We just saw some FBI agents walk by with what appeared to be an evidence box made for a long rifle. It had an outline of a long rifle on the evidence box and said evidence on it. And two FBI agents walked toward the scene with that box there. We do understand there's still an active investigation at this time. Right now, a lot of folks wondering what is the full picture of what happened.
A lot of folks waking up this morning. Of course, it's a busy day in the French Quarter, and in the downtown area. It's the New Year's Day. You got the Sugar Bowl happening later this evening. A lot of fans walking around in their Notre Dame gear, Georgia gear. A lot of families, small children walking around getting breakfast this morning. It's early in the morning. Police tape now lines several blocks here in the French Quarter. We know several law enforcement agencies are out here as well. I was actually telling you earlier, I spoke with a gentleman who was visiting from Canada, tourist. He's visited New Orleans several times before, and he was telling me that his children were on Bourbon Street last night around 2 o'clock. He texted them to get back to the hotel room. They got back at 2:30, so just so close to when that incident happened. He said it was hit too close to home, knowing that your children go out there. And I gotta say, that's what happens when you have games like this. You have college kids in town, you've got visitors that are traveling, and you've got a lot of tourists who are going to come out and stay out on the streets and have fun and celebrate all night long. And of course, you have New Year's thrown into that. So a lot of families out in the streets. And so hearing from him saying that his kids were out there on Bourbon Street and made it back at 2:30 was just there are no words to describe that feeling, knowing that his kids came back safely, and now knowing that some family members of others, their family members, did not make it home safely. So it is a gut-wrenching feeling, to say the least.
It certainly is, and then especially considering the fact that you have multiple people who are in the hospital right now. It's unclear what their conditions are. That said, here in the French Quarter, life is still moving forward. We just spoke with the general manager of Brennan's here, just about a half a block away from us. He says they delayed the opening, but they're still opening today, trying to provide some sense of escape for the people who may have been caught up in this madness, people who have plans today and want to be here and enjoy what New Orleans is about. Those are the same people that trust New Orleans and the police and the city to keep them safe. You heard Troy Carter talking about while he was on the council, they voted to, or they installed these bollards that actually, he said they rise up from the ground. They actually slide into place so they could slide open and allow those emergency vehicles down Bourbon Street in the case of an emergency. But in a situation like this, that's when they're supposed to be closed. Now, in 2017, they were installed just before the new year after a similar terror attack elsewhere in the world. New Orleans stepped up to respond to say, hey, we have large crowds and we don't want someone driving through them. So they installed these bollards as part of a $40 million security package that they put in place. That said, I know in my recent memory, and I wasn't out here last night, I've asked multiple people, no one can tell me whether or not those bollards were actually in place, which would have stopped that car from traveling at least 2 blocks or so in that direction, where he ended up killing 10 people and injuring 30 others. But I know in my recent memory, I've not seen those bollards moved into place in the last several years. So it'll be a question that the city needs to answer, because those were put in place for this exact type of situation. And now we're looking at it unfolding here as the FBI is now investigating this.
And so soon to carnival season kicking off January 6th, Super Bowl happening February 9th. So a lot of major events coming to the city in a matter of weeks, months even, more people will be in town. So a lot of questions still need to be answered, security measures that still maybe need or should have taken place.
Right, and if you look around us here, Olivia, I mean, it really is, the activity is starting to come back to life. A lot of people just want to know what's going on. You got to imagine a lot of people may be waking up now after a late night out, and people are preparing for this game.
And not only that, Rob, people are traveling in still, catching flights from out of town, heading into Louis Armstrong International, coming in town for the Sugar Bowl game tonight and all the festivities that are still taking place here in the city of New Orleans, wondering, what's going to happen throughout the day and how they should navigate some of that uncertainty.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's an uncertain situation right now. We're waiting to hear more from the NOPD and from the city, as well as the FBI, as far as this investigation is concerned. This now investigated as a terror attack here in the heart of the French Quarter. Of course, we're expecting that press conference at police headquarters coming up around 11 o'clock or so. We'll be there for you. In the meantime, we'll send it back to you in the studio.
All right, thanks guys so much. We want to check in with our Rob Masson now, who is live on Mandeville Street, where there's another developing situation happening there. Rob?
Yeah, Meg, you can hear the sirens coming in behind us right now. We're at the corner of Mandeville and Marais Street, where there's a very active police scene. Units from the NOPD, the New Orleans Fire Department, the ATF, and the FBI gathered here near a house in the 1300 block of Mandeville for about the last hour right now. There's a lot of discussion about what transpired here. There was New Orleans Fire Department out here. We're not sure whether there was any kind of fire or not. No one is really saying anything. NOPD telling us just a short while ago that whatever information is going to come out of this scene will have to come from the FBI, and for right now that's going to be scheduled at that 11 o'clock news conference. So we just saw some ATF officers come into this area. They are possibly investigating explosives found on the scene. We understand the house involved may be an Airbnb in the 1300 block of Mandeville Street, about a mile away from the French Quarter. Again, this scene going on now for about an hour. A lot of residents have been removed from the location. Some of them are getting shelter here at the church here at the corner of Marais and Mandeville Street. But since they are being told that they can't get back into their homes, but a very, very active scene right now. There is an NOPD PIO on this scene, but they're telling us that whatever information about what is actually going on here is going to have to come from the FBI at the next scheduled news conference. If we get anything more, we'll let you know, but stay away from this area for now. A lot of residents being kept away from their homes as police from the New Orleans Police Department, Special Operations SWAT team, the FBI, and the New Orleans Fire Department out here investigating in the 1300 block of Mandeville at this hour. That's the story from Mandeville Street. Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
All right, and perhaps later today we'll have more explanation of what's happening there. I do think, as I mentioned with Congressman Carter a short while ago, it's important for us to acknowledge that we are making the sausage here before you, and you've kind of watched the news gathering process unfold. But I think that it's important for us to acknowledge that, because sometimes information that isn't as rock solid as you want it to be starts to build upon itself, and we want to make sure we don't get ahead of events. That said, there are a couple of bits of information about the truck. We do know that this pickup truck had Texas license plates on it. Congressman Carter a short while ago said that there was some evidence that this person was with the Texas plates, nevertheless had established some sort of residence here in New Orleans. But here's another, or at least locally, but here's another layer to it. Fox News is reporting that they have learned that the truck used in the attack with these Texas license plates had been tracked crossing the southern border at Eagle Pass, Texas, 2 days prior to the attack, so just a couple of days ago. So we'll try to unpack that. Perhaps there will be more information about that. But Carter, who had spoken to Mayorkas, did not have that information. At least he did not share that information with us.
And again, in just 45 minutes here, we're expecting another briefing from not only the mayor and the police chief, but now the FBI, who is the lead investigative agency on this potential terrorist attack. So we're hoping to learn more about who was this suspect, why did he do this, and did he have any help? That is the question we want to ask now. So you're taking a look at video from EarthCam. This is on Bourbon Street just moments after this attack unfolded. That's a group of officers who were standing on that corner there who went running, as you can see, as soon as this all unfolded. Now, of course, as we've been telling you, you've had a pickup truck that plowed into a group of people. The pickup truck slammed into a crane that was placed on Bourbon Street. That is what got this truck to stop. But then the driver of the truck opened fire, ended up hitting 2 NOPD officers, wounding them. They were taken to the hospital. They're both in stable condition. Other officers were able to fire back at the suspect, killing him. So that is sort of how this all transpired. So it's unclear if those people on Bourbon Street, if they heard the truck, if they heard the crash into the crane, if they heard the gunshots. But regardless, that is what unfolded at 3:15 this morning, leaving 10 people dead. We're being told by Helena Moreno, City Council President, that number may increase, and at least 35 people wounded.
And it's interesting that presumably blocks away from where the events were happening.
It started at Canal and Bourbon.
At that point,
yes.
Don't know how far the truck had made it up Bourbon when, passersby were just sort of noticing the police officers running to the danger, not so much noticing what had happened with the truck.
And as we know, Bourbon Street is loud. You've got the music, you've got all the crowds. There were thousands of people, along the riverfront for the New Year's Eve festivities, the fleur-de-lis drop, and then a number of them made their way to Bourbon Street. So yes, those people may have been reacting to the sound of the truck, the crash, the gunshots, but regardless, those officers saw and heard what happened, and they ran toward the danger and saved lives today.
Someone who has been very involved in major events and the planning for them is Ronald Surpass, a Loyola professor and a former NOPD chief who we spoke with earlier this morning.
John, when these things happen, the first thing police officers do is run to the danger. They run to harm's way. Their first job is to protect life. Their second job is to render aid for life. Their third job simultaneously is to protect and identify evidence. It's the evidence that we can collect that helps us reconstruct the event to determine, was this a lone wolf? Was this someone who might have been involved with other people? Was this someone who many we see nowadays leak information to the world, either friends, family, or social media, that they had some ill intent that was brewing? So where we go from today is mourn loss, respect bravery, and rebuild this event to learn how to try to prevent something like this in the future.
And that's part of what, will be involved in the investigation. The first immediate course from the law enforcement sources we've talked to is obviously to deal with life and safety and the integrity of the crime scene and evidence.
The bowl game happening tonight.
And then
the Superdome.
the next step is the bowl game happening tonight and securing not only the safety of people there, but the fact that I'm sure the NFL has some questions about what happened, and we'll have more questions in the days and weeks ahead.
With just 6 weeks to go now before the Super Bowl, when millions of visitors will be in town for the big game. So I'm sure there are lots of questions right now about the safety of New Orleans, the safety of the French Quarter. And, you know, we've heard from different elected officials we've spoken to today. They said they're in meetings like right now trying to figure out an immediate safety plan to keep everyone safe, not in the days and weeks to come, but today, immediately.
All right. Most of the victims who are being treated are at UMC, and as are the 2 police officers who were shot. Let's get an update on that from Sabrina Wilson.
And you know, John, from past experience, we know that hospitals like UMC really staff up for New Year's Eve. And fortunately, you know, with what happened in the French Quarter, that is a good thing. Now, 26 of the victims that we know of from the NOPD are here at this level 1 trauma center, where the staff is very experienced in treating trauma victims. Of course, we know that some people lost their lives during what is now being called a suspected terrorist attack in the French Quarter. All morning long that I've been out here with photographer Jim Pennison, we've seen police vehicles leaving this facility. Now, it is not unusual for police officers to show up at this hospital when one of their own has been impacted either by a shooting or an accident, etc. And of course, we know from the NOPD that 2 New Orleans police.
Dave, Scott Vignair, it's very confusing. What about Louisiana injury lawyers instead?
Well, Mom, there are a lot of injury lawyers in Louisiana.
Brian, I got it. How about New Orleans' best injury lawyers?
Well, Bud, I think we're the best, but some people might disagree.
Oh, I have it. How about Press 5-Star Firm?
I don't know, V. Maybe we'll just stick with Scott Vignair.
Scott Vignair, injury attorneys, we fight for the win.
Vignair, I know you.
Did I get a ticket?
No one's above the law, Scott.
It's David. She's right no matter what your name is.
And your mama's right too. It is confusing.
Scott Vignair, injury attorneys, we fight for the win.
Vignair, I know you.
Did I get a ticket?
No. Looks like David Vignair. Related?
Kind of.
Scott Vignair, injury attorneys, we fight for the win.
You think that?
Excuse me, aren't you that lawyer, Scott Vignair's mom?
Something like that.
Scott Vignair, injury attorneys, we fight for the win.
Yeah, hey Meg, and there hasn't been a ton of changes here from what we're looking at the crime scene behind me, which is still blocked off. But I said as we get later and later into the morning here, there's going to be more and more spectators, people walking by wondering what's happening. And there's still so many people in town right now. Obviously for the Sugar Bowl, people have asked me, is the game canceled? I told them at this point it is not. But there is going to be, you know, sort of that worry there about what we saw here today and really dampering so many spirits, people who were just trying to come into town to enjoy their New Year's, enjoy this college football game later today, and now all of this going on behind us. But I step back out so you can see, and you know, the herd is thinning, so to speak. Here there's less and less law enforcement right out here. Most of it seems to be Louisiana State Police, but their NOPD's obviously out here. And if you go down, we're at the mouth of Bourbon Street, and if you go down, that's where really the crime scene was, with this person who drove this white pickup truck into a crowd of people at around 3 a.m. last night, killing several people and injuring 35 and driving in with the intention of injuring people or killing people. That truck crashed not far into Bourbon Street, a few blocks down. In the corner, there's still one corner van out here, but I told you earlier, one of the corner vans went down into Bourbon Street, possibly to retrieve some of the victims, because hours and hours after the fact, the victims were still on the scene with tarps over them, over their bodies. And so this is something that is just going to be unfolding here for a long time. And you know, people now are just trying to basically figure out where they can go, where they can't go. You know, we've talked to a lot of them out here at the scene, just chit-chatting, asking, trying to give them the best information. Most of the people we've talked to are asking us for information. And, you know, he mentioned some of those images from last night. I haven't talked to anybody out here this morning recently who was there when it happened, but I talked to a few people who said, you know, I was out at 2 a.m. and then I went to our hotel room, or we decided to go home or something, and they were just so thankful that they weren't out here at that time when it happened, but then thinking of those people who were out here. And you know, we've seen some of those horrific images on social media this morning, stuff that we would never show you on our air because it was so horrific. And those images are, you know, I'll tell you, burned into my brain just seeing them this morning, and just the horrific nature of this crime that this person chose to commit. And you know, we heard some of those booms earlier this morning. We've been trying to get clear information about exactly what that was, but we know from listening to law enforcement that they were investigating possible explosive devices. We've heard a few of those. We were told there's a chance that some of them were being detonated by law enforcement possibly, and then obviously what's happening now over in St. Rock area is just adding on to that. This is obviously, we don't know how they're related or if they're related at all, but that's another situation that's happening now over in the Bywater, which I know we have crews over there in that area. But I'll send it back to you now. There's, again, a lot of people walking kind of through this area, which you're free to do, but they don't want anybody on that side, on the Bourbon Street side of Canal, or the French Quarter side, I should say, at this time. Still very much blocked off. This is still actively being investigated, and the FBI is leading that along with all the law enforcement. And I know we heard earlier that with the game, when it comes to the Sugar Bowl game, college football game between Georgia and Notre Dame, that they're going to bring outside law enforcement, I think from JPSO, the Sheriff's Department there in Jefferson Parish, I think coming to assist also. So we also hope to learn more from law enforcement, Chief Kirkpatrick, the FBI here in just a little bit. I know around 11 we were supposed to hear more from them, but I'll send it back to you guys now. You know, not much has changed since we last spoke, but this is going to be like this, I know, for quite some time.
And Josh, kind of the same level of police presence there, even extending in both directions down Canal?
No, I would say, John, it's thinned out just a little bit. And in fact, Jason, if you want to move, kind of just pan over really quickly. There's some people standing here, but you can kind of go around them. You know, earlier this morning, the street of Canal, all of it down was just packed. I mean, well over 100 police units of all kinds from different agencies, just all here. A lot of them have thinned out, and now you see a lot of state police, New Orleans EMS are out here, the coroner's vans and NOPD, but a lot of that where it was just, bottleneck, just vehicle after vehicle flashing lights this morning. A lot of that has started to thin out, but Canal is still blocked off. They're still not letting any pedestrian traffic, any pedestrians walk, or any traffic going up and down here that isn't law enforcement.
And Josh, are you finding, you know, as the morning goes on, more and more people are coming out, they're trying to get a look at what happened, get a sense of what happened on that street?
Yeah, and I've done a lot of these breaking news, and I can't say I've ever been to anything quite like this. But the breaking news part of it is, as our jobs as reporters, is that I report on here to our viewers watching Fox 8. But people are coming up to me and asking me what happened, and it's my duty to kind of give them the best information. So it's a lot of reporting face to face. So it's been a lot of that this morning. And people are in good spirits. People are kind of being really kind out here today, I'd say, because I think there's this feeling of we got to do better, and people are very, very sad about what's going on. So they're trying to find some kind of way to lean on each other this morning. So I found that to be the case this morning here.
All right, thanks so much, Josh Robertson. In terms of the victims, Josh and Sabrina both talked a little bit about the victims. The latest information that we had from the chief from earlier this morning was that when it came to the people who were hospitalized, most of them were locals as opposed to tourists. She could not give information about, unfortunately, those who had perished and whether they were local or not. So we may get more information later there. Also, in terms of the pickup truck, do want to mention again, Fox News has confirmed, it says that the truck used in the attack with the Texas license plate had been tracked crossing the border at Eagle Pass, Texas from Mexico 2 days ago. I think it's important to point out, though, that there's no confirmation that the attacker was actually driving that pickup truck. They simply don't have that, nor do they have anything on the person's immigration status.
And we're trying to piece together how this is connected to the situation on Mandeville Street, where you saw Rob Masson a few minutes ago, where the NOPD bomb squad is on the scene trying to figure out what is going on. Residents on Mandeville Street have been evacuated from that street. So how is this all connected? That is what we're trying to figure out at this hour. Also at this hour, as you can imagine, we're continuing to get more reaction from elected leaders from different agencies. I believe we have a statement here from U.S. Attorney General Merrick Garland saying the country woke up this morning to news of a terrible tragedy in New Orleans. At least 10 people killed, many, many more injured. He's saying, my heart is broken for those who began this year by learning that people they love were killed in the horrific attack, and my prayers are with the dozens who were injured, including the NOPD officers who risked their lives to save others.
And we've heard time and again from city officials, especially from some council members, their firm belief that as horrific as this is, those police officers who we saw running to the danger may very well have saved many, many other lives with their actions.
Absolutely. And I want to read another statement we actually just got in. This is from Senator John Kennedy. The attack on Bourbon Street this morning was evil. I'm praying for every victim of this violence, and I'm grateful to all the first responders who rushed toward danger to help the innocent people today. Every resource that law enforcement needs to get answers about this barbaric act. So he again expressing his gratitude for the law enforcement who was on the scene, some 300 officers there on Bourbon Street early this morning. As you know, John and I, we've been kind of commenting on how New Year's festivities were sort of winding down. You know, you've got the fleur-de-lis drop along Jackson Square and along the riverfront at midnight. By 3 a.m., you think things are kind of quieting down a little bit. More people are going back to their hotels or to their homes and apartments, but there was still a pretty large crowd out there at that hour.
But you think of how many more people would have been there a couple hours ago and how much worse this could have been. But as Congressman Troy Carter said, sometimes people doing this are not rationalizing in the way that normal people rationalize. We do not, we want to emphasize, know much yet. We may get more information later today about the attacker, this driver turned gunman who turned his gun on a couple of police officers, the police department then taking him out. One other point here is the FBI has taken the lead role in the investigation. Mayor Cantrell, about almost 4 hours ago, now about 3.5 hours ago, described this as an act of terror, and that was later confirmed by federal law enforcement authorities that they were in fact investigating this along with other agencies, including local agencies, as a very possibly an act of terror.
And a new statement now from Senator Bill Cassidy, who writes, so tragic. Give thanks for the police officers responding. Remember the wounded and dead and their families. And just, I think the overwhelming sense of sorrow from so many people who just waking up to hear this news on a day which is supposed to be a happy one, a day of new beginnings. You're celebrating with your family the new year, to wake up to, you know, what is potentially a terrorist attack in the city of New Orleans on Bourbon Street. It's just unfathomable to a lot of people. But unfortunately, it's the reality that a lot of cities across the United States and across the world have had to deal with.
And, you know, the layers of it are the immediate response, and then the fact that the FBI, Ronald Surpass, the former police chief, now a Loyola professor, said with the FBI's involvement, that would point toward, a possible act of terror. We did hear from Congressman Troy Carter about half an hour ago saying that his information was that this was a lone wolf, that there had been concern about, and we'll see, again, that's, but he's talked to Mayorkas, the Homeland Security Director, so we'll see if there's more expanded on that at the news conference. That would at least be one bit of good news. Yeah. And then the question would be, have they isolated all these potential explosive devices?
Because at one point we heard from Councilman Joe Giarrusso that they were actually sweeping the French Quarter, they were sweeping downtown, the CBD for any more potential IEDs, these explosive devices which they believe which were found in the truck, the pickup truck that crashed through all the people. So after that discovery, they decided to sweep areas of downtown and the French Quarter to make sure there weren't any more devices. And our Josh Robertson said he had heard, some loud booms, which we believe were potentially some of those being detonated by authorities to make sure they were safe for the people around that area. But a lot of unanswered questions at this hour still, as we're waiting to learn more at this press conference, which we're hoping will take place in about 30 minutes. Perhaps we could pull up Live View 8 and take a live picture of Bourbon Street here, courtesy of EarthCam, just to show you the police presence on Bourbon Street at this hour. We've been talking about how Bourbon is shut down from Canal to St. Anne. Police are asking people stay away from Bourbon if you can. So you've got the 2 NOPD units there physically blocking Bourbon Street, 1 officer. But as we've said before, this does not tell the true tale of Bourbon Street, because there are many, many more officers scattered throughout Bourbon Street and the cross streets to keep people away, to keep them from getting in there, because they need this area to continue this investigation. This is all evidence at this point, a murder investigation.
Still a pretty large police presence. Let's go to Rob Masson.
At the corner of Mandeville and Marais, where there is a heavy police presence at this hour. We've got dozens of NOPD units here, NOFD, Special Operations, SWAT, and the FBI. They have told 2 people within a 2-block area to clear out. Folks do not know how long they're going to need to be away from their homes. This has been going on for about an hour. We have not gotten confirmation that it's connected to the Bourbon Street incident. NOPD telling us that all information will have to come from the FBI, who is out here on the scene, but a very, very active scene with SWAT officers. And this 2-block area around Mandeville and Marais is now being cleared of many residents who have been told to stay away until they can fully assess what's going on. We understand the residents in question may be an Airbnb, possibly with some out-of-state visitors, but that has not been confirmed at this point. But residents are being stayed away. A very, very active scene here with SWAT officers and the FBI, and more information will be coming. No confirmation as yet that is connected to the Bourbon Street incident. We understand this has been going on for about an hour now. From Mandeville Street, Rob Masson, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
All right, Rob, thank you. As we've been saying, this investigation continues into who this person was, who this suspect was, who committed this act, and if they acted alone or with any assistance. That's something the FBI, who is now the lead agency on this, is investigating. And we're continuing to get more statements in, more reaction from different elected leaders. Former President Trump put something out, and I'm not sure if he put this on Truth Social or on X, just calling this an act of pure evil in his statement today, saying the Trump administration will fully support the city of New Orleans as they investigate and recover from this act of pure evil. So a lot of reaction today coming in.
Yeah, and there will be a lot of focus now. I think it'll be, we anticipate getting more in about 25 minutes from now from police who indicated earlier that they would be able to share more information later on. I think their news conference was around 6:45, something like that.
Kind of a blur this morning, John.
This morning.
To be honest, I can't remember what time they came out.
I think they have a lot more information.
Yeah.
They may not have just a fraction of what they want to have or will eventually gather. But we do anticipate, perhaps a bit more. It's interesting, Troy Carter said that he was acting as a lone wolf. That went against what some other people had speculated on, which kind of gets us to the point of we have to be careful about, making big leaps and taking drawing conclusions about something when so much information is being developed. This is a person who he may have been on their radar, he may not have been on anyone's radar. And that means they're learning just enormous amounts about him, his travels, his contacts. The fact that Fox News saying the truck itself that was used in the attack came across the border 2 days ago. Was the attacker driving the truck? What was his nationality? What's his immigration status? Those things we don't know yet.
Let's go a little bit more into the victims. I want to kind of just reiterate again where the victims were treated and how many we have. So we've got 26 people treated at University Medical Center. That's where our Sabrina Wilson has been today. We know the 2 officers are also there. They are said to be in stable condition, and New Orleans City Councilman Oliver Thomas said he actually visited with the officers, with their families. He said they're in good spirits. 4 people were taken to Toro Hospital. 4 went to Ochsner Baptist Uptown, and 1 person went to Tulane Hospital. The police chief saying that most of those victims are local. She did not know, though, the fatalities, the 10 people who died, if they are local or if they were perhaps tourists, where they came from. Obviously, we know thousands of people are here, not just for New Year's, but also for the Sugar Bowl tonight. Those Notre Dame Fighting Irish fans and also Georgia Bulldogs fans all gathered in town for tonight's big game. We've been talking a lot about security preps and how the game is going to go on tonight, but potentially with the help of outside law enforcement agencies, which is what we're hearing of, the NOPD will be able to securely have the French Quarter be okay and have people throughout the French Quarter, and also the Superdome, where thousands of people are going to be waiting and watching this game tonight.
Also, you mentioned President-elect Trump. President Biden had put out a statement saying that the FBI is taking the lead in the investigation, investigating this incident as an act of terrorism. The president saying he was grateful for the brave and swift response of local law enforcement in preventing even greater injury and death, and I suspect that they will expand upon that too here in a few minutes. The president indicated that he will have more to say as more information comes to light. He said there is no justification for violence of any kind, and we will not tolerate any attack on any of our nation's communities. It has happened in so many places around the country and the world, and this morning, the start of a new year, it happened in New Orleans.
And obviously security now top of mind. Councilman Joe Giarrusso spoke to us about that just a short time ago.
This is always what the security personnel talk about, is that you have soft targets. How do you eliminate those? What are the things that you can do? And you're right. Everything needs to be evaluated very quickly. I think all I'm saying is trying to ferret out the immediate concern is the first priority, making sure people are as safe as possible, and then bearing down. And look, I also know that for the Super Bowl, for Mardi Gras, there's always these security plans. Like everything else, there's always better ways to build mousetraps. And I'm positive those will be evaluated and reevaluated about how to make them even tighter than they are probably at this moment.
All right, Councilman Joe Giarrusso with his reaction. And we also, this all happened in the context of a pretty big day, and the Sugar Bowl, part of the national playoff system, the new college playoff system. A lot of fans from Notre Dame and Georgia were in town. Chris Joseph spoke with some of them.
On Royal Street, it's noticeably a little quieter than many holiday seasons past. We got an opportunity to speak with one individual who says he and his wife were going to go to the game this evening, but after last night, they're not going to chance it.
We just thought it was just normal Bourbon Street stuff going on. A lady was running down the hallway, beating on the doors, going, bomb threat, get out, get out, get out. We started coming in 1976 when we were in college, and every time Georgia plays, we come, but we're going home.
He says they may be willing to come back. Reporting in New Orleans, Chris Joseph, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, in the meantime, in the longer term, there's the immediate response, and then the longer term, the council has a lot of questions about these bollards that were put in there. Troy Carter mentioned back in the day, or actually Chief Surpass mentioned back in the day, they used to have much more low tech than that, just barricades. I think that there will be a lot of focus, as Troy Carter said, on trying to figure out why these things didn't work. As he put it, that's unacceptable. And what can be done. I'm sure the NFL will have a lot of questions about the systems that might be put in place, or maybe they'll come up with something else.
So they first kind of showed up on the scene, if you will, here in New Orleans in about 2017. They're these big concrete structures. Now we know that the first block of Bourbon and Canal does not have the bollards. That is where the truck, we believe, entered Bourbon Street. There were police barricades, but the chief said the suspect drove around the barricades. Now, we asked Councilman Freddie King, who represents that district, if the bollards were up in the 200 block of Bourbon. He did not know, but we have heard from quite a few people that the bollards have not always worked, that they weren't always in place. So certainly a lot of questions surrounding that.
That was kind of like a lot of email response from viewers this morning as we talked about that for the first time. Let's go to Josh Robertson on Canal Street.
Just maybe step this way just a little bit.
Yeah. Hey, John. Hey, Meg. Let me get out the way here. I was just listening to you a second ago talking about the barricades, the bollards that may have been in place, and you said something that because a lot of people have been coming up to me asking me about that, like how did this guy get on the street with this vehicle? We know that Kirkpatrick, the chief, said earlier that he somehow got around something, but that is true though. I did want to, because I do believe that this first block right here off of Canal, there typically isn't a barricade that completely blocks vehicle traffic from going down the first block, if I'm not mistaken. And then once you get to about the second block or so, that's where you might encounter either barricades, either wooden barricades, or not the wooden barricades, but the metal barricades there in the area where that stop you from going any further. I'm not really sure at this point, but I know that has been a big question here this morning. Many people asking us, like, how did he get down there?
All the facts in front of me.
Has the suspect been identified? Has the suspect been identified?
Again, I'm not going to comment till I speak to the group later. I've spoken to every member of the agency, from the CIA to our national security team, to our FBI.
All right, our apologies for the audio problem. That's President Biden, we believe live. We're not sure, at least a short while ago, but I think it was live as he was about to board Air Force One. And as you heard, not wanting to go into detail. So my apologies to Josh Robertson. We broke away from him, but we wanted to hear what the president said, and unfortunately we've lost the feed.
Yeah, and we couldn't hear the first half of what the president said, but clearly they were trying to ask him if the suspect has been identified. Also a question we're trying to get answered at this hour, and he was saying that he's been in contact with local authorities, which we knew that was the first thing Mayor Cantrell said early this morning, I think around 6:30 when she had her press conference, and said, I've been in touch with the White House, I've been in touch with, the different agencies about what exactly transpired here, and we believe this was a terrorist attack. So that investigation obviously continues at this hour.
All right, let's go back now to Josh Robertson. Josh, sorry to interrupt, but we'll put you in place after Biden and Trump.
No, that's okay. The president certainly has precedent here on something like this, and this is becoming not a local story anymore. This is a national, even international story right now. A lot of people have been contacting me from out of state, out of the city, wondering what's going on. And you mentioned again, I wanted to get back to one of the bigger questions that we've been asked this morning, and that we haven't been able to fully clarify, and hope that we can around 11 when we hear again from law enforcement and from the FBI. But how exactly this person was able to get around barricades, if there were any, here into the second, third, fourth block of Bourbon Street, where he eventually crashed after hitting and killing almost 10 people and injuring 35 others who were taken to the hospital. And so that's been one of the questions right now. And some people have said, right here at this first block, last night some people said they were here, they didn't see any barricades on the first block. But I did say, I don't know that there always are barricades on that first block. Sometimes it's not until you get a block in that you start to see them. So it's unclear. I just don't know, and that's something that we hope to get more clarification on when we speak to law enforcement, to those leaders a little bit later here. But the coroner's vans are still out here. NOPD still out here. Louisiana State Police are still out here, and a lot of people are kind of standing, watching, seeing what's going on. And if they weren't here last night, then it is just them waking up and maybe going about their day, if they're here visiting, trying to enjoy their New Year's Day and possibly the Sugar Bowl later. But this is certainly putting a huge negative twist on what was supposed to be a fun celebration for these fans, who, if they're here for the football game or they're just here to enjoy themselves with their families. But people who I talked to early this morning, talking about being with their friends, checking on them this morning, seeing if they're okay. People who are in these hotels as you get into Bourbon Street, currently still being asked to stay put. If like rural Sonesta, I know one person told me they had loved ones there. They were being told to not leave if they don't have to. And all this is still technically a crime scene. All of this that's roped off. And so a lot of questions still need to be answered in terms of the suspect himself, who was eventually killed by police after opening fire on them after crashing and plowing through a crowd of people. So, and then the booms that we've been talking about, possible bomb threats in the St. Roch neighborhood, which we don't know what connection, if any, there is there, but we've had crews have to go there too. We've heard some booms here this morning, and actually looks like coroner vans are leaving the scene right now. Jason just pointed it out to me. Didn't see anything go in or out of the coroner vans just now. I didn't see that, but they are leaving the scene. They've been parked out here in front of Bourbon Street for several hours now, but it appears they are driving off, but we're not sure exactly where. But again, people still being asked to avoid this side. Police have been pretty vigilant about seeing if anyone's trying to walk down the neutral ground, urging them, pushing them back over here on this side of the crime tape, the yellow tape, because they don't want anybody on that side, especially down Bourbon Street. But this whole area is still blocked off. And yeah, law enforcement still have a very heavy presence, although I do see officers taking down some yellow tape right now, but it's unclear if they're opening anything up right now. But I'll send it back to you.
All right, we'll look for the update on that. Thanks so much, Josh Robertson. In terms of the bollards, the barriers, there's been a lot of focus on that, and the fact that they weren't up to the standard. There was a bollard replacement program that was underway, and whether it was good planning or dumb luck, it does appear as though this driver of this pickup truck picked a moment in time when they were more vulnerable than normal. Let me go to Meg Gatto.
Zoom by Senator Bill Cassidy. Senator, thank you so much for joining us this morning. First of all, your reaction to today's tragic news.
Incredibly tragic. And of course, your hearts go out to the people, the families of those who are dead, the families of those who are wounded and the wounded themselves. And you kind of feel with pride when you see the videos of the police officers running to the sound of the gunshots. And as a physician, I know the entire healthcare teams that are mobilizing to take care of the wounded. On the other hand, a terrible act, and one in which the United States needs to investigate. And if there is more than this one person, go after them with everything we have.
Do you have any inside information at this point about who may have committed this act? Did this person act alone? I mean, we've kind of heard different things this morning, that this potentially was a lone wolf. Someone else said this person may have had help from outside forces. Any sort of information on that?
No, and anything I said would be speculation. In fact, I think anything anybody says right now is speculation. You can imagine both a lone wolf, somebody with a partner, or somebody with part of a larger organization. That's what we need to find out. And whatever the circumstances, if there's more than one person, go after them. Just go hunt them down. Bring them to justice.
You spoke about the bravery of the NOPD officers. I mean, there were 300 officers stationed in and around Bourbon Street last night. Can you talk about how, if these officers had not been in the position that they were and had not opened fire on this man, there could have potentially been a bigger loss of life?
There really could be. And whenever somebody finds one more bad thing about the police, just remember this: they are running to the sound of the gunfire, not running away. They are preventing more deaths. They are stopping something which is awful from being even more awful. And so when you see that video of the police officers running there, my gosh, what heroes.
You know, when you think about the loss of life, 10 people who won't be going home to their families on this holiday weekend, I mean, it's just unthinkable. And I know it's sort of cliche, you think it's never going to happen here. It's not going to happen in my hometown, but it has now happened here. How does this change our security strategy going forward?
I think it doesn't matter what city you're in, you have to recognize this can happen. And the more prominent the city, the more likely. This could have happened in New York. What this person was looking for was a place where there was going to be a big event with lots of people that would get lots of attention. The point of terrorism is not just to kill people for the sake of killing. It is to strike terror into the heart of others. So whether you're in New Orleans or Phoenix or LA or New York or Miami, you should be aware that this is out there now and there could be a copycat. If it's a lone wolf, it could be a copycat of a lone wolf. If it's organized, it's organized. And so we as a nation need to go after them and hunt them down. We need to find them and we need to prosecute them. And if they put up a resistance, do whatever it takes to take them out.
Obviously, we have the Sugar Bowl tonight. You know, thousands of fans will be gathered inside the Superdome. Do you have concerns about that? I mean, we're hearing that potential outside law enforcement agents could be coming in to help the NOPD kind of control this situation, and we'll have state troopers here as well. But are you worried about all these thousands of people who will be in the Dome tonight?
Well, first, to speak of the Dome. Before any major event at the Dome, they sweep it and then they shut it down. So before this occurred, the Dome had been swept. The Dome was shut down. That's just standard operating procedure before a Saints game, before a concert, you name it. And then we know standard operating procedure, when you go in, you go through a magnetometer, and women have their purses, going through to make sure you don't have anything there. And so that's standard operating procedure. And I can promise you, there's always a police presence. There'll be even more of one now. I am not worried about security at the game. And by the way, what I am worried about is a copycat, and that's not just in New Orleans, that's in any city across the nation. So we have to be worried about that as a nation.
And then, of course, we've got the Super Bowl coming up now in about 6 weeks. I mean, that is a major concern for the millions of people who will be filing into this city.
So again, whatever city the Super Bowl is in, they would have this concern. I just say that because people look for terrorists are trying to strike terror into the hearts of Americans. They are looking for a big event with lots of publicity. So that's why last night qualified. And so whether the Super Bowl was going to be in Phoenix or Miami, you would have the same concern there. But let's just talk about security. For a presidential visit, a national political convention, a Super Bowl, you have a stratospheric security level. For Super Bowls, Taylor Swift concerts, just a little bit less. Okay, so it's already going to be a step up from what it is now, but it's going to be a step up even more. And I am sure the Superdome is going to be safe tonight and on the Superdome night. Now, the city itself, and it's a free society, we allow people to drive around. On the Super Bowl, it's going to be a little less free. I'm pretty sure about that too. I haven't been told that. I can just imagine that, but I have a pretty good imagination. And so I think it's going to be a little less free, and we'll put up with it until we figure out who these people are, and until we hunt them down, until we bring them to justice.
And I'm not sure if you're in Louisiana today or if you're up in Washington, but I would assume you've been in constant communication with local partners here, local legislators, just to kind of talk to them and say, you've got my support, whatever you need.
Yes, I've heard from, I'm in Louisiana, very thankful for that. But texted back and forth with Mayor Cantrell, getting a briefing with the federal, have organized a briefing for the federal delegation from later this afternoon. I've heard from Secretary of Homeland Security. So we are spoken to state police. I am in constant contact. Whatever I can do, I will do. I can promise you, though, the federal government's going to be in here both feet.
All right, Senator Bill Cassidy, thank you so much for your time this morning. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Meg.
All right, let's get out to my colleague Maddie Kurth now, who is live on Canal Street.
Hey, Meg. So still a very active scene here on Canal and Bourbon. This is the Carondelet side because the entirety of Canal Street in both directions is still shut down since this all unfolded at about 3 o'clock or just after 3:15 this morning. And it's definitely gotten a lot busier here in the French Quarter. All kinds of people are walking all along Canal Street now, checking things out, coming to get a look for themselves. We've seen people with cameras with their iPhones, everybody coming to get a look. Now, we heard Senator Cassidy there talking about the Sugar Bowl. That is coming in just a couple of hours now. 7:45 kickoff still scheduled for Notre Dame in Georgia. The stadium was temporarily placed on lockdown, but officials confirmed that game is still set to go on. The Sugar Bowl committee tells us that they're devastated by the tragic events from early this morning. They say their thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families, and they're in ongoing discussions with authorities in local, state, and federal levels here to make sure that tonight's game is safe. You heard Senator Cassidy say they will be sweeping the dome, standard procedure, and of course we have additional eyes on the dome after the federal government and the FBI have now classified this as a terrorist attack. So we've had some questions this morning about protections for pedestrians there on Bourbon Street. We've got some city documents that show that New Orleans is in the midst of these major renovation projects ahead of the Super Bowl and also just happening around the city. One of those projects was to remove and replace those barriers, those bollards that are designed to prevent vehicle attacks, like on streets like Bourbon Street, on those heavily walked streets. We're told that project began in November and involved replacing those bollards with some new ones, with some stainless steel ones. And now Wednesday's attack, this morning's attack, is the latest example of a vehicle being used as a weapon. It wasn't long ago that we saw a similar story happening in Germany, with that Saudi doctor piling his car into a group of people at that Christmas market. It's a tragic time and a really unfortunate time to happen, especially when people were celebrating the new year here. It happened just hours after that countdown when we watched the fleur-de-lis drop from the top of Jack's Brewery, and of course very somber now. All of the first responders here have had long faces this entire morning. They are tired and they're upset. They've had to see things that no one should need to see. And some of those visuals are still there on Bourbon Street as they're working to recover the bodies that are lingering from this tragedy. That's the latest update here, live from Canal Street. I'm Maddie Kurth for Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks so much, Maddie. In the meantime, we've been promising you this news conference, this update. That apparently has been moved back a couple hours to 1 o'clock. Olivia Vidal and Rob Krieger are live now at NOPD headquarters.
John and Meg, that's right. The press conference that was supposed to take place at 11 o'clock this morning has now been rescheduled to 1 o'clock. Earlier this morning, we saw Mayor LaToya Cantrell arriving. We saw District Attorney of Orleans Parish, Jason Williams, arriving. We also saw Orleans Parish Sheriff Susan Hudson arriving here to police headquarters right here on Poydras Street, right across from the Superdome, where we know the Sugar Bowl will be played there later this evening.
Yeah, you know, and what we were told as far as this 11 o'clock press conference, that it's been pushed back to 1 because of the FBI taking over the investigation, and we're even told that 1 is not necessarily a firm time of when we'll get any new information about this terrorist attack. Now, we've got some video here as Mayor Cantrell walked into police headquarters this morning, flanked by officers carrying long rifles as they walked into the DXC Technology building here where NOPD headquarters are. We've seen multiple folks walk in. Jason Williams, the DA, just walked in moments ago. Like you said, Sheriff Susan Hudson. So you can imagine there's got to be some sort of a roundtable about what's going on here, how this process continues. Here are the questions that we have for the mayor and for the investigators in this moment. Is whether or not there is any threat to the public at this moment. We've heard this talk of from council members about the potential for other devices or something suspected on Mandeville Street. And so the question that a lot of people have on the top of their mind, the question that people are asking us here on the street is, are they safe walking around right now? Could there be other devices potentially? And ultimately, what about the Sugar Bowl tonight? Right. You know, that's going to kick off just across the street from us here at the Superdome after 7 o'clock here. So wondering whether or not, you know, it's going to be safe for those thousands and thousands of fans to go there. And we just haven't had any firm word yet from the authorities in this situation.
And we know there's a heightened sense of security right now. We know that we can see this, we can hear the sirens, we can see the police and law enforcement presence across the downtown area, and even around the dome. You can see security around the dome. No doubt a roundtable discussion is taking place right now on those next steps and those key questions that they know that we are going to be asking them, and how are they going to answer those questions. So we know that that's what they're preparing for right now ahead of the Sugar Bowl game tonight at 7:45, ahead of Carnival in a few weeks, and the Super Bowl on February 9th. So we know those questions will be asked as soon as we're able to do so.
And, Olivia, you know, the tenor of the situation out here, we were right outside the Dome. There are plenty of police vehicles, a lot of what appear to be unmarked police vehicles in this area, State Police, Department of Public Safety, and the New Orleans Police Department, all out here right now. And we've seen, like you said, throughout the area. As far as people, I mean, it seems like a lot of folks are heeding those warnings of, hey, stay away from the area right now, because it doesn't, I mean, I know it's that holiday morning, New Year's morning, but this is also something that, you know, you expect people to begin that sort of excitement and celebration heading into the Sugar Bowl and getting excited for their teams and the tailgates and whatnot.
It's a sobering thing. It's
right.
on New Year's Day. It's a sobering thing. You have fans in town for the game who have traveled all over from other countries or just down the street here to celebrate New Year's and to go see the Sugar Bowl game tonight. It's, again, a sobering effect to have this happen. This is stuff that we've only seen happen internationally in other countries and here in the United States, but here in New Orleans, having this happen here just really, it just kind of takes your breath away. It's sobering.
Yeah, absolutely, and especially considering the fact of the lives lost. 10 people killed on Bourbon Street, at least 35 transported to hospitals. The severity of those injuries still unclear, so we are waiting with bated breath right now to get some of those answers from the authorities. But again, we don't expect them to offer any answers for us until at least 1 o'clock now. And then again, as they said, that isn't necessarily a firm time.
It's very fluid. Everything's just kind of happening as they get the information in from law enforcement and other agencies that are working this investigation. So again, things are just kind of moving in place. And so we're just waiting to find out when that is actually going to happen. 1 o'clock, though, is when they say that news conference will take place. We'll be out here waiting for that.
And again, we do know that the mayor, as well as Jason Williams, the sheriff, multiple stakeholders from the city, state police, saw some staff from the Attorney General's office just walk out of the building. So this has become the headquarters for this investigation right now, as they're trying to suss out all of these details. It's so many victims, so many, such a wide swath of area that's covered in this attack. It's clearly going to need a lot of investigation.
And I know we were reporting earlier this week, Rob, that hotel occupancy rates in the city leading up to today, almost 90% full or at capacity. So we know a lot of people are in town for the holiday and for the Sugar Bowl. Headquarters right across the street from the Superdome. So when all those festivities and fans start coming out later today to tailgate and get ready for the game, wondering, what does that look like later? What does it mean for me? Am I safe coming out here? And we're hopeful that things will be okay and the game will still go on as planned, is what we've heard from officials with Sugar Bowl and law enforcement in town. But
and those things that we've been talking about too. I mean, it takes a lot of law enforcement officers simply just to navigate the traffic in this area, the parking. I mean, think about all of those officers that you see on a game day out here for a Pelicans game or a Saints game. I mean, this is a big event here, so it takes a lot of manpower, and you have to imagine a lot of manpower right now is already circling around the French Quarter and Canal Street in that area. And then on top of that, just the hours that they're working, they're getting stretched thin at this point, because you have to imagine all of those officers who were working this morning, all the ones who weren't were called in. Everyone's working right now, so it's a tough situation for them.
And not even law enforcement. No, the hospital staffing had to bring in more people to deal with this mass casualty event as well. So we know that all the first responders are being called in to work and respond to this horrific nightmare of an event that's happening in the city of New Orleans.
Well, we'll continue to monitor the situation. We will bring that press conference to you live right here on Fox 8, and you can catch it on the Fox 8 app and on fox8live.com if you're away from your TV. When that happens, just be prepared. Make sure you have those notifications on, because we'll take it to you. That will be the latest bit of information there as we continue to follow that. But we'll send it back to you in the studio now. John, Meg.
All right, thanks so much, Rob Krieger, Olivia Vidal. To the point about making sure that we take a deep breath here, verify information. Fox News has changed the timing now of this story that they have, quoting sources as saying this truck had moved across the border. They had said 2 days ago. The body of that story has not changed, but on their website, the headline has changed to it was in November that that truck moved across the border. Also, the New York Times reports the pickup is actually registered to a 42-year-old man from Houston. This is the Times quoting law enforcement officials familiar with the evidence who spoke on condition of anonymity. The FBI is investigating to determine whether the owner of the vehicle was the one involved in the attack. So they know the truck, they know the owner, they don't know necessarily that the owner was the driver.
Exactly. All right, well, as we've been talking about, obviously there are thousands of football fans in town, tourists alike for the New Year's holiday. Earlier today, Olivia Vidal was able to speak to a visitor in town about their thoughts about everything that transpired.
Shocked. You know, I never even thought about it last night. There's so many people, but I have to say I got to start thinking about these things more often, being in crowds.
And you're telling me that you have family here visiting as well, and they were out last night. Kind of tell me, walk me through that.
Well, I had three boys, aged 26, 19, and 16, and I couldn't sleep. My partner and I went to bed earlier, and then at 2 o'clock I sent them a note and I said, Happy New Year, and I said, you know, get your butts home, because nothing good happens after 2 o'clock. And so they arrived home about 2:30, 2:45. So
that's got to make you feel away, knowing they obeyed your request.
Yeah, that's
how
true.
Soon after that disaster hit.
Oh, the first thing I did is I hugged them. Like, I got up and I just hugged them, and I just, you know, it just makes me emotional. Like, you know, it's a new lease on life, you know, and it makes me realize we've really got to protect people, our neighbors, our community, and our family.
I'm sure a lot of people have that feeling today. Just this one hits very, very close to home, obviously, and a lot of people could have been out there. It could have been any street, could have been any time. It just happened to be Bourbon Street at 3 o'clock in the morning. All right, let's get a sense of what things are looking like in the quarter at this hour from our Andres Fuentes. He's at St. Louis and Dauphine.
We're here on St. Louis and Dauphine this morning, where we're seeing a heavy police presence, not only there on Bourbon Street where this attack happened, but we're also seeing it across the French Quarter with multiple streets shut down. We're seeing federal officers, FBI, Louisiana Wildlife and Fisheries, Homeland Security, NOPD, state police. So just a heavy, heavy police presence here as they're working their investigation and trying to see what led up to that attack that killed 10 people and has thus far injured 35 people. But this also happened the same day as a lot of fans, thousands and thousands of fans in town for the Sugar Bowl. We've been speaking with Georgia fans and Notre Dame fans. They say that whether they were outside and actually saw this last night or heard it at their hotels here in the French Quarter, they're completely shocked that something like this would happen. Some of them are saying that this has ruined their Sugar Bowl, and we're also hearing from a lot of other tourists as well saying that they're going to be packing up and just leaving immediately after what happened this morning. Now, we are expecting updated information throughout the morning, and as we get more of that information, we'll be sharing that with you both on air and online. But for now, reporting here in the French Quarter, Andres Fuentes, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, thanks for that update there, Andres Fuentes. In terms of, maybe we need to do a little bit of a reset here since we're just past the top of the hour, and that is that it's, you know, New Year's Day. A lot of people really just kind of getting with it and agreed with this terrible news that 10 people are dead. 35 people is the latest information about the number of people hurt after a man plowed down Bourbon Street in a pickup truck. The NOPD and federal authorities investigating also reports that there were improvised explosive devices or suspected devices. In addition to that, the driver turned gunman as he shot a couple of police officers. They are being treated right now at UMC along with most but not all of the victims.
And, you know, as we're learning more about who this potential suspect was, you know, we've learned that the truck that he was traveling in apparently was registered to Texas. Fox News reporting that he may have, or the truck at least, crossed the border either in November or the last few days. That's still a little bit unclear at this point. But there's also another scene in the St. Roch neighborhood on Mandeville Street where a number of neighbors have been evacuated from their homes. The NOPD bomb squad on the scene, and a city councilman telling us that this may be related to what happened on Bourbon Street early this morning. The mayor spoke earlier today saying that this is a terrorist attack.
First of all, we do know that the city of New Orleans was impacted by a terrorist attack. It's all still under investigation. You'll hear more after me. However, I have been in direct contact with the White House, with Governor Landry, and of course a unified command who is present here.
Mayor Cantrell again saying early this morning that this was being investigated as an act of terror. We talked, Meg talked a moment ago about the Mandeville Street home and the response there. Rob Masson is there.
Yeah, John, still a very active scene here in the 1200 block of Mandeville, extending all the way to the 1300 block of Mandeville. That's where most of the activity is there. You see New Orleans fire units. They have been out here for about 2.5 hours now, along with ATF. the Special Operations Division of the New Orleans Police Department, SWAT teams, and the FBI. We can also confirm that the U.S. Department of Homeland Security is out here right now talking to some of the residents who have gathered here at the Annunciation Shrine just down the street, which has been open as a shelter for residents who are being kept away from their homes. We have a report of a possible small fire inside of a house in the 1300 block of Mandeville Street this morning, and that appears to be where the focus of attention is at this hour. There have been a number of New Orleans fire units here on the scene, as well as ATF. They are proceeding very methodically in their investigation. There appears to be some reports that there's an Airbnb in this block that could be linked to the possible Bourbon Street suspect. We do not have confirmation on that at this hour. NOPD saying that any information that's going to be coming out will have to come from the FBI. We were hoping to learn a little bit more at that 11 o'clock news conference. It has now been pushed back, but still a very, very active scene here on Mandeville Street as law enforcement officers from at least 5 or 6 different agencies, state, local, and federal, continue investigation into a house here on Mandeville Street that could have a possible link to the incident on Bourbon Street this morning. But that's about all we know here on Mandeville Street at this hour. Rob Manassan, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much for that, Rob. You know, there's been a lot of discussion of these bollards, these barricades, the barriers that come up on Bourbon Street that were not in working order because there was some maintenance and construction work being done, in addition to the fact that they don't begin at Canal Street. Rob Krieger earlier today explained how they work.
This is where we've been talking about the bollards throughout the morning. Those are those devices that are supposed to prevent vehicles from traveling down Bourbon Street, specifically installed in 2017 to harden the French Quarter for New Year's Eve. So this happens now several years later. The bollards would start here at Iberville Street and then travel along the area. We believe that this car came up through, the truck came through Bourbon Street, through Iberville Street, through Bienville Street, all the way up to nearly Conti Street. So at least almost 3 full blocks of Bourbon Street, this truck appears to have been able to travel before it collided with a forklift that was parked on Bourbon Street. So a heavy piece of equipment, probably the only thing like that was out there, stopped this vehicle. And that's when police approached the car. In those moments, Kirkpatrick says the driver of the vehicle began opening fire on police, striking 2 of those officers who were transported to the hospital and are in stable condition.
All right, that's Rob Krieger. Here's a statement from President-elect Trump, who said the crime rate in our country is at a level that nobody has seen before. Our hearts are with the innocent victims and their loved ones, including the brave officers of the NOPD. He says the Trump administration will fully support the city of New Orleans as they investigate and recover from this act of pure evil.
We spoke to Congressman Troy Carter as well earlier today just about his reaction and, how he was saying the federal government is going to be assisting in this investigation and trying to make sure this never happens again.
Your latest information here is that he was a lone wolf, if you will?
That is what it appears to be at this time. New information is coming in real time. We've been being briefed around the clock since the incident took place. So we are not certain of that, but that's what it appears to be. We know that the individual was driving a vehicle that had Texas license plates, but believed to have been a resident in the metropolitan area.
So there's a lot there to unwrap, and that was a significant bit of news a couple hours ago from Troy Carter, because the speculation throughout much of the morning had been, because of these improvised explosive devices, that this person was not acting alone. We hope to get more on that and what the latest theory from police is. Troy Carter, Congressman Carter, had talked to Alexander Mayorkas, the Homeland Security Secretary. His information was that it was a lone actor. So that would certainly be something that would allow people to rest a little easier. We just don't have official word from that from the investigative authorities. The New York Times is reporting that the pickup truck involved, which had these Texas license plates, was registered to a 42-year-old man from Houston. They don't know if he was driving. Fox News is reporting that in November, I started to say last month, but no, last year now. In November, this truck had crossed from the border with Mexico at Eagle Pass, Texas. Again, they don't know what the immigration status of the person was, and they don't know that it was the registered owner of the truck.
You know, something else interesting, one of the council people we spoke with earlier today, we've been talking about these IEDs, or these improvised explosive devices that were found in the pickup truck. This person was telling us that there was a theory that perhaps there had been more planted other places. That is why the NOPD and the FBI, other agencies, were sweeping the French Quarter. They were sweeping parts of downtown and the CBD to see if any more of these devices were located anywhere else. And our crews, like Josh Robertson, was hearing these loud booms throughout the morning. Even as the sun came up, we had heard that potentially the NOPD bomb squad was detonating them just to kind of keep it a contained response so no one would get hurt. And that's also the reason why a number of hotels on Bourbon Street were evacuated early this morning after this happened. Because when you think about it, the truck came crashing through. It actually crashed into a crane that was placed on Bourbon Street, and then the gunfire ensued, in which the officers were injured and the truck driver was killed. You wouldn't necessarily think that the hotel guests would be evacuated as a result of that, but it's because of what they found inside of that truck. That is why a number of guests, the Royal Sonesta was one of the hotels where people were told to get out immediately. So we saw, people, families with young children walking in the middle of the night in the cold temperatures with nothing but the clothes on their back, kind of wandering around the French Quarter, wondering where they should go as they waited for this whole thing to play out.
Right, and Chris Joseph has been talking with some tourists.
On Royal Street, it's noticeably a little quieter than many holiday seasons past. We got an opportunity to speak with one individual who says he and his wife were going to go to the game this evening, but after last night, they're not going to chance it.
We just thought it was just normal Bourbon Street stuff going on. A lady was running down the hallway, beating on the doors, going, bomb threat, get out, get out, get out. We started coming in 1976 when we were in college, and every time Georgia plays, we come, but we're going home.
He says they may be willing to come back. Reporting in New Orleans, Chris Joseph, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, and we're learning that the Greater New Orleans Foundation has actually started a fund, presumably to help the victims of this incident. Again, you've got 10 people dead, and forgive me, I'm just checking on my phone to see if we have any more information about that fund.
There we go.
Okay, on our screen there.
So it's the New Orleans New Year's Day Tragedy Fund. It's for the families of those whose lives were taken and those seriously injured or impacted by the tragedy. They say they joined the city and community partners to launch this tragedy fund to assist the victims and the survivors of the mass casualty event, and give some details about the terrible events that happened at 3:15 this morning, with some suggested donation levels, or you can write in your own. But that's the Greater New Orleans Foundation, if you're interested.
A lot of people are going to need a lot of assistance when you think about all the folks who died, all of the injuries, people who just witnessed this and were traumatized by it.
Medical bills, lost work.
Yes, exactly. And then, you've got the shop owners along Bourbon Street, some along Canal, who are closed right now. They likely will probably be closed throughout the day as this investigation stretches on. So many people impacted by this tragedy.
And the thing is, for a lot of these businesses, this is a hugely important day. They've got a massive amount of product and resources. This is, for some of these folks, you can't just turn a switch and say, police say, okay, you're all clear, and then turn it back on. We may get more information in a couple hours from the city about what possible timeline there might be, but obviously dealing with the victims, dealing with the crime scene, and then ultimately the safety of the crowds takes precedence over the money, but this is nevertheless another layer of the disruption here this morning.
And speaking of the security of the crowds and the security of everyone in the city, we spoke with Councilman Joe Giarrusso about security plans moving forward.
This is always what the security personnel talk about, is that you have soft targets. How do you eliminate those? What are the things that you can do? And you're right. Everything needs to be evaluated very quickly. I think all I'm saying is trying to ferret out the immediate concern is the first priority, making sure people are as safe as possible, and then bearing down. And look, I also know that for the Super Bowl, for Mardi Gras, there's always these security plans. Like everything else, there's always better ways to build mousetraps. And I'm positive those will be evaluated and reevaluated about how to make them even tighter than they are probably at this moment.
Yeah.
So that'll be the discussion,
I was gonna
obviously
say,
in the
that's
weeks ahead.
Next concern, yeah, keeping people safe, obviously in the immediate right now, today, but also in 6 weeks when we have the Super Bowl, and you've got millions in town for this game. It's going to be interesting to see.
And a layer of security that, as Bill Cassidy pointed out, would be even higher. There were 300 police officers in that general area, but a level of security that would be even higher than you would have, and probably will ratchet up to almost presidential visit type level, now.
Yeah. And when I was talking to Senator Bill Cassidy just a short time ago, we were talking about security in the Superdome, for example. And he was saying the Superdome is secure. This is a building that even for a regular Saints game, for really any event there, they're sweeping that building hours ahead of time. They're checking every single person coming in there. It's almost
and then
easier
shutting
in a
it
sense.
down.
Exactly. That's almost easier than, an open public street, of course, Bourbon Street or any street for that matter. So we were talking about security for the game, and he was saying, he thinks, yes, the game will go forward tonight, the Sugar Bowl. There will be an increased police presence for sure, but that building, he believes, will be secure because of those layers of security that are already in place.
And the thousands, tens of thousands of people in town for all of this excitement with Georgia and Notre Dame as part of the Sugar Bowl, which was a big victory for the Sugar Bowl to be part of this new college football playoff system that they have, and all the anticipation and the fun that people were having interrupted by the action of this one person that we are learning little bits about as the day goes on.
Yes. Well, the White House earlier today put out a statement about the tragedy on Bourbon Street, saying President Biden has been briefed on the horrific news that a driver killed and injured dozens of people in New Orleans overnight. The White House has been in touch with New Orleans Mayor Cantrell to offer support. The statement also says the FBI is already on the ground supporting local law enforcement in the investigation, and the president will continue to be briefed throughout the day. A little while ago, John and we saw the president walking in a live shot here on one of our feeds we have in the studio to Air Force One. And we picked it up a little bit late, so we couldn't hear all of what he was saying, but he was clearly, up to speed on the investigation because reporters on the ground were asking him his thoughts, and he was saying he really couldn't release any information about the suspect. They were asking him, who is the suspect? Do you know his identity? And he was saying he can't get into that yet because the investigation is still underway. So this is certainly an investigation that spans multiple agencies, but also is going to take probably a long time.
The first focus, obviously, the scene at Canal and Bourbon and points beyond. Maddie Kurth is there.
Hey, John and Meg. So the update I want to bring you now is that I've been talking to some of our visitors because the city is certainly waking up now at this hour, 11 o'clock. People are shaking off the new year and getting out and coming to take a look for themselves. I'm talking to a couple of Georgia fans that are here for the Sugar Bowl, and all of them are telling me that they witnessed the police presence first and foremost. That was evident when they came to town, be it a couple of days ago or just getting in for the game last night. They said a lot of them were walking Bourbon Street. It's one of those iconic moments of New Orleans. You want to go check it out for yourself. And they said that they noticed there were a lot of people there, thousands more than usual, thousands more than the videos or pictures they've seen online. But that's to be expected for the New Year holiday. Now, I talked to one couple that was staying across Canal, and they remember waking up about 3:15 when this all happened to the sound of those sirens. The couple tells me they thought it was just the regular New Year's Eve traffic until very quickly they realized that the sirens were extending well beyond what would be for any kind of normal response here. They woke up this morning, saw the tragic news, and just wanted to come out here and ask some questions, get some answers, and so we were able to talk to them. They say, though, that this should not deter people from visiting New Orleans. As visitors themselves, they say this kind of thing can happen anywhere, and as the FBI now investigates this as a targeted terrorist attack, they say that just proves their point even further, that this person wanted to do harm here in New Orleans. They chose a place where they knew there would be a lot of people. Bourbon Street, one of the most popular areas of the downtown New Orleans area, and so they knew what they were doing, and that's echoed in the sentiments of NOPD Superintendent Ann Kirkpatrick. She says the man was attempting to take out as many people in his path as possible. We know that white truck slammed headfirst into a crane. There's a lot of construction happening on and around Bourbon Street, gearing up for the Super Bowl now, just less than 40 days away, and that head-on collision with the crane is said to be the last thing to stop that man from continuing to drive down Bourbon Street and continuing to take more lives. We know that he killed 9 people, police tell us, and after driving the car and crashing it, he got out of his car and started opening fire on the crowd. Responding officers were nearby, as we mentioned, with those visitors noticing police presence. Superintendent Kirkpatrick tells us there were at least 300 uniformed officers in the French Quarter last night alone patrolling the streets. We've been showing you video of the EarthCam feeds throughout the night and throughout the overnight hours. You can see those officers patrolling and walking. Some of the visitors said something that strikes me, that they said, you know, New Orleans was as prepared as they could be for this, that you can't stop a person in a truck that's trying to do harm. And so we are grateful to hear that the visitors are, you know, taking that into account. They're appreciating the city for what it is, and they're telling me they don't think people should not come here because of what happened. So what happened to the driver, people may be wondering, that wasn't immediately clear when police gave us that first media briefing at about 7:30 this morning, but we do know that he was killed in that exchange. And according to Fox News, we're told the truck that he was driving was tracked crossing the southern border into the U.S. at Eagle Pass, Texas, just about 2 days ago. But all of these details are developing, and we're standing by for information from the federal investigators. They're taking lead now on this situation. We were set to have that 11 a.m. press briefing, but that has since been pushed back into early afternoon. So right now we're working diligently to try and bring you guys our latest updates. We've got crews all over the city monitoring this as different scenes pop up and speculation ensues over what is related to this incident and what isn't. But we know that police will give us that update when they can, and we're standing by for those answers. So that's the latest here live on Canal Street. I'll send it back to you guys in the studio.
All right, thanks for that, Maddie. And Maddie mentioned the truck. It turns out Fox News correcting their statement earlier and quoting sources as saying it was November when that truck, they don't know if it was the same driver, but that truck in November crossed the border from Mexico.
Yes. All right, another piece of information we're learning from the Associated Press. Law enforcement apparently recovered a handgun and an AR-style rifle, we believe from the pickup truck, after the suspect rammed into all these people and was shot and killed by police. So a handgun recovered and an AR-style rifle as well. New Orleans District Attorney Jason Williams also putting out a statement today expressing his condolences, saying New Orleans is incredibly resilient, but this morning our hearts break for the innocent lives devastated by this hateful act. Thank you to all the first responders that activated quickly to prevent further carnage and continue to work this scene. That's one of the reasons, John, we've talked about potential outside law enforcement agencies coming in tonight to help with the Sugar Bowl security, because many of these NOPD officers were working, you know, set 12-hour shifts as they typically do for big holiday events for New Year's Eve, and had to stay on because of what happened, what transpired. A number of resources now diverted away from typical Sugar Bowl security or New Year's Day security to this investigation. So even though we know the FBI is the lead, they'll certainly need all hands on deck tonight.
And it wasn't as if there was some, you know, big, huge gap in the manpower resources. Right. As the chief pointed out, there were 300 officers there in that rough, you know, area of the border.
On Bourbon Street and surrounding streets. Yes, so they were there. I mean, we have video of just moments after this truck ran through and ended up hitting a crane on Bourbon Street. That's why it came to a stop. And we've got the video. You could see the NOPD officers are right there. They're state troopers. There's also officers in like dark green fatigues. So I'm not sure which unit they were from, but there are definitely multiple law enforcement agencies that were immediately on the scene to help render aid and bring this to a stop.
Right, and you know, as we've gotten information throughout the course of the day, this is being investigated as an act of terror. As the mayor said, there was a little bit of confusion in the beginning of the day, and then federal authorities clarified, and as Ronald Surpass pointed out, the former chief, the FBI's kind of role in this as the lead agency would be another indication that they were kind of going in that direction with this.
And guys, I don't know if we could take LiveView 7. I can see Congressman Troy Carter appears to be maybe at NOPD headquarters speaking. I don't know if you guys can hear us, if we could take LiveView 7. Okay, we're going to take that hopefully in a couple of minutes then. Well, we want to show you the video though. Some of this video that was captured by EarthCam of Bourbon Street in the moments after this tragedy occurred, of officers just saturated the street, and then how they ran to the danger, as we've talked about so many times. You could see that group of officers there on the corner, and as soon as they heard something, they went running. Now, we don't know if they heard the truck, if it was people screaming, the crash of the truck, or gunshots.
Or they had a call on the radio.
Oh, yes, exactly. But you could see how quickly they ran to the danger to go help. And thank goodness those officers did, because they were the ones who were able to shoot and kill this suspect and get this to end.
It did appear as though they were answering a call, because the people passing by seemed to be caught by the officers running away as opposed to
Yeah,
everybody
they're more
looking.
kind of pointing at the situation instead of fearful.
But
if
you know
they've heard something.
that's a little bit of presumption there, so we have to be kind of careful with that one. You know, in talking with several of the public officials today, I know you spoke with Oliver Thomas earlier today, and he was adamant that these officers who responded,
yes,
engaged, and the other officers who responded to the assailant saved many, many lives.
Absolutely. I mean, if you just think, if these officers were not there in that moment, in that block of Bourbon, then who knows what would have happened? Would the gunman have gotten out of his truck after it crashed and opened fire on the crowd, potentially killing more people? We won't know, but thank God those officers were there. They were able to quickly engage him in gunfire and kill him.
Yeah, but he clearly was armed.
He was armed
to
with,
the teeth
according to
and
the
was-
AP now, we're hearing, yes, a handgun and an AR-style rifle.
And had a few layers,
Yes.
possibly explosives. That has not been confirmed. That may be something that we hear more from officials when perhaps as early as 1 o'clock they update us. And it's, you know, it's a complicated investigation with a lot of different pieces.
And hopefully later we'll be able to hear from, okay, you know, and I think we're going to listen right now to City Council President Helena Moreno about how do we keep the city safe in the future?
Looking forward, we need to figure out what other types of potential, maybe not police officers, but barricades, additional protections can be put in and around the French Quarter to prevent something like this from happening. I know that Rodney Hyatt, who leads Troop NOLA, he has been getting information from the city of New York of additional protections that they put in place for some significant major events. And so that is all being looked at immediately right now as to how to improve security.
Yeah, I think the immediate need is, you know, the most concerning because it's how do we keep people safe today and tonight for this bowl game?
Right, and the maintenance work on these bollards may, you know, take care of the issue by the time we get to the Super Bowl, for example. Assuming that goes as planned, there may be other layers of protection. Obviously, some focus will be, you know, on the vulnerability there at Canal and Bourbon because that first block is not covered.
Right.
Just a heads up, in addition to everything else going on, that 8-block stretch of Bourbon Street from basically Canal to St. Anne remains off limits at this time. People do seem to be, you know, heeding that. The police have kept a pretty firm lockdown in that area. You know, then the question would be, you know, we've heard from some fans anyway that they won't even go to the game. They're planning to leave. We don't have any idea how many that might be, and we do once again emphasize that we're hearing from officials that they have every confidence that the venue itself, the Superdome itself, is fine. But you know, what kind of a damper would this put on the post-game festivities?
Josh Robertson was saying, like, most people are in pretty okay spirits because they understand we're in this together. You know, you're praying for the victims, you're thinking about the people who lost their lives, who were injured. I think people are very thankful for the law enforcement response. So he says there seems to be a collective sense of we're in this together today, and people are very understanding. The police have a job to do. They've got to investigate, and folks need to give them space. They need to give, you know, them space to be able to get this done.
But there were these scenes, you know, at 3:30 this morning of families standing out, you know, in the street because they didn't know exactly what kind of safety issues were present in the hotel. So a couple of the hotels were
They just
evacuated.
told them get out immediately. So if you can imagine, you just run out. You don't even have shoes on in some cases.
Right.
Maddie Kurth said she saw people walking around without shoes, and it was cold this morning.
Kind of hugging their children and trying to find out what was going on.
Right, and they were trying, I know, to get into other hotels, like I think Hotel Monteleone is one of them that she said they were trying to get into the lobby just to get some warmth for a little bit. And I think people were trying to just understand what was the situation. Why did they need to be out of the rooms? That was very, very confusing for a lot of people. And police just trying to get people safe in that immediate aftermath when they discovered those improvised devices inside the pickup truck that crashed into the crowd of people. And then they discovered that there may potentially be more, and that's why police had to sweep all of downtown basically to figure this out.
As you put it, on a day full of optimism and new hope and, you know, a focus on new beginnings, and this is the beginning that New Orleans woke up to, and these visitors unfortunately endured this morning. In addition to the tragic loss of at least 10 people, some information from some of the political leaders we've spoken with today indicates that that number unfortunately may rise because some of those who were injured, the 35 roughly people who were injured, were in grave condition.
Councilman Freddie King, who represents the district that includes the French Quarter, we spoke to him a bit earlier this morning just about security measures in place and his thoughts seeing this tragedy unfold.
Try to prepare for acts of violence, but something on this level just caught everybody off guard. And I just want to commend the men and women of law enforcement for reacting so quickly and still reacting and investigating and keeping us safe.
All right, Freddie King, with a lot of questions too about where we go from here in terms of security. There will be some Monday morning quarterbacking. It appears, whether it was dumb luck or whether it was some kind of sophisticated planning, that there was a window of time when these bollards were not going to work as they had been intended to, as this construction work was being done, and he found that window of time.
Yeah, unfortunately, right. We've questioned why 3:15 a.m. Also, why not do this closer to 1, for example, when people were done watching the fleur-de-lis drop, go over to Bourbon Street. But as Ronald Surpass, I believe, told you, John, right, you're not thinking, people like this are not thinking rationally, like you and I. We're not thinking, what's the best time to do this? They just want to have their mission and get it done and hurt as many people as possible. And unfortunately, the suspect succeeded in hurting a lot of people, with 10 people dead and at least 35 injured.
We do have statements from a couple of Saints players that we want to bring up. Cam Jordan and Tyrann Mathieu, both very involved in the community.
Yes.
Matthew writing on X, praying for all those affected by the tragic events last night on Bourbon Street. And then Cam Jordan woke up to text about what happened on Bourbon last night. God bless, a pure tragedy. Sorry to all those lives that were affected. Cam Jordan, two players who were very involved in the community. Of course, Tyrann Mathieu, local, and it touches all of us.
And whether you're from here or not, if you live here, you've got family here, like both of them do. I mean, it of course affects you. And how many times do you think that could be me? I mean, it doesn't have to be Bourbon Street at 3 o'clock in the morning. It could be Canal Street at noon. I mean, you never know. So I think your hearts go out to every single person affected, and you just realize how close this hits to home.
Right, and as we learn more about the potential suspect and his background, the FBI's involvement in this means that, we've already got the news that the truck itself, they don't know if the driver was the same person, but that's certainly something they're looking at, had crossed the border in November in Texas, as reported by Fox News. The FBI's involvement gives them just these enormous resources across multiple states to track this person. They would be going back, looking at his contacts, his whereabouts, his neighbors, obviously his residence, looking for potential search warrants, and that there's just many levels of this as they would try to make sure, and the indication from Congressman Carter at least was, contrary to what we had heard earlier, is that there is some indication that perhaps he was a lone actor here.
Yes, perhaps. And I mean, I think hopefully that will all come out later today. I think there was some hesitancy on the part of local law enforcement to kind of tell us everything they knew this morning, quite frankly, because there was a thought that if this suspect did work with other people, they needed to potentially find these other people, get them into custody and kind of neutralize this threat immediately to keep people safe. So perhaps at 1 o'clock when we get this updated media briefing, we'll learn more about, was anyone else involved? Where did this man come from? Is he from New Orleans? Was he just renting a house here? Why New Orleans? Why did he target Bourbon Street? There's so many unanswered questions. You've also got this situation on Mandeville Street in the St. Roch neighborhood, where the NOPD bomb squad, I believe, is still on the scene investigating there. They had houses evacuated, people told to get out immediately, and the bomb squad looking at potentially more devices there. So is that connected to this?
Right, and then as you look forward in time toward, let's face it, the Super Bowl, which and the Super Bowl is almost a 2-week event. So we talk about the game being 6 weeks away, but the activities really ramp up in about 5 weeks, and even extending out to about 6 weeks. Now, some of this, if you have events happening in the convention center, for example, then
the big
that's right. That's a much easier venue to
contain
and have the same kind of level of security. So even though you would have multiple sites and multiple events happening, in some ways law enforcement would have some advantages. Not that there won't be activity on Bourbon
Than
Street.
an open public street.
There's more
Exactly.
going on with the Super Bowl, but there's also a heightened level of resources.
Yeah.
And including federal resources that are involved in this. You know, the NOPD pointed out they did have drones in the air. They had done, they had taken a lot of steps, including, as we pointed out, 300 individual officers at 3 o'clock in the morning.
Yeah.
So there was a lot of activity deployed. You see there the state police.
Earth cam shot here.
An Earth cam shot showing the scene on in the French Quarter this morning, looking down toward Bourbon. And the level of activity, boy, that is not Bourbon Street at, if that's a live picture, I'm not sure if it is, but even later in the morning, that is not the activity you expect to see on January 1st.
I know, and look at the Notre Dame flag there. Obviously, for the Sugar Bowl fans that are in town, you've got the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. The Georgia Bulldog fans also here in town. As we said, we've heard from some fans who said, we're leaving. We're not staying for the game tonight. Others, of course, will stay. We actually have a statement from the Sugar Bowl committee about today's tragic events and kind of explaining how their hearts are with the victims and their families. The Sugar Bowl Chief Executive Officer Jeff Hundley writing, the Sugar Bowl committee devastated by the terrible events early this morning. Their thoughts and prayers are with the victims and their families. Hundley also says we're in ongoing discussions with authorities on the local, state, and federal levels and will communicate further details as they become available. Now, that's the last we've heard from the Sugar Bowl committee. I want to say that came out about a couple hours ago now, John. So we have not heard anything further from them, but speaking to some of the local officials that we've talked to throughout the morning, including Helena Moreno, the other council members, they have given every indication that it looks like the game will proceed with just heightened security. And as we talked about, you know, there's always heightened security inside the Superdome, regardless, any event. But
Senator Bill Cassidy pointing out in the interview you did with him that they lock the building down. They sweep the building thoroughly and then shut it down until, the only people who get in there are authorized people. It's not like some member of the public can just wander in to the Superdome in the hours before. So they actually believe that that's a much more secure venue than just an open public street.
Now, I don't know if, and maybe you know this, John, before the Sugar Bowl, if they have any events in Champion Square beforehand, and potentially that could be impacted by today's events. I don't know. Or if it's just people going to the game.
Well,
I'm not sure. But
I don't know if there's a formal tailgating thing, but I'm not 100% sure. Yeah. That's the other thing about this too, is that this was a huge victory for the Sugar Bowl to continue in its relevance, and that there will be some. This is not the biggest issue this morning, but for the Sugar Bowl to be a part of this second round of the playoff system, they have the new 12-team playoff system. The Sugar Bowl is, between Georgia and Notre Dame. Georgia at one point in the season, rated #1 and still with an excellent chance of winning the whole thing. Notre Dame having a great year. Lots of fans in town for that. And there's a lot of discussion going forward and a lot of debate within the college football community about where they go from here. There was an electrified atmosphere in Indiana when Notre Dame played its first game. There are some forces in the college football world who would like to see maybe home games through more of these rounds. So the Sugar Bowl was coming off, this kind of euphoric weekend, and this was a new exciting era that was taking place, and that doesn't mean it's lost entirely, but it's certainly, this day will be something that they talk about in New Orleans history.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is like the last time anything like this happened is the Howard Johnson's attack, going back, 50 years.
And Joe Giarrusso actually mentioned that this morning. He said it reminded him of the Howard Johnson attack, last time New Orleans truly felt under attack.
Right, in this way. Through all the history and all the crazy things that have happened in New Orleans over the years.
Absolutely, and you had so many police officers in that instance as well, just rushing to the gunfire, rushing to try to help people, and they were the heroes of that day.
I'm trying to remember if his grandfather, I think his grandfather may have been on the council by now, but that goes back even farther than me. That's how far back in time it goes. But I really do think that would probably be the last time that there's an analogy to this.
Yeah. Well, it's a tragic situation all around, absolutely. And, you know, at University Medical Center, where so many of the victims are being treated, I know we've heard from our reporters that they've had to bring in extra crews today just to help with the triage. And obviously, it's a level 1 trauma center. They're used to emergency situations and mass shootings, unfortunately, like we've seen here. But on a New Year's Day, you just hope you don't have to see something like this. So they've had extra crews come in, like we've had extra crews come in today to try to help cover this and bring the latest information to the public as we, you know, uncover what exactly happened here and why.
And, you know, the latest information we have, too, for anybody who's just tuning in on a holiday morning is 10 people dead. That's still the official count. That number could unfortunately go higher, hopefully not, as they get treatment at UMC in the trauma center. In fact, well,
actually, I have a little bit of new information, John. I'm being told by a council person, actually, that the city will soon be announcing street closures in the French Quarter. So we already know a portion of Bourbon Street is shut down, and then right there at Canal and Bourbon, that first block, obviously shut down. But the city is going to be announcing very soon that additional streets are shut down in the French Quarter as a result of this.
And that's the thing about it. It's a neighborhood. It's a working neighborhood. There's commerce. There's business. So it's you know, it's not just like you make the whole thing a pedestrian mall all of the time.
Right.
Let's go to Sabrina Wilson now, live, who has been at UMC.
Yeah, John, and obviously a very somber and tragic day here in the city of New Orleans. With me is New Orleans City Council President Helena Moreno. FBI investigating this as a terrorist attack.
Yes, Sabrina, no doubt the FBI is here investigating this as a terror attack. From what I understand, there's folks coming in from Quantico as well, if they're not already here already. I would say that, you know, expect Bourbon Street to be shut down roughly next 48 hours or so due to the fact that this is going to take some time to process the scene. I'm sure you're also aware that there are also some sweeps happening right now on Bourbon Street, continuing to make sure that there's not any additional hazards or dangers within Bourbon Street as well.
So we were expecting another press briefing at 11 o'clock that got pushed. Is there anything that you can update us on?
So I'll tell you this, I mean, we are receiving, or I am receiving information like this. It's coming in so fast as to the suspect, who he was potentially, different, you know, things that were online about him. I'm not privy, I don't think at this time, to be able to share that due to the fact that it's like I'm receiving this and I don't know how much they want that released to the public at this point. Maybe they're waiting till 1 o'clock. But clearly this was a terrorist act. This person was hell-bent on killing many people here in the city of New Orleans and inflicting a lot of torturous pain on the people of this city. And I'll say this, you know, if there are any other people who were involved in this, and that is being looked at this point, let me be clear that the full extent of the law will be brought on these individuals. Federal, state, local, whatever it takes, because we cannot stand for any act like this to not just happen in New Orleans, but happen in our country.
Should, you know, you can drive down Bourbon Street, you can walk down Bourbon Street. Should it become pedestrian only?
Look, after this, and it's actually happening now, okay, there are urgent conversations and plans happening right now. Rodney Hyatt, leading Troop NOLA, is one of the people who is leading these conversations on figuring out what immediately must happen to make Bourbon Street, make the French Quarter safe. So what does this look like? What does this mean? It could potentially mean having sand trucks at every entrance. It could mean concrete barriers. It could mean additional surveillance. It could mean all of these things. Those conversations are happening now among law enforcement. And just to be clear, the FBI will be, of course, in charge of the investigation of this terrorist attack. But the security of the French Quarter will still be under the NOPD and the state police.
Is there anything, I know the city has been in touch with the White House and the president has issued a statement. Is there anything from your vantage point that you're seeing that the federal government should be doing at this point to assist the city?
I'll tell you this, I mean, they have been great partners and they are coming in full steam ahead, no doubt about it, and willing to provide whatever resources needed to ensure that New Orleans is safe and to ensure that the Sugar Bowl is safe. Just for an example, whatever resources Chief Kirkpatrick has asked for, she is receiving, including additional bomb dogs that were sent down to assist with additional sweeps at the Superdome and also surrounding areas around the Superdome to make sure that for the Sugar Bowl today, the people are kept safe.
I don't have to tell you that not only do we have the Sugar Bowl, but soon we'll host the Super Bowl.
Right.
What kind of pressure does this put on the city now as a result of this terrorist attack?
I'll say this, whatever plan we had in place for the Super Bowl for safety, enhance it, triple it, make it stronger. This is a time to really review what happened overnight and see, is there anything we missed? Is there anything intelligence-wise that maybe our federal partners or maybe us locally, like was there anything missed? What were the signs? What potentially, could have been done to deter this from happening? Also, once again, we talk about French Quarter security, taking a look at that, and that is being taken a look at right now to make some changes. And so, but like I said, whatever plan was in place, it's time to make it even better and stronger.
We're standing outside University Medical Center, well equipped to handle trauma. Early on, the superintendent of police said that it was thought that the majority of the victims who survived were locals. Your message to New Orleanians after this horrific event?
So the reason why I was here at university is because a friend of mine called me and she sent me a picture of a person she was looking for, and that she was here. And I came to see her because this person who she's looking for was on Bourbon Street last night, and he does not appear to be at any of the hospitals. And so when I came to see her, I was brought to a conference room that is filled with a couple dozen people in that same situation. And their loved ones were on Bourbon Street last night. Some of them did say that their loved one's phone is still on Bourbon Street, but they are not at any hospital. And so they are here awaiting news. And the anxiety and the fear that these families are enduring right now is really beyond comprehension. And so we're doing everything possible to find their loved ones. But, ultimately, we see things like this happen in other parts of the country, Sabrina, and we say, gosh, that's really horrible, but you still have this hope that it's never going to happen in your own city.
And of course, a lot of people at this time would be asking, why New Orleans? Why the French Quarter?
And that right there is a question that we all have. And that right there is a question that the FBI needs to understand as well. Because it's New Orleans right now, but are there other cities potentially that could be targets? So that's for them to figure out, and that's what they're looking at. Who was this man? Who was he affiliated with? Why New Orleans? Why now? But for us moving forward is, did we miss anything? And if we did, how do we make sure we never miss that again so that doesn't happen again?
Have you heard any verifiable information that he may have lived in New Orleans?
Look, in the briefings that I've received is that he was not local. He was not local. As far as whether or not he'd been to New Orleans before or whether he temporarily lived here, I have no idea. But I do know that he was not local.
And back to the person that you came to the hospital, I want to be clear, they still don't know where
they don't know. They don't know. All the families who are there, they don't know. These aren't individuals who have loved ones here and they're visiting them. This is a conference room specifically for individuals who cannot find their loved ones. And so they gave me pictures of their loved ones. Some of the pictures are from last night so that I can see exactly what they're wearing. They had descriptions of their watches they had on. Obviously some of them were able to ping the cell phones. So doing what we can to try to find their loved ones.
Finally, it's understandable that some tourists in town, some people who may have been expecting to come to New Orleans may be having second thoughts. What will you say to
Well,
people
what I will say is this, is that our law enforcement partners on all levels are currently working right now to ensure the safety of the Sugar Bowl today. As I mentioned, the perimeter of around the Superdome, the security perimeter will be a little larger. There are sweeps that are occurring. There are additional officers. There are additional resources to ensure that today is safe.
All right, thank you so much. New Orleans City Council President Helena Moreno, certainly our thoughts are with all of the families who don't know where their loved ones are, and the families, of course, who suffered losses during this horrific event. Again, we think that it's still 26 of the people who were injured are behind me in the University Medical Center, which is a level 1 trauma center. Of course, very well skilled doctors and nurses to handle trauma cases. But clearly, this is a dark day in the city of New Orleans as the FBI investigates this attack as a terrorist attack. Reporting live from UMC, I'm Sabrina Wilson. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much, Serena Wilson. I'm joined now by my colleague, Lauren McCoy, and with the news of when it comes to who this is, we now have a name.
Yes, we do know the name right now. Law enforcement officials do confirm to Fox 8 that the name of the suspect in that pickup truck, Shamsud Din Jabbar, that is what we know at this time. We don't know much information about him right now. We don't know his relation to the vehicle, because I know that we've seen different reports, but we do know that his name is Shamsud Din Jabbar.
And it's a law enforcement source that tells us his name. They have not put out some press release or something officially yet, but perhaps we'll get more on that as the day goes on. Donald Lane is a former Secret Service agent and a security expert, and he who is local now, and he joins us with his thoughts this morning. What's on?
Just a terrible way to start out the new year. You know, my thoughts and prayers go out to both the folks who lost their lives and the folks who are recovering now. Seems like the law enforcement response has been well coordinated at this point, which I'm glad to see. Obviously, the FBI has stepped in, which tells us that there's some nexus here to terrorism. So I expect that those investigations will take some time moving forward. What I really hope is that we learn something sooner than later today about the events going on in and around the city today, and of course tonight with the Sugar Bowl. You know, you want to make sure that you've ruled out that this was a diversionary tactic or that something else could happen. Of course, nothing right now indicates that that's the case. Hopefully this was just one man with his deranged thoughts and nothing more to it. But I think it's important that we find out that that's definitely the case.
And can you go further into how law enforcement is thinking right now? Obviously, the NOPD is getting help from the FBI, other agencies, but what do you think that their prime focus is right now? Because we do have the Sugar Bowl coming up in just hours, but we also have other events coming up as well as the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras.
You know, there are a number of different priorities. The immediate priority is to make sure that there are no other attackers or any explosive devices anywhere in the area. And that will be the first, level of attack on this. You want to find out as much as you can about the suspect, what his motivations were, who he may have been working in conjunction with is very important. So that's going to be another area.
Yeah, and sometimes, with someone who's traveling, that can be cell phone contacts. There are, some people cover their tracks better than others, if you will. So what kinds of information would they be looking for?
They'll be looking at is any cell phone activity that came in or out. If they, in fact, have his cell phone, they're going to be looking at any cameras that would have picked him up traveling, not only here in the local area, but in the state and perhaps in other states to track his movements into the New Orleans area. They'll be looking at, again, any associates, whether he's native to, I think it's safe to assume he's not native to America, but how long he's been stateside. So they'll be looking at that. And if they do find a place where he was staying, of course, that's an additional cadre of information that they would have, hopefully some computers involved to see what his mindset was, any social media that he may have. Did he post a manifesto, So there's just a number of different things that need to be vetted at this time, and I have no doubt that they're doing that.
And speaking of that mindset, obviously officials found improvised devices in that vehicle. It could have been way worse than what happened, and especially if that car did not hit that machinery. Can you talk about the mindset that you would think, seeing the evidence that we have now, of where his state of mind could have been.
And suspected devices.
Suspected devices, yeah. I mean, his mindset would have been to take out as many people as possible. I think that's pretty clear. He went around barricades in this case. He used a vehicle as a weapon, a large vehicle as a weapon, which obviously killed folks. In conjunction with that, we're hearing, although it's not confirmed, that he had IEDs, improvised explosive devices in the device that maybe he intended to throw out into the crowd or, perhaps place them somewhere afterwards. I'm not sure. But his mindset would have been to create as many casualties as possible, no doubt. And I don't think that this person expected to live through this attack. So he was motivated all the way to get this done, unfortunately.
But he had an assault-style rifle in there in addition to a pistol, so he had multiple ways to be lethal, it appears.
Yes, he was ready to go. He had all of the factors of death, implements of death around him that he wanted to use, and he was able to use them. Thank God the police responded in the time that they did to stop this.
And can you talk about the timing of it? Because it happened around right after 3 o'clock. It could have happened, I heard Meg talking about it earlier, it could have happened, right after, the revelers were ringing in the New Year's, but it was specifically at 3 o'clock. And we talked about those bollards that, are under construction. They're trying to figure out those. Why do you think that the timing could have been, more like it was on purpose per se?
Well, there's no telling. I mean, could he have caused more damage had he done it a little earlier when perhaps folks hadn't gone home yet? Yes, but you don't know what his access to that site was at that time. There may have been more of a police presence in his mind at that point, so he didn't act then, and he started to act later once he saw that lesson or there was a gap. So I think as we move forward, we'll find out exactly why did he pick this time.
We don't know how long he was hanging around.
Correct.
If you will.
Exactly.
Going forward here, the bollards themselves will presumably by the Super Bowl, be in place with the construction work that's going on. There does appear to be a soft spot right at Canal and Bourbon where there isn't the normal barricade. He went around a police barricade, but nothing more permanent. What kinds of questions will be asked?
Well, I think they're going to look at the security plan that was already in place. No doubt they're already doing that. That was already in place to secure the Sugar Bowl tonight. And I have no doubt that they're already going through that with a fine-tooth comb and supplementing it, adding additional security where they feel it may be you could use some more, And so the questions they're going to ask is, what are the softest targets, as you said? Where are any choke points or vulnerabilities here that we need to be aware of? And then it becomes a matter of hardening those up. When you have a soft target, when there's nothing, no physical barrier there, it makes it a lot easier for something like this to happen.
It's almost like a former levee director once told me, the problem with this planning situation is you always prepare for the last hurricane. Right. And in a way, in law enforcement, you have to be really anticipatory, if you will. You have to really, where are my soft targets? What could someone do? And that's tough in a democracy.
It is, but you have to think ahead. There's nothing wrong with identifying those things. How you implement them becomes another matter. But identifying them and having a plan to move forward if you need to do that is the most important thing.
And with your experience looking at this situation, again, it's still in the preliminary stages. We're learning new details as time goes on. Is there anything unusual that sticks out to you? Anything that's just like, wow, this is interesting?
Well, what's interesting to me is why New Orleans? I think we'll find that out. I think those questions are being asked already. I find it interesting that it's here in New Orleans that this happened. Maybe just because I'm from here, could have been any major city. Why New Orleans? Why at that time in the morning? I do think that's a little odd. I do think that if you were looking to perhaps take out more folks, you would do it earlier when there would be more revelers in the street. So those are two things that stick out. But as the investigation moves forward, I have no doubt that all those questions will be answered.
Who knows? Maybe you theorize perhaps he passed a few times and then found his spot. Maybe he planned ahead and thought, nobody expects this at 3 in the morning. The night's almost over. Who knows where he would have gone? What kinds of questions will be asked by the NFL, by city officials and others as we prepare for a much bigger event in a month and a half?
Oh, they're going to want to ensure that we had anything like this off, certainly. They're going to want to look at the security plan. They're going to want to talk to the folks at the top. You know, the last time that, you know, something major happened where you had a huge security contingency was, of course, after 9/11, when that Super Bowl was a national special security event and the Secret Service provided protection for that. But in this case, you know, the questions that'll be asked are, you know, are we prepared? Are we ready to move forward with this? Can we reasonably assure that this is not going to happen? And those questions will definitely be asked.
And right now, it seems like officials are really trying to make sure that the people who live here, our viewers out there, are feeling calm, because even though this happened, they're saying like that those 8 blocks of Bourbon, that's shut down, but they could be shutting down more streets. But they're still saying, go about your day, go enjoy the Sugar Bowl festivities, just stay away from this part of the French Quarter. What do our viewers need to know? Because I'm sure more people out there are very concerned about their safety right now.
Well, I think what they need to know is what the authorities are saying. You know, if the authorities were saying, look, we're not really sure what's going on here and we're going to cancel the event, then you know that they're not really sure. I have no doubt that if they're advising folks that it's safe to move in, I would certainly hope that it would be safe to move in and that there are no, you know, any problems moving forward. So, you know, I would have some faith in that. I have no doubt that that's the #1 priority right now, is making sure that the area is safe and that the other venues are safe where things are going to be happening.
The other thing that struck me about this, Donald, was, you know, the mayor right out of the box this morning. So often when an event like this happens, you'll hear public officials say, we have no evidence this is terrorism, go about your lives. And they weren't saying those things. I mean, they were speculating immediately almost in their first public statements that this was likely an act of terrorism.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the event speaks for itself. I think there was such a loss of life here. And then when you couple that with the idea that this individual possibly had other devices inside the vehicle, that he was well armed, it just smacks of more coordination rather than something like you know, what happened in Waukesha with the Christmas parade. So, you know, this seemed a little more planned out ahead of time in advance. And I think that's why it was taken so seriously from the very beginning.
And I think about, you know, we said, and we had reported that around 300 officers were already patrolling the area in the French Quarter for all of the festivities. But you even saw in the video that we kept showing just them running towards that scene. And even though we are still having manpower issues with the NOPD, what would you say about their response? Would you say that this is a step in the right direction, seeing that they could handle a situation like this? Oh,
absolutely. I think the NOPD did a wonderful job. They took the suspect out, first of all, and that's very important. You know, he wasn't able to take any more lives. No, I think it's definitely, you know, look, the officers of the NOPD, I've known many of them for many, many years. They're very dedicated folks, and I have no doubt that they did the best job they could here. And now they're working with their federal counterparts to continue this investigation. So I would say they did very well under the circumstances.
You know, it's one thing for an attack to happen in an open public area. It's something else inside a venue. So, you know, what would you say to anybody who might say, gee, I don't know about going to that game tonight? Because the message we've gotten from public officials is, no, this is a different layer of security, and it's a much easier place to secure.
It is. Anytime you have a controlled event like that where you can control access in and out very strictly, then it's going to be more secure. You know, what happened here is what we would call a soft target. This is out on the street. We're not vetting people coming in or out of the area. We have some barricades up, but if you have a vehicle, you can ram through barricades and get around them. Whereas when you're dealing with the Superdome or events like that, you have checkpoints, places that people are going through. They're going to be screened. You're going to have docking, loading docks and so forth screened for people coming in and out. It just makes it more safe. It makes it more controllable.
The truck itself, according to the New York Times, is registered to a 42-year-old Houston man. Fox News is reporting the truck came across the border at Eagle Pass, Texas in November. We don't know if the driver owns the truck, and we don't know if the driver was the one who came across the border, if in fact that turns out to be the case. So we have to be careful about that. But all of that information adds a new extra layer to this whole thing.
It does. You know, it lets you know a little bit about the motivations or possible motivations of what this is, that maybe it reaches a little bit beyond, you know, just somebody doing a spur-of-the-moment thing into more of an ideology, you know, wanting to disrupt the American way of life. You know, the New Year's Eve celebrations around our nation, you know, celebrate our country and celebrate a new year. And I think that was the intent here, was to disrupt that and strike fear into the hearts of the American people.
We also have a new statement from the FBI that we want to bring to you. Let me see if I can call that up. I want to do that here. Here we go. Let's see. Sorry.
Let's see. It's right here, John.
Okay.
This is from the FBI. It says today at approximately 3:15 a.m. They are saying that an individual drove a pickup truck into a crowd of people on Bourbon Street, like we know, in New Orleans, killing at least 10 people and injuring dozens others. And after hitting the crowd, he exited the vehicle and fired upon local law enforcement. Law enforcement returned the fire, and then the subject was pronounced deceased at the scene. And again, this is coming from the FBI right now, a full statement right here. 2 law enforcement officers were injured and transported to local hospitals. And the suspect and the subject here, they are confirming that he is 42-year-old, and we said the name earlier, Shamsuddin Jamar, and he is actually a U.S. citizen from Texas. That is what the FBI is saying right now. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to have been rented, and we are working to confirm, this is the FBI, on how the subject came into possession of that vehicle. An ISIS flag was located in the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations or affiliations with the terrorist organizations. Weapons and a potential IED were located in the suspect's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. The FBI special agent bomb technicians are working right now with our law enforcement partners to determine if any of these devices are viable, and they will work to render those devices safe. The FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we are working with our partners to investigate this as the act of terrorism. And then they say that they are aggressively running down all leads to identify any possible associates of this suspect. And the FBI has set up a digital tip line, and they ask anyone out there to send information or video of this incident and to submit them. And we should have that on our website, but you can also call 1-800-CALL-FBI. So that is the latest information right now, that full statement from the FBI.
Or the website is fbi.gov/Bourbon Street attack. What do you take from all that?
I mean, I think that pretty sums up what we know already at this point. You know, I didn't hear anything there that surprises me, or any news that we haven't known already to this point. So sounds like they're doing exactly what we thought they would do in terms of identifying who this individual is, what his motivations were, and who he may be affiliated with.
Well, and the question, it would seem to me, that they'll try to answer, correct me if I'm wrong, is this just somebody who's been radicalized, who's acting alone, or does he have a support system behind him?
Absolutely. That would be my number one motivation right now, would be to find out if he's working in concert with others. You know, we've seen these types of coordinated attacks before, unfortunately, in different parts of the United States. And so they'll ensure that that's not the case in this particular case, and that, yes, he was radicalized, but this was an isolated incident that he chose and carried out.
And seeing that they did find that ISIS flag, and I know that we had reported earlier that Fox News has reported that, now the FBI has confirmed that that was found in the vehicle.
All right, Donald, before we let you go, any final thoughts?
Else?
No, again, I just offer my condolences to those who rung in the new year with the loss of life. I think it's horrible. I wish a speedy recovery to both the police officers and the other folks that are recovering. And I'd ask the public just to remain diligent. If you see something, say something. That's the line. If you see something, there's nothing wrong with bringing it to the attention of law enforcement. We can always try to head these things off.
All right, Donald Lane, former Secret Service agent and security expert. Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's go to Rob Masson. We talked about this Mandeville Street home where there's been activity. Rob is there.
Yeah, John, clearly authorities not leaving any stone unturned as they investigate this scene here in the 1300 block of Mandeville Street. They've been out here since about 5:30 this morning. You can smell a little bit of fire in the neighborhood. Residents said they saw a fire here. There are fire units that responded at 5:30, and then around 8 o'clock this morning, many of the people who live in this block were told to leave their homes. We can say there is a large presence of federal, state, and local officers here, and the ATF has been out here with bomb sniffing dogs for about the last hour, canvassing about a 6-block area around a home, which we are told may have been a bed and breakfast, which was the source of that fire. We're told that FBI is here on the scene too. They're being very delicate about how they proceed with this investigation. It is an inconvenience for a lot of neighbors. Many of them are here outside the perimeter in their night clothes. They were rousted very early and haven't been allowed in as a precaution. But some people, as you can see there, have been inside their homes and are now starting to come out. But they have not caused for a full evacuation of the full 3-block perimeter. It appears that just the 1300 block of Mandeville Street may be evacuated as they investigate the source of this fire and look for possible explosive devices. There has been a large ATF presence out here as well as FBI, as I mentioned, so they're leaving no stone unturned. NOPD has the area secured. They're not putting out any information on this. They say whatever is going to be said about this incident will have to come from the FBI when they hold their briefing around 1 o'clock. So for now, the area around Mandeville Street, the 1200 block of Mandeville Street, is still blocked off, and residents who aren't in their homes are having a very difficult time getting back in. Many of them have been being escorted in one by one, but the investigation here continues into a possible link at this point to the suspect. We understand that the house involved with the fire was an Airbnb, and there could have been an out-of-town visitor there. We've talked to several residents as to whether or not they've seen a white pickup truck in the area. Nobody can confirm that, and nobody in law enforcement has confirmed a direct link. But clearly, officials are being very, very careful as they investigate this scene, have this area blocked off, and the FBI is in charge. From Mandeville Street, Rob Manson, Fox 8 Local First. Back to you.
All right, thanks so much for that, Rob Manson. Let's go to Josh Robertson now, who is on Canal Street.
John, yeah, we're right here, right on, I believe this is Carondelet, but it goes right into Bourbon Street directly behind me, and I'll step by the way you can see what we're looking at right now. And, you know, for hours and hours this morning, we had those coroner vans that were just right there, sitting right at the mouth of Bourbon Street for quite a while. They're gone now, and it's unclear exactly where they went, but I was just told by somebody who was actually, it looks like they are down a couple of blocks down, actually. So they've moved down into Bourbon Street, possibly to retrieve some of the bodies of the victims who have been there at the crime scene for hours and hours now. I know earlier this morning you could see down Bourbon Street and see some of the victims laying in the street with tarps over them, and it looks like the coroner vans are down there now, at least a block or two, maybe 2 blocks down. I can see them from here. But a lot of this area right here, this area now is still blocked off, but I would say the number of law enforcement units is thinned out quite a bit. But Louisiana State Police is still out here. New Orleans Police are out here. They have their crime lab here as well. And I know earlier this morning, multiple hours ago, we were talking about hearing those booms of possible IEDs. That when there's something that was been reported now, the FBI has confirmed that there were IEDs or explosive devices in that truck that the suspect was driving, and potentially even others around the French Quarter. And we were hearing some booms earlier this morning. We have not heard anything like that in quite some time. But the foot traffic here on this side here of Canal has been increasing all morning long, obviously, and now into the afternoon. It's 12:15, so there's gonna be more and more people. A lot of the Georgia fans, we've seen a lot of Notre Dame fans, because at this point, you know, the Sugar Bowl was supposed to be today, and at this point, it still is on. The game is still on. But you know, it's got this extra layer of just the somberness, the sadness of this crime that was committed here. And we spoke to some of those Georgia fans a little bit earlier this morning. Our Maddie Kurtz spoke to some of them about this just horrific tragedy and kind of how they're coping with it now when they were just trying to enjoy their New Year's.
People
should come out. I mean, it could happen anywhere at any time. We live, like he said, in a country where you never know what's going to happen on any given day. I mean, you leave your house and you pray you make it back safely. You pray for your family when they're out and about. But we saw extreme presence here when we got here of police. They were on horseback, they were on motorcycles, they were on foot. So New Orleans was prepared as best they could be prepared. But how do you prepare for somebody who's determined they're going to hurt people?
And one of those hurt actually was a Georgia student. We had that confirmed, one of those who was critically wounded. Unclear exactly how they were injured in that chaos, but we did confirm that a University of Georgia student was among those victims. And so again, the suspect at this point has been killed by the NOPD, and we're learning more about that person throughout the day. Now we've learned more about his identity, and still working on that potential motivation. I know y'all were talking about a little bit there, John, hearing that statement from the FBI. We know that here shortly in the next hour or so, we expect to hear more from law enforcement and FBI who are heading this investigation. And again, out here right now, many people are just concerned, looking on, wondering what's happening. We've had to talk to a lot of people here who just want the basics, just tell us what you can, and we've done our best to try to get the word out. But you know, we've also heard from people who were separated from folks last night who maybe were out here or who are supposed to be staying somewhere here in Bourbon Street, which now we don't know exactly when Bourbon Street's even going to be open to the public anytime soon. It's unlikely. But those who are staying in those hotels certainly were being asked to stay put for many, many hours. But again, less law enforcement here than obviously early this morning, but still a heavy presence and still all roped off here, this perimeter around the most popular street in the city of New Orleans. And on a day where there are tens of thousands of visitors, not just for the Sugar Bowl, but for New Year's and New Year's Day. But we'll send it back to you now.
Hey, thanks so much for that, Josh Robertson. And the law enforcement authorities again confirming that Shamsud Din Jabbar is the identity of this attacker.
And now we are going to go to Chris Joseph, who has been talking to people all morning who are nearby, and they're headed home.
Speaking with folks just a block off of Bourbon Street, folks moving out of their hotels, going home. We spoke with one gentleman who says he was woken up at 3:30 in the morning to the alert of a potential bomb threat. I guess, tell me the story. I guess, where were you? What were you doing? How'd they do it?
We were in bed and they just started to say, everybody needs to leave the hotel.
Okay, so you get up, you get out. What time about do you think that happened?
3:30, Jeff? About 3:30.
Okay, so at 3:30 in the morning, when you're on vacation in New Orleans, someone banging on the door telling you need to get out. There's a bomb threat. I mean, what goes through your head at that point?
I travel a lot for work, so I'm kind of used to it. It's happened before.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. All right. So you get out. I mean, you are just a block or two off, where the attack happened. What did you see? What did you hear?
It was actually very quiet. Very organized. They let us out through the garage. They told us that there would be a warming bus waiting at Rampart and Conti. There was no bus there, so we were a little confused for a bit. But then they showed up, and the bus drivers, the police, they were all amazing.
He says that with traveling, these things happen, and he will be back in New Orleans soon. Reporting in New Orleans, Chris Joseph, Fox 8 Local First.
During the morning hours when all of this was happening, there would normally be some activity kind of behind the scenes and as people get ready, and then that included, if anybody's up early enough, the rather involved idea of cleaning up after the mess. Sydney Torres with IV Waste talked about the cleanup issue.
Well, it was chaos. I mean, we were out here at 3 a.m. this morning. We had all of our equipment to clean up after the mess that was on Bourbon Street, and that's where we normally start on Bourbon, and we bring all of our garbage trucks, the sweeper trucks, the water trucks, to come down and clean it. And around 3:15 is when the mess, just the guy plowed down the street, and we were just, there was bodies all over the ground, and it was just horrible, and my guys were in shock. But what we did was we rerouted them to the back of the French Quarter to start cleaning up.
And I know right now we have people all over right now covering different portions, but we do have our Jacob Bradford, and he has more reaction for us this right now.
A family from Thibodeau says that they were woken up at about 3:15 when all of this commotion started, just a block away on Bourbon Street. They said afterwards it got eerily quiet and they were able to go back to sleep until they woke up this morning and found out exactly what happened.
So we went to New Year's Eve party at the World War II Museum,
we returned back here in the quarter probably around 1:40, and you know, did our usual thing, went to bed, heard some sirens screaming probably around 3:15. I heard 3 loud booms, but again, that's so much noise on this street at night.
And with fireworks is what I thought it
Yeah.
possibly was, fireworks, but it was big boom.
But a lot of sirens, more than normal, that we heard early this morning, and then everything went just kind of quiet after that. And so I mean, we didn't know anything until we woke up this morning.
Our phones started blowing up. You know, our family, friends wanted to know if we were okay.
And so,
like, what's going on?
So after y'all heard all of the big booms and the screaming and all that, then y'all were able to go back to sleep because it got quiet?
Yeah.
It
was as quiet as it is here.
Yeah, usually the street's pretty noisy, especially on a holiday. But after that, it was like really quiet. Able to go back to sleep. We didn't know anything until this morning when family started checking on, you know, how we were doing.
And now we can't get out. We planned on leaving early, but they said we're kind of locked down. So I talked to a police officer earlier, and he said it'll be a while.
Why are y'all locked? Is your car like in that area?
Yeah,
well,
our car's
a block and a half that way.
My son was supposed to come pick us up. He lives out in Lakeview, but he won't be able to get into the
So
car.
your car is in the cordoned off area?
Yes. Our friend's car is there. Our son was supposed to pick us up here, but he won't be able to get in because of the
dynamics of what's going on.
So when you woke up this morning, you saw what it was. What did you think? So when y'all woke up and y'all saw kind of what was going on last night, what went through y'all's head?
We're very grateful that we're okay, and very heartfelt for the families. And I think, you know, probably the death toll is not complete yet. So, you know, it's very, very sad. I'm sorry to say it's the world we live in today, and I just wish everyone would accept God back into their hearts and the country and pull together, because I'm not sure, but the word I heard was that this truck or this vehicle crossed the border in Eagle Pass 2 days ago. So, you know, it makes you feel like securing the borders is very important.
So since y'all are from Thibodeau, this is kind of like home for y'all. So seeing something like this happen so close to home, does that make you worried, or what do you think?
You never think it's going to happen.
Well, you know, honestly, I was pretty impressed with the police presence they had in the quarter here. We've been here since Monday afternoon, and I was making comments to our friend Joel and Claire that it was really impressive, the police presence that was here in the quarter. We really felt safe. Yeah. I mean, up until, you know, this point right here, but we saw police presence everywhere.
Local New Orleans State Police. I mean, it seemed pretty safe.
Now at this time they were trying to go back to Thibodeau to go home, but their car is in that cordoned off area, and the police have told them that it will be a while before they're able to get their car out. Reporting in the French Quarter, Jacob Bradford, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, Jacob Bradford there, and right now I'm joined with my colleague, Rob Krieger. Rob, you've been here all morning. Can you give us an update on these bollards?
Oh, yeah. So this is something that we've been following since really the moments that this happened, as we first started reporting this at 4 a.m. about this incident, and now investigated as a terrorist attack on New Orleans. The bollards that we've been talking about and asking about are on Bourbon Street. I actually, and this. If someone in the back right now, we have some video in exported stories of those bollards. If we could get them up at some point and just put that into the rundown so we can show the folks exactly what we're talking about.
Yeah, and explain, because I think they've seen them.
You've likely seen them.
Some people have never heard of them called bollards.
Right,
You just see
and
these
so
things
they're
that pop up.
big, really iron, blockades that they were designed initially to be able to slide back and forth on Bourbon Street at each of the crossovers of Bourbon Street to harden Bourbon Street for a situation just like this. They were installed in December of 2017, right before New Year's Eve, because of New Year's Eve and because of a separate terrorist attack that happened where someone used a vehicle to drive into a crowd of people. this was supposed to be the solution. Those bollards were part of a $40 million security project. So they were put in place, and the way that these particular bollards were designed, they're supposed to slide back and forth to allow an opening for regular days, and then, and especially in an emergency situation, if something happened, you could slide them open and pass an EMS, an ambulance through. So in my experience on Bourbon Street, it's been years since I've seen those bollards in the active position. They have been always in that inactive spot where it looks like they're slid apart on the sides there. Plenty of space for a car to cross through. It's unclear right now what the situation was as far as the blockade in that area, what was happening there. But we do believe that the city started working on repairs of these bollards back in November now. That said, the bollards were initially installed for a New Year's Eve event,
like this.
For a Sugar Bowl event, and for this exact situation. I spoke with Troy Carter moments ago outside of the NOPD police headquarters and asked him, you know, he was part of the city council for some time, worked to try and get some protection there and harden the French Quarter. I spoke with him and asked him, you know, if those bollards weren't in place, if they weren't there, you know, is that something that is a failure of the city? And is that something that could have saved more lives? We've got some sound from him now. We'll take a listen. All right, as we wait to get to that sound.
And I know they said that the repairs, from what I was.
All right, here we go.
Let's listen.
In fact, that's correct, that they were not operable. That's unacceptable. And if they were not operable, there should have been a plan B. There should have been a tow truck. There should have been a fire truck. There should have been some other item or something steadfast there to disallow any vehicles from being able to plow through the crowd. I don't know the facts on that, but I will tell you, many years ago I served on the city council. I'm intimately aware of the security features that are in place for downtown and for the French Quarter. If those bollards were operable and working properly, no one would have been able to get to the 400 block of Bourbon Street.
Again, Troy Carter there, speaking about those bollards. This is the video when they were installed at the end of 2017, so you can get an idea of what they had to do to cut this open and create this process where these bollards would be able to be installed initially and then used. You see the little tracks there where these bollards would slide. Now, I've had people in the quarter who work there tell me that the tracks were really a poor design for this area because between all of the hand grenades and beads that fall on the ground, they've gotten so gummed up that those bollards can't even work. Now, I'm not sure exactly if that's the case in this situation, but we do know that the city was attempting to repair those bollards. And I mean, in recent memory, I've never seen them in the active position. So Troy Carter said, knowing this is not a secret, knowing that this is something that wasn't a working thing, there should have been a plan B.
Right,
like he said,
especially if it's
a dump truck or something.
Something there, because this is why they had those in place. And now people can actually physically see, because you say bollards and people don't really know, like, wait, what are those? Oh, that's what those are called, because you may pass by them, but a lot of times they're not there.
And you have no idea what they are because you've never actually seen them working in many cases. So again, Troy Carter says that had those bollards been in place, it would have been nearly impossible for that vehicle to get as far as it did down Bourbon Street, and we can imagine that there would be more lives saved and fewer injured at this moment.
Rob, right now I know that we have Meg Gatto standing by. She is with Councilmember Leslie Harris. Can we take Meg right now?
Hey guys, yes, I've got Leslie Harris joining us via Zoom this morning. Leslie, first of all, your reaction to this tragic loss of life on Bourbon Street.
It's really unbelievable. It's something that I would never think would occur in the city of New Orleans. And so waking up and hearing this news was shocking, and my heart goes out to all of the victims, both those who lost their lives and those who are still in the hospital and being cared for by our first responders.
You know, it's been a few hours now since we've heard from city leaders, from Mayor Cantrell, from Chief Kirkpatrick. The FBI special agent in charge was also at this press conference. I want to say it was around 6:30 this morning when we carried that live. At this point, we know the suspect of the identity of the suspect. Is there anything more you could tell us, Leslie, about where the investigation stands now at this point? We're at 12:30 in the afternoon on New Year's Day.
I know that the FBI is investigating the scene. I know that there are first responders on the scene. We will have a press conference at 1 o'clock where all of law enforcement will be there along with the city council folks and the mayor, and so we will have more information then. But I do know it's an active investigation, but I also know that they've done a sweep of the Superdome to ensure that it is safe for the game if it happens this evening.
You know, when you think about the police officers who were on the scene, there were some 300 officers stationed on Bourbon Street and on surrounding streets, and they were able to quickly get to this situation and neutralize the threat, if you will. These officers opened fire after the suspect shot at them, and they were able to shoot and kill this suspect. Can you talk about the quick response that led to this threat being stopped immediately?
I think New Orleans knows how to throw a party, and we know how to throw big events. And we knew that this was going to be a weekend where a lot of tourists would be in town. So I'm proud of our NOPD. I'm proud of our state and federal partners who were also on the scene, that they were able to neutralize the terrorist as quickly as they could. Unfortunately, there was loss of life, but it could have been so much worse had NOPD not been on the scene, had those officers not acted so bravely in taking down that person.
Of course, there are so many questions about, how did this truck get onto Bourbon? I mean, we know the intersection of Bourbon and Canal right there. There are no bollards, as we've been talking about, just police barricades that apparently the driver drove around. But are there any concerns? I'm sure there are concerns going forward, not just about the Sugar Bowl, but about the Super Bowl, which is in 6 weeks, when you're going to have, millions of visitors visiting New Orleans.
My understanding from DPW is that there is a bollard system being installed and crafted for the Super Bowl. My understanding is that the suspect went around 2 police cars, went around police barricades, and went up on a sidewalk to get down to Bourbon Street. So as Superintendent Kirkpatrick said, this person was hell-bent on doing what he did, and I don't know that if a bollard was there, whether or not it would have stopped him from doing what he did. And so the good news is that there will be bollards installed for the Super Bowl, and I know again tonight that Bourbon Street will be closed to tourists, so please avoid that area because it is still an active crime scene, and businesses along Bourbon Street will be closed.
We had heard potentially of other streets in the French Quarter also being shut down, not just this portion of Bourbon Street or all of Bourbon Street. Do you have any information on other streets that may potentially be closed as well?
Yeah, there are some intersections in and around Bourbon Street in the quarter, and we will post those on social media and get those to you so people know exactly where to avoid. I would say that if tourists want to go to the quarter, go to the outskirts, go to Rampart, but don't head towards Bourbon Street because it very much is an active crime scene.
What would your message be to the people of New Orleans? I mean, a lot of people are, they woke up this morning to this horrible news. They're scared, obviously, that this terrorist attack is being investigated in their city. What message would you give to the people of New Orleans?
I hate to use the word resilient, but it's a word that applies to all of us who live in New Orleans. We've gotten through tragedies before. We will get through this, and we will get through it together as a community. So we just have to hug each other tight tonight and make sure you're checking on people who you love. And I will say, we will get through this just like we've gotten through every other thing else. So, I'm proud of the city that we live in. I'm proud of our first responders, and I'm proud of the reaction that we've had.
And obviously it's not just the eyes now of the country, but internationally there are a lot of eyes on New Orleans with this event unfolding. Would you share that same message with people wondering, is it safe to come to New Orleans? Should I go there? Maybe they have a vacation plan. Maybe they're coming for the Super Bowl. Would you also share that message?
Oh, absolutely. I think right now New Orleans is probably the safest that it's been. We have federal agents down here, ATF, FBI, the state police are down here as well. We have outpouring of support from surrounding parishes. So there's a lot of law enforcement on site. We had planned a very safe Super Bowl. We will continue with those plans. And so if you were planning to come for Super Bowl, please come. New Orleans needs the support, especially right now. So don't change any travel plans because we are a safe city and we will have law enforcement on site.
All right, New Orleans City Councilwoman Leslie Harris, thank you so much for joining us this morning, or this afternoon, excuse me.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's send it back to Lauren in the studio.
All right, Meg, thank you so much. And again, just a confirmation on those numbers again, 10 people dead, 35 at least injured. And we do have a statement from the University of Georgia president confirming that one of the students there was critically injured. This is what he has to say. I am deeply saddened by the devastating attack in New Orleans overnight, and I extend my sincere condolences to the victims, their families, and all those affected by this terrible tragedy. And they go on to say, at this point, we have learned that a University of Georgia student was critically injured in the attack and is receiving medical treatment. I have spoken to the student's family and shared my concern, support, and well wishes on behalf of the entire UGA community. I would like to express my gratitude to all of the first responders who moved so quickly to help those affected by the senseless act of violence, as well as the medical personnel who are caring for those injured as we continue to hold these victims and their families in our thoughts and prayers. The university will do everything in its power to support those in our community who have been impacted by this unspeakable event. And that's the end of that statement. But again, that is confirming that a University of Georgia student was critically injured in this attack. A lot of people, as we know, we've been talking about, are here for the Notre Dame and the University of Georgia matchup in the Sugar Bowl. We've all been, preparing for this. Law enforcement has been preparing for this. 300 officers even out there last night, ready for security for the revelers, but also they're out there because this is a big day, and now this day has been tainted by this event.
Absolutely. And look, I was just right outside of the Dome just moments ago, right there at NOPD headquarters. We were expecting that press conference to come down at 11 this morning, and there was certainly police presence around the Dome. I mean, you saw multiple all agencies out there, definitely a lot around the NOPD headquarters across the street. I was asked at one point, does it seem like the security presence has increased around the Dome? I would say that just, knowing what big games like this look like, it seemed like a normal type of situation for a day like this. It didn't seem like just, a swath of people everywhere. But there certainly were security, all around the area. So when you understand that they are going through that, sweeping the area, trying to make sure everything is safe. You all were talking earlier in the hour about the safety of a place like the Superdome and how difficult it would be to pull off something there. So hopefully those fans who are coming to town are going to be able to have the chance to enjoy the reason why they came here. Unfortunately, some of them, as we've learned, at least one Georgia student
is critically injured.
Unfortunately, came to New Orleans for what was supposed to be one of the most memorable times of their lives,
and a happy time,
and is at this point, not doing well. So, all right, we're going to get to what's that again? We have
what did you say? Landry.
All right, so we've got Governor Landry here with some statements. All right, so Governor Jeff Landry made this statement on the terror attack, saying it's a fluid situation. We are in coordination with numerous local and federal law enforcement agencies to ensure a complete and thorough investigation to bring those who may have been part of this incident to justice.
And I know that's something that they're looking at, even though we did confirm that it's 42-year-old, and this is from the FBI, Shamsud Din Jabbar. That's what we have confirmed from the FBI. They are still looking into if there are any other people that could have been involved, but right now we do know that this is the main suspect, and that suspect is dead, and we do know that as well. So again, a lot of questions. We did have a former special agent on earlier just talking about how there's a lot of questions going forward of what police have to look at, because it's not just like about this incident and then looking forward to the Sugar Bowl, but we have a lot of big events coming up, and this is really a test of our police department, and now they are getting help from the FBI of what can be handled here.
Yeah, it's going to be a fluid situation. That is absolutely certain. It's been a fluid situation out there on Canal Street all morning, where closures have snarled the area. Tourists are trying to get answers. And we've had Josh Robertson out there since before the sun came up, getting answers for us. Josh, what do you know now?
Well, Rob, I tell you, I feel like I might have informed more people straight to their face than I have actually done over the air. And I know, actually, if you can, Jason, we can do that for him. Come on. Actually, yeah, we're going to get up. Bear with us. The camera's going to move. It's going to jostle a little bit. Just hold on just a second. So we're going to move over here. Law enforcement's actually trying to get through here. So we're right here on Carondelet as it turns into Bourbon Street. So hold on a second. Let me actually, hold on. You got it. They're going through right now, guys. I'm sorry. That's law enforcement trying to get through here, and this whole area is obviously still blocked off. And so, as you see, we were just right here on the street. No cars have been coming down, but that was law enforcement. They're trying to get through into the crime scene, past the crime tape. So we just wanted to help them out with that. But as I was going to say, you know, we spent a lot of time out here this morning trying to answer people's questions directly to their face, and you know, not always can we give them the answers that they are looking for, and we do our best to try to get that out as quickly as possible. But you know.
All right, so it looks like his live shot there dropped out. Josh has been there near the corner of Bourbon Street and Canal all morning. We heard from police this morning just before 7 o'clock, giving us some details on what happened in this situation. Right there at the front of Bourbon and Canal is where they say this person began driving that truck at a high rate of speed that was clear that they intended to hurt people, entering on Bourbon Street right there at Canal, and then traveling at least, by my account, at least 2.5 blocks, nearly 3 blocks, near the corner of Conti in Bourbon, right outside of the Royal Sonesta, where the truck came to a stop there, and that is where he was shot and killed when he opened fire on police there in that area. So about 3 blocks from where Josh is where that incident happened, but where Josh is where that started. I believe we've got him back up now. Let's send it out to him again. Josh.
Yeah. Hey, Rob, and that spot you're talking about is just right there behind me is where we're told that that car, that truck, that white pickup truck initially hit the gas right here at the start of Bourbon Street, went down several blocks and crashed somewhere a few blocks down. And throughout that short spurt where he hit the gas, purposely trying to kill as many people as he could, he did take the lives of 10 people, including his own, and then 35 people were also injured and taken to area hospitals. But again, right now, this foot traffic is picking up, obviously, because it's almost 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and people are here. There's so many people in town trying to enjoy their New Year's Eve, trying to enjoy their New Year's Day, and we have the Sugar Bowl, a college football game, happening today. Obviously, this tragedy is the most important thing right now. A football game is probably the least of many people's concerns, especially if they stayed somewhere around the French Quarter last night and were out here when all this went down. At the same time, it's a sea of red and green here. You have Notre Dame fans, you have Georgia fans. We know that a Georgia student was one of those who was injured last night, and there's a game that's supposed to happen tonight, and at this point, we have not been told that that is still not the case. As far as we know, the game is still going to happen, but if we learn more, of course, we'll update you as soon as we can. But a lot of people here, it's been a mixed bag. It's been people saying, no, we want to go anyway. We want to go to this game. We came here to enjoy it, and they don't want something like this to take away from the fact that they're here to enjoy this tradition, this New Year's Eve, New Year's Day, and then Sugar Bowl tradition. And then there are others who voiced that they'd like to know that there is extra safety precautions at this game tonight because that's going to be key. And when you have so many resources put here, which they're going to be out here for some time, and Bourbon Street's probably going to be closed for some time as well, all those resources put to this, is there going to be enough resources to make sure that the game itself is safe and that the people who go there are safe? So that's something we've been listening to. And I'll step out real quick just so you can see one more time behind me. All the corner vans that were out here for many, many, many hours are now back. At last check, along with a fire truck, they're all still down. Yeah, they're all still down a couple of blocks down Bourbon Street, the corner vans, because even up to this point, and it may not be the case now, it's hard to say, but for hours and hours after, there were still victims' bodies in that crime scene with tarps over them, people who were killed from this person who, for whatever reason, decided to take human life and plow through a crowd of people and also then fire guns at people and at officers before getting killed himself by law enforcement. And so we have learned a little bit about that victim, as you guys have reported, Rob, and I'll send it back to you now, but this is still not going to change anytime soon. And for people who are walking around here, don't try to go through. We've seen a couple people get turned around here who were walking in the middle of the neutral ground and had to get stopped by police. The yellow tape's here for a reason, folks. There's just no reason to make their jobs any harder.
All right, very good point there. Josh, thanks for your reports this morning. A lot of great information there. We've seen multiple city leaders walking into NOPD headquarters this morning. We saw Mayor Cantrell flanked by armed officers who were carrying long rifles on either side of her as she walked into the police headquarters at the DXC Technology Building across from the Dome on Poydras Street. We also saw Jason Williams there. Troy Carter was there as well. Multiple stakeholders from the area, as well as Sheriff Susan Hudson.
Yes, and we have sound from her. Take a listen.
Reassure fans, tourists, locals can feel safe as we get closer to kickoff for the Sugar Bowl. But moving forward, how can we reassure people feel safe?
Well, first of all, I just want to send my heartfelt condolences out to everybody affected by this. We had officers shot, we had people killed. It's just gut-wrenching for our city. Last night I was out just at a church in prayer about a great 2025, and then we have people coming into our community trying to make us feel unsafe and trying to hurt this amazing city. And we're not going to let that happen. We're going to stand strong and together. I was in here in meetings with about every law enforcement agency, every city agency, parish, state, all coming together to make sure we take care of this, to make sure that this investigation is complete, that we get all the folks responsible for it, and that we keep our city safe. So we're working on all that. Know that every resource is available right now. We also want folks to know that, because I've gotten had people reach out to me about they're looking for their loved ones. They could be at a number of area hospitals. We put out on our social media about our victims unit, where family members can reach out to get resources and to find out information. And if you can't find your loved one at that particular hospital, reach out so we can try and help you find out where they're at. So we want to make sure people can check on their people and make sure their folks are safe. Gut-wrenching. I woke up to this morning. I've got deputies in the quarter. We had our booking bus in the quarter, so I'm reaching out trying to find out how's our team. Is everybody safe? We had officers respond to that. We got to check on them, make sure they're all right. So right now I'm in a couple of different modes. Number one, making sure we're part of the process for keeping things safe. And number two, making sure all of our team is all right and we're ready.
New Orleans knows how to prepare for major events with large crowds of people. We know the bollards weren't working under repair currently. How come there wasn't a plan B in place to make sure that something like this wasn't going to happen? Well,
so all questions about the investigation have to go to the FBI and the city as they're conducting that investigation. We're here to support the policing function moving forward, make sure whatever happens with the game, whatever happens with folks who are here in our city, we've got a lot of people here, making sure that we take care of that. All questions about the investigation need to go through the FBI and the city.
How is the Sheriff's Department with the game? Do you expect it to happen?
I'm not sure, and again, that's not my call. Again, my call is to be here to support all our law enforcement, all our first responders, and to help support this community and keep it safe.
How is the Sheriff's Department moving forward with ensuring safety?
Yeah, we're a part of all these discussions. Number one, making sure we have assets available. So, for instance, if they need more deputies, if they need any resources from us, we have a number of resources. As you know, the Sheriff's Department is a mini city. So if we need extra cars out on the street or something of that nature, we're just making sure that we are a part of that, helping secure the city that we love so much. And I want this community also to know that Sheriff's Departments from all over the state, the Sheriff's Association, have reached out and promised help and support if we need that. But we have a lot of sheriffs right around us who are helping as well, and they were in there too talking about it. So again, public safety is job number one right now.
Can you talk to the unified command right now? We saw, like you said, JPSO parked out here. There's, I think, like every single type of law enforcement agency I've seen in the past hour.
Yeah, and we want our community to know that. We've come together, state, federal, local, our surrounding parishes, all the sheriffs in the state have offered resources if we need those. So yeah, we're ready to deal with this issue, keep people safe, and whatever happens moving forward. We have got a big year planned, right? We're going from Sugar Bowl to Super Bowl to Mardi Gras. So we're the planning, looking at what we're going to do, but most importantly, coming together. And that's what we're doing.
Is the city being swept for anything like other explosive devices from your
understanding, anything like that?
Well, again, all questions about the investigation or that response need to go through the FBI and the New Orleans Police Department. They'll know what they're able to release and what they're not. And again, we're supporting them 100%.
Anyone on your command injured from this morning's?
Not injured, but affected, right? Right. It was absolute just chaos when that man went through there and did what he did. And so, that affects everybody. The first responders, that affects them as well. And seeing what happened down there, So job number one, securing the city. Job number two, taking care of our team.
Can you talk to what that looks like? This has impacted the whole entire city, and first responders really are right there. They're seeing this carnage. What does that look like for you as the sheriff, as the head of this department, to make sure mentally and emotionally that your people are okay?
I got to take care of my team. I reached out to all of them personally. They're up all night, right? Some of them are trying to get some sleep right now because they were up all night and just exhausted trying to keep the community safe. But I checked in with all of them, right? I want them to know their sheriff cares and that I'm supporting them 100%. This is not easy work, right? And seeing this type of thing go down can be tough. I got to support them 100%. And that's what I want this community to know. I'm doing that. I want the men and women of this department to know I'm doing that. Reaching out to all of them. I've already reached out to them all just to let them know I'm here. When they're able to talk, I'm going to do that as well. I got to check on them personally.
What are the next few days going to look like for you and for the city?
Being on ready. We have our chiefs here, majors here, all of our assets, whether those are our investigative services, those are our patrolling functions, those are our reserves who are out in the streets every day for the city. Making sure we have that, any other assets we may need to support, equipment we may need to support. We're pledging to give 100%.
Let's talk about tonight after the game. Celebrations, fans celebrating the win. What's that going to look like for your team out tonight patrolling or keeping people safe?
Vigilance, right? We got to be keeping a lookout about what's going on, making sure we're safe first, that we are prepared, safe. We got all our safety equipment, and we're being very vigilant about what's going on. And I know our team will do that.
Any message to fans, people just out and about and here for this big event?
Look, everybody in this unified command here loves the city. We love the people of the city. We love what it represents to this community and to this country. And people from all over the world come here. We love the city. We're here to protect the city. We're putting everything at our disposal to do that. And we want our community to know that, and all our visitors here as well.
My last question, at least for me, obviously there's a lot of talk about tourists and visitors, but there's a lot of people here at home, people who this is their home, and they're tired of being resilient. This is really hurting them. What do you say to people who love this city because they're born and raised here?
Yeah, we would say, I want my messages to both our community, right? Because this culture is what makes people want to come here, and it's the people of the city that drive that culture. And yeah, we're tired of being resilient, but this is the way the world is. We did not create this, but this is the way the world is. People extremists want to send a message in a horrible way, and this is the way the world is. That doesn't mean we're going to give in to them, and we are going to fight back with everything we have.
All right, that was Sheriff Susan Hudson there outside of NOPD headquarters just minutes ago. Olivia Vidal is there now. We understand that press conference, we do expect it to happen. It was called for about 1 o'clock. It may not happen right at 1 o'clock, but Olivia and our photographer Cole are there in the building now, so they're beginning that process of moving people up to the press conference room. So we should see that hopefully within the next several minutes. We'll be able to get some additional information from the FBI and the city as well.
And we do have crews, Rob, everywhere right now covering different aspects of this case, of this situation. And Sabrina Wilson, she is in front of UMC. Again, we are learning more details about some of the victims. Like we said, a University of Georgia student that was critically injured. We are learning little bits and pieces. So Sabrina, what's the latest from where you are? What do you know?
We're told that there's lots of angst inside of University Medical Center related to the attack hours earlier in the French Quarter. Now, this attack, which even the White House agrees is being investigated as a terrorist attack, is causing broad distress beyond the families who already know that their loved ones were impacted. During my last live shot, New Orleans City Council President Helena Moreno told me she came here to UMC to check on someone who knew someone who was in the French Quarter but was missing. And she said, after being in that location, in the hospital where people with such questions are being allowed to go, that there were other families here at UMC looking for their loved ones who were in the area of the attack. Now, we know from the NOPD that 10 people were killed during the attack, and the FBI says the suspect had an ISIS flag in his pickup truck. Of course, there are lots of questions, and one of them is why the suspect targeted New Orleans is one of those big questions. Moreno says it's a question the FBI needs to delve into. Earlier, the NOPD said the majority of the people who were injured during the attack on Bourbon Street were brought here to UMC. No big guesswork about that, because this is a level 1 trauma center in New Orleans with experienced staff. This is where most shooting victims in the city are brought. It's the place where the President of the United States would be brought if something were to go wrong with him during a visit in New Orleans. But of course, this is a very sad day, and of course, law enforcement officials and units have been coming in and out of here all day. We do know that 2 NOPD officers were shot during this terrorist attack, and now people around the world are glued to their devices and media outlets as the investigation continues into this suspected terrorist attack that unfolded on the first day of 2025. Reporting from UMC, I'm Sabrina Wilson. Back to you.
All right, Sabrina, thank you very much. And I know we do have a scene. We've been following a scene at Mandeville Street. That's in the St. Roch neighborhood, where officials there are looking into if this could be connected to what happened on Bourbon Street and Canal. We're going to take you live to Rob Masson right now.
Yeah, hey, Lauren, still a very active scene out here in the 1200 block of Mandeville Street. As you can see behind me, a New Orleans fire unit has been blocking the street down there for 3 or 4 hours now. We have also seen a large federal presence here as well, including FBI and ATF, alcohol, tobacco, and firearms. They've been bringing dogs through here about every half hour or so to sniff around, we assume, for an explosive device. It all started around 6:30 this morning when we understand, hearing from neighbors, that there was a small fire inside of a house in the 1200 block of Mandeville Street that appears to be an Airbnb. Several hours later, about 2 hours later, police went knocking on doors within about a 3 or 4 block perimeter here, asking people to leave the area as this massive presence of local, state, and federal officers moved into the area. We could hear sirens off in the background, but they've got about a 3-block area of Mandeville Street shut down here, and we understand they are investigating to see if there is a possible link to the terror suspect who killed and injured so many on Bourbon Street earlier today. But very little information coming out here. NOPD SWAT unit is on the scene. We're told whatever information is going to come out of that news conference that we're waiting on right now about a possible link. Perhaps the suspect was staying here in this Airbnb, but we have not gotten confirmation of that. No one that I've talked to has reported seeing a white pickup truck in the area, but that block of Mandeville Street has been under construction, and people have not been able to park there for several months now, from what we understand. But FBI continues to remain on the scene. We see them a block away. We're being kept a block away. And those bomb-sniffing dogs have been quite active in this neighborhood, as well as some what appears to be Homeland Security aircraft flying overhead for the better part of 2 or 3 hours here in the 1200 block of Mandeville Street. So people are being told to stay inside their homes. A lot of people can't get back to their homes if they're in the immediate area. We see people in night clothes out here who have been inconvenienced, and some local residents have opened their doors to kind of take people in and keep them warm while this scene remains cordoned off here in the 1200 block of Mandeville Street. But hoping to learn more from the news conference when federal authorities will be providing more information about exactly what is transpiring here, but the scene remains shut down. Lauren, back to you.
All right, Rob, thank you very much. And again, they're trying to figure out where the Mandeville Street scene plays into this whole situation right now.
And we're just learning right now, breaking news at this hour, the Sugar Bowl has been postponed for at least 24 hours. It's according to Councilman Joe Giarrusso. We're just getting that in here. So the Sugar Bowl will be postponed. It will not happen tonight. Postponed 24 hours, now set to happen on January 2nd. So an important bit of information. I know a lot of you right now watching, maybe from out of town, here for the Sugar Bowl, whether you're from Georgia or Notre Dame. Unfortunately, that game has been postponed, but clearly that effort is done through a level of safety and ensuring that they can handle everything. We've been talking about it throughout the morning, the fact that you've got police officers who are already working overtime because it's a holiday and a big event situation, and now this is an all hands on deck situation.
All hands on deck.
And then to imagine to have to staff that football game as well in that process as would be a daunting task, to say the least. So,
and again, knowing that these officers, you have multiple agencies coming together working on this. I know the FBI is the lead here, but NOPD stretched very, very thin right now. And I think in this situation, we were waiting to see if it was going to be postponed. It will be postponed. You did see that a student, at least we know one student, was critically injured, a Georgia student. And so there's just a lot that goes into what's happening right now. We don't know many details about the victims. We're getting little bits and pieces as we go, but we are still waiting on this press conference that was supposed to start at 1 p.m., but it looks like from what we see on our cameras, they're getting ready. So we will bring that to you as soon
it could be momentarily now, right? So we'll continue to follow that situation. Let's get to a statement from the NFL that they've released here. This says, we are deeply saddened by the news of the devastating incident in New Orleans. Our thoughts are with the victims, the New Orleans community, and all those affected. We are confident attendees will have a safe and enjoyable Super Bowl experience. So that's obviously a statement because the Super Bowl will be happening here in a couple of months.
And Rob, I think that's what a lot of people are wondering, because a situation like this, the city was already going to have national eyes on it, right, for the Super Bowl. And obviously Mardi Gras is always a big deal here, but the Super Bowl specifically, and how the NOPD was going to handle security with that, and they were getting everything in place. And we are seeing that even their response last night, and from the former special agent that we spoke to earlier, said that they did what they could do with what they had, and their response was what would be expected in a situation like that.
Right, and the big question I think that still remains is what happened with these bollards.
Yeah.
Because if you want to say that they did what they could, I mean, you had Troy Carter saying that they could have moved in a dump truck or a fire truck to work as a blockade, knowing that they couldn't actually block the street from something like that. Is that something that was overlooked? Clearly, they were repairing the bollards to try to have them ready in time for the
New Orleans. Let's listen now to the officials.
I'm going to provide you some facts and information about what we do know. I know that all of you will have questions, and we will try to provide some answers. But this is an ongoing investigation that's rapidly evolving. So there are some questions I will be unable to answer at this time. The FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we're investigating this as an attack of terrorism, along with our partners. Today at approximately 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time, an individual drove a pickup truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing at least 10 individuals and injuring dozens more. After hitting the crowd, he exited the vehicle and fired upon local law enforcement. Law enforcement returned information about what we do know. I know that all of you will have questions, and we will try to provide some answers. But this is an ongoing investigation that's rapidly evolving. So there are some questions I will be unable to answer at this time. The FBI is the lead investigative agency, and we're investigating this as an attack of terrorism, along with our partners. Today at approximately 3:15 a.m. Central Standard Time, an individual drove a pickup truck into a crowd on Bourbon Street in New Orleans, killing at least 10 individuals and injuring dozens more. After hitting the crowd, he exited the vehicle and fired upon local law enforcement. Law enforcement returned fire and the subject was pronounced deceased at the scene. 2 law enforcement officers were injured and transported to local hospitals. The subject has been identified as 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar, a U.S.-born citizen from Texas. He was driving a Ford pickup truck, which appears to be rented, and we are working to confirm how the subject came in possession of this vehicle. An ISIS flag was located on the trailer hitch of the vehicle, and the FBI is working to determine the subject's potential associations and affiliations with terrorist organizations. Weapons and potential improvised explosive devices, IEDs, were located in the subject's vehicle. Other potential IEDs were also located in the French Quarter. As of now, 2 IEDs have been found and rendered safe. The FBI's Agent Bomb Technology, as our local law enforcement partners, have been working to determine if any of these devices are viable, and they will work to render those devices safe. The FBI, we are working with our partners to investigate this as an act of terrorism.
We are having audio issues right now, but that is the FBI giving us an update on.
I will now turn over to Mayor Cantrell. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Agent Duncan, for your leadership and the full support of the FBI. First and foremost, I want to express my deepest condolences to the families and loved ones that were impacted by this tragedy on Bourbon Street and in the heart of the city of New Orleans. And I know that the entire New Orleans City Council grieves along right with me, no doubt about that, and our people and our families. My priority will continue to be to ensure that victims that remain on Bourbon Street now will be serviced and removed as soon as possible, but necessary to make this happen. I also want to acknowledge hearing from President Biden, all of our federal partners, but most importantly, calling Governor Landry this morning, responded with haste, and we do say thank you. And of course, a demonstration of a unified support is right here in this room. That's how we collectively responded to this tragedy in the city of New Orleans. The mission now is to facilitate, support, and coordinate safety procedures to keep our residents and our visitors safe. I've gone to the hospital along with Chief Kirkpatrick to visit our police officers, and considering their injuries, they're doing well. As I mentioned, this investigation is ongoing, and the FBI remains the lead in the investigation. It is an active crime scene as well. We are committed, no doubt, to uncovering all details surrounding this tragedy. And we're taking every necessary step to put even more safety procedures in place, especially given the nature of the investigation. I'm going to ask people to do not go around our secured area if there is no essential need to do so. It matters, and again, it is an active crime scene. I also want you all to know that the Greater New Orleans Foundation has set up a fund to assist victims, and that information will be provided to you. Thank you, Ganoff. Again, I want this unified team. We're leaning in. We will be relentless, and we will do everything that it takes to render real justice. This team will. I want to also just thank our citizens for your heartfelt prayers, New Orleans is a world-class city, and I can say that I've heard from world leaders all this morning and up until now, in addition to my brother and sister mayors across this country. They're calling, they're responding, and they're standing with the city of New Orleans. And what they always say and want me to reiterate, they understand the resilience of this community. And we're strong in that regard, and I will say second to none. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to our governor, and as I mentioned, who has not wavered any in leaning in, providing the necessary support, and standing with me, and I say thank you, Governor. And I know the First Lady is standing with us as well.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you. Again, I want to thank the Mayor. Since about 3:45 this morning, when she called me, we have all been working just around the clock to both secure the city and to solve this act. You know, again, I want to reiterate that our prayers go out with all of those who have been affected by this tragedy. I want to thank our law enforcement officers. I want to thank our medical personnel. I want to thank our first responders. And most importantly, I want to thank the two New Orleans police officers who not only laid their life on the line, but were able to eliminate the threat this morning. Let me say, we have made public safety a state priority from day one. And I think that if you look around me today, right now, and you look at the people who are standing around, that is their commitment as well. We intend to be transparent in assessing any defects that may have existed in the system so that we can address it. It's the only way to ensure that any mistakes that were made are corrected. Specifically, we have been trying and working very diligently to address security concerns in preparation for the Super Bowl since October. And it's interesting because, ironically, in preparation for the Super Bowl, I had intended to issue an emergency declaration tomorrow so that we could bring all of our federal, state, and local agencies to bear in preparation for the Super Bowl and Mardi Gras. But because of the events today, I have amended that emergency declaration and issued it today. So again, that declaration will allow our federal, state, and local partners to bring all of the resources necessary to get this city safe. In light of that executive order, I have also ordered the mobilization of a military police company. I've asked General Freelou to mobilize a military police company to assist both New Orleans Police and LSP and the FBI. It is important for our citizens and guests of this state to know that we are doing everything we can to secure their safety in this city. We want to make it clear, the Superdome and the surrounding area is safe. But I've always said that the safety of this entire city is something that is always paramount to me. With that, I would like to turn it over to Jeff with the Super Bowl. Jeff Duncan.
Good afternoon. Obviously, we wish we weren't here for this reason today. The Sugar Bowl Committee has a 90-year history of being a good corporate citizen for the city of New Orleans, and that's why this tragedy hurts us as much as anybody right now. So our condolences, thoughts, and prayers go out to the victims and their families as we all work through this. Of course, anytime we have a major event in the city of New Orleans, public safety is paramount, and we have full faith and confidence in the governor and the mayor and all the assets, the federal, state, and local resources that they've applied to this event so that we can ultimately bring those responsible to justice and carry on with the major events that we have in front of us. Speaking of which, we were scheduled this evening to have a CFP quarterfinal played in the Superdome at 7:45. We have been in consultation with ESPN, with the College Football Playoff, with the Southeastern Conference, with the University of Georgia, with Notre Dame, all parties, and all agree that it's in the best interest of everybody and public safety that we postpone the game for 24 hours. Work is fast about to set up a safe and efficient and fun environment for tomorrow night. There'll be more details on that in the coming hours, but for now, that's the plan, that we're going to move forward and play the game. And again, we reiterate our thanks to everyone up here for the important work they're doing. We live in the fun and games world with what we do, but we certainly recognize the importance of this, and we're going to support it 100%. So thank you.
I'd like to bring up Senator Kennedy.
I wish I understood better why bad things happen to good people. If I make it to heaven, I'm going to ask. For those people who don't believe in objective evil, all you have to do is look at what happened in our city early this morning. If this doesn't trigger the gag reflex of every American, every fair-minded American, I'll be very surprised. I'm here because these are my people. I'm here because these are my people's friends. I'm here because there are a lot of Louisianians that are scared tonight. I don't want them to be. There's a lot of information going around. Some of it is actually true. Some of it isn't. The federal government is now in charge of this investigation. By that, I mean the White House, the FBI, the Department of Homeland Security, and the Department of Justice. I have not talked to the FBI. Maybe they've talked to my staff. I don't know. I did talk to the Secretary of Homeland Security a little while ago. And I told him that with all the respect I could muster, that we expect to put the full force and resources of the federal government behind this investigation. Our state troopers, our local police departments, our sheriffs, we've got many sheriffs here today, have been terrific so far. The federal government is cooperating with them. I hope that will continue. Here's what I want to ask from the federal government. Catch these people. Catch these people. And then tell the American people the truth. Now, I don't want you to tell us yet anything that's going to interfere with your investigation. And there are things that I've been told that I think are true that I'm not sharing with you today because it could interfere with their investigation. But after we get to the bottom of this, they need to tell the American people the truth, and the people in New Orleans the truth, and the people of America the truth. I think the mayor and the governor are very wise to postpone this ball game for 24 hours. There's just too much stuff we don't know, and it's just not worth it. But I guess my final point is, I will promise you this. I will, when it is appropriate and this investigation is complete, you will find out what happened and who was responsible. Or I will raise fresh hell. And I will chase those in the federal government who are responsible for telling us what happened, like they stole Christmas.
Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Congressman Carter, I think.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Senator Kennedy. Thank you to all of our law enforcement agents for doing a yeoman's job, for stepping up at a time when we needed you most, for employing the resources of all of our partners, This is all hands on deck. From the White House all the way down. I've been in communication with the White House since early this morning. Secretary Mayorkas, leaders in all of our federal, local, and state agencies. The President has made it very clear that he intends to bring every resource to bear to not only tell the truth, but to provide the resources to bring these cowards to justice. I want to personally thank the men and women in uniform who put their lives on the line to protect our citizens and our visitors. To our mayor and our governor for acting expeditiously and bringing us all together. To our sheriffs from the surrounding areas who have been Johnny on the spot, recognizing that if it happens in New Orleans, it can happen anywhere. We don't have the luxury of being myopic. In this community, we work together. We don't point fingers. We don't blame. We go after the bad guys. Let it be clear that the full faith and credit of the United States and every agency therein is on the ground, working. And for those who may have played a role in this horrific act of cowardice, we will find you. We will bring you to justice. New Orleans is a place that heralds its ability to protect its citizens, that heralds its ability to manage major events. Super Bowl, Sugar Bowls, Mardi Gras, Jazz Fest, Essence Festival. You name it, no one does it better than law enforcement in New Orleans and in the surrounding area. Kudos to those 2 officers who've been wounded. Our hearts go out to those who lost loved ones. Our hearts go out to those who are wounded and on the mend in the hospital. Citizens, now is the time to stay calm, to be vigilant. This is not a time to come out to sightsee. Listen to your federal, local, state officials. Be vigilant. If you saw something, say something. If you know something, tell someone. There are tip lines, there's information available. Please, all hands on deck. Rest assured that the decision that was made to postpone the game was not done lightly. It was done with one single thing in mind: public safety. Making sure that the citizens and visitors of this great city, not only for this event, but for every event you come to in Louisiana, that you will be safe. And we will use every resource possible, as the governor has said, as the mayor has said, and every law enforcement agent here has said. Our energy, our commitment will be to make sure that you are safe now and for every event in the future. God bless you, and let's stay strong.
Thank you, Congressman. Attorney General.
I first want to extend my sincerest condolences to the families of the victims. Parents got a phone call last night, early this morning, that no parent ever wants to receive. And as a parent of children who come to New Orleans and spend time here, I know that that is just something that, you know, we hold our breath sometimes till they're home safe, and some people did not come home safe. And we also have some people who are fighting for their lives right now in the hospital. So I'd ask everyone to pray for them. They need our support and they need our prayers. This was a heinous act, a heinous, cowardly act, and we will find them and we will bring them to justice. My office will be providing both investigative and prosecutorial support to the City of New Orleans, to the District Attorney, Jason Williams in New Orleans, as I have done for months. We will continue to do that. We will provide the governor with whatever support that he needs, and the Governor's Office of Homeland Security, whatever support that they need. I'll be here to help. I will be here to stand with the City of New Orleans. We will bring them to justice. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Governor.
Thank you, Governor and Mayor. For those who do not know me, my name is Ann Kirkpatrick. I'm the Chief of Police of New Orleans. My official title is Superintendent, but my role is as Chief of Police. You know, you've heard some of the details today, and over the last 24 hours, we had approximately 400 officers in the French Quarter. And as we know, this is not just an act of terrorism. This is evil. And when we face evil, we have a choice. We can run in fear, or we can indeed stand in strength. In a time of crisis, people are looking for leadership. You are looking at the leadership. And I promise you, as the chief of police of this city has been tried by fire before. But fire purifies. Fire makes things stronger. We have a plan. We know what to do. We are going to get these people. There is a path forward. Very pleased that we will be back to having a wonderful game tomorrow night. New Orleans police have proven their ability to make the city safer. Just 2 years ago, we were the murder capital of America. Today, from that time 2 years ago, we have driven our murder rate more than 50% down. So we have a track record. But this is different because it's terrorism. Now, I want to thank all of our law enforcement partners. You're fabulous, and we appreciate the partnership. But last night, 3 of our officers engaged this terrorist who shot at them. 3 of the officers returned fire. Those officers did not run in fear. I liked what the mayor said this morning. New Orleans police and all law enforcement is built. We are built for dealing with evil, with things that would cause others to be in fear, but instead our officers, and last night NOPD in particular, stood strong. They did not run. They did kill the terrorist. We have 2 officers indeed who received gunfire. They will be okay. We have personally gone to see them. But this is leadership for you, and I promise, as the chief of police of this fantastic city, that I will be strong and firm and fearless. Thank you.
Thank you. In wrapping it up, I want to just close with a couple of things. I want to thank Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter. I want to thank again all of our law enforcement officers out there. I want the families of the victims to know that I will be issuing an executive order that tomorrow, when Notre Dame plays Georgia, every flag of every state building in this state is going to be at half-mast. In remembrance of them, but remembering something else. That fear in this state is a liar. And these folks right here are going to make sure that justice is served. And for the citizens out there that were saying, well, man, do I really want to go to the Sugar Bowl tomorrow? I'll tell you one thing, your governor's going to be there. That is proof, believe you me, that that facility in this city is safer today than it was yesterday. And as we come to additional events in this city, I know in speaking with Senator Kennedy and Congressman Carter, and FBI acting director, and the incoming administration, that they are going to ensure that this city has the resources necessary to protect our citizens and our guests. And so with that, we'll take some questions.
All right, if you could, we'll start over here with CBS. Katie, we'll work our way across the room. If I miss you, just give me a holler. I may not see you. Go ahead, Katie.
Thank you, sir. Katie Weiss with CBS News. I mean, I think this has been a really tough day for a lot of people, but at this point, we're hearing that the death toll according to some FBI sources, has gone up to 15. Is this true?
Who wants to answer that? Yeah.
I can speak to it, because unless you have a final number. We do not have a final number. We know that we have confirmed 10, but we did have people who had been transported who were in critical condition. And so I do not know that, but I can confirm 10.
And one quick follow-up question, if I may. We know that there have been some local records in Texas about a misdemeanor background on this suspect. Any signs or warnings ahead of time about this person or their plans for what happened this morning?
Because that is the investigation part, I will give the FBI.
At this time, we cannot go into details about the subject's history. What I can tell you, the person was an Army veteran. We believe he was honorary discharged, but we're working through this process, figuring out all this information. The goal with the FBI is providing you with the most accurate and complete information. So once that information is confirmed, we'll make sure we push that out. Thank you.
Ariel?
At this time, do you know exactly, as far as the victims, how many are from here in Louisiana versus out of state, and their ages maybe?
At this time, I can't go into details about all the victims. We want to make sure that first that the family is notified appropriately before we put any information out there. So once the families are all notified, then we'll go ahead and release a statement to everyone.
And I would ask the press, in relation to the victims and those that are in hospitals, you could just refrain from worrying about them so their loved ones can take care of them, and the medical personnel that are trying to get them out of the hospital can do so. And as information becomes available, we want to respect the privacy of those who are still either fighting for their lives or being cared for. Thank you.
A follow-up, if I may.
Go ahead.
You guys mentioned accomplices. You don't think that the suspect acted alone. About how many more suspects are you guys looking into at this point?
It's a range of suspects. Right now with the FBI, we do not want to rule anything out. So that's why we're asking if anyone has had any interaction with the deceased subject Jabbar in the last 72 hours, provide us with this information. You can provide us that information through 1-800-CALL-FBI or our digital tips line, which is available on our social media website, as well as the big FBI website.
Can I say something like that? Tell me who you're with.
WDSU.
WDSU. Okay, and CBS.
The NBC's over here on the
Oh, that's an unusual position.
I don't get it.
You wouldn't. Look, the FBI is not going to be able to answer those questions, okay? They will eventually, I promise you, okay? Once the FBI has a chance to investigate all this, along working with state police, working with Homeland Security, working with the city of New Orleans, they're going to tell you what happened. I can promise you that, or I'm going to raise fresh hell. But right now, they're in the process of trying to catch the other bad guys. And I want to give them the benefit of the doubt for a while.
26.
Yeah, I had a question about the victims. I know that there was obviously gunfire exchange, so I guess how many victims were shot, and then how many were injured?
Look, again, let me reiterate both Special Agent Duncan and Senator Kennedy. There's a lot of, I get that y'all want to know minute details. What we don't want to do is impede this investigation or spend any time talking about things that don't get us closer to hunting these folks down and securing this city. And so at a particular point in time, we will release as much information as we can. But at this time, in relation to the investigation, I would ask y'all to refrain from those.
So, ladies and gentlemen, if we're going to just have more of the same as the governor just said, we're going to provide that information, but we're going to wrap the press conference now.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
Let me finish. You weren't listening. If all of the questions are more of the same, what the governor just said in position, we won't be doing that to provide that information. And if you have a quick different question, then let's do that quickly and move on. Okay?
My question.
Hold on. It's in an orderly fashion.
You say there are multiple.
Ma'am, hold on, sir. Hold on. Then who was next? We had over here.
Hi, Rachel Wolf from the Wall Street Journal. You said you were confident
if there are multiple suspects involved? What makes you confident in that?
Well, like, why would we tell you that? Again, that's, I mean, look, again, we want to answer pertinent questions. But anything that would lead to impeding or endangering this investigation is not going to be said, okay? And we will, as information unfolds, this is a very fluid process. And remember something, too. We're doing two things. We're hunting some bad people down, and we're securing the city, too. We're getting ready for a Sugar Bowl tomorrow. So if y'all would, again, if you have questions regarding Sugar Bowl, the safety of the city, or something to that effect, we're happy to answer.
They're over here.
Okay, go ahead.
Go ahead, Alyssa.
Okay, 1 second. Usually in parts of the French Quarter, specifically in parts of Bourbon Street, there are bollards. We're hearing that some of those may have been down because of repairs. Can you speak to that, and maybe was there any backup option of putting a truck there or an NOPD car there?
Well, let me tell you, yeah, one, I'm going to let the mayor answer. I want you to know that's one of the first things I thought of this morning when the mayor called me, okay? And I will tell you that whatever the problem was is going to be solved.
Thank you, Governor. Thank you, Governor, and thank you for the question. I do understand that it's been on your radar since this morning. As it relates to the bollards on Bourbon Street, over 10 years ago, excuse me, okay, over 10 years ago, the city of New Orleans implemented an infrastructure project placing bollards on Bourbon. Thereafter, the malfunctions of those bollards ensued from Mardi Gras beads on down. But the New Orleans Police Department, of course, deemed them inefficient because they did not operate the way that they were intended to do. Because the city of New Orleans is hosting Super Bowl this year, it gave the city of New Orleans an opportunity to go further and deeper with infrastructure improvements, as we've been talking about. So as a result of that, we were able to build in bollard replacement into our Super Bowl infrastructure package. And because of that, the city of New Orleans has moved forward with that infrastructure that is nearing completion. Bollards were not up because they are near completion, with the expectation of being completed, of course, by Super Bowl, way before Super Bowl. But that is the reason. Now, the New Orleans Police Department and Chief, you can speak to the deployment as to respond to our needs and existing conditions.
All right, so we have been aware of the bollard situation for a long time, and we did indeed harden those target areas where the bollards are. We have patrol cars out there as a hard target, as well as with barriers. Now, I want to share with y'all, if you did not know, that this particular terrorist drove around onto the sidewalk and got around the hard target, where he did have a car there, we had barriers there, we had officers there, and they still got around. Now, the wedges that you see out there as well, we knew that that had malfunction problems. And I want you to understand, and it got stuck. There is no way that ambulance could get in or out, people couldn't get in and out, so we knew that these were malfunctioned. So we did indeed have a plan, but the terrorist defeated it.
A follow-up, if I
Yeah,
may.
let me just say this. We recognize we got a problem right here, right? We're going to fix it. It is going to be a top priority as we go into the Super Bowl in Mardi Gras. And the solution that we're going to come up with is going to be a permanent one. It's going to be placed into the standard operating procedure of having major events and securing that quarter.
A follow-up, if I may. Obviously, Sugar Bowl postponed till tomorrow, but I'm sure after that game, a lot of people are going to want to celebrate. Are there plans to keep Bourbon Street closed? What does that look like?
So right now, Bourbon Street is an active crime scene, and the FBI is in charge of it. When they clear it, and it does not become an active crime scene anymore, we're going to open it up.
Potentially.
Olivia Vidal with Fox 8. Can we ask about this military police presence that you want to call it? Is this a private security like Blackwater? Also, would that be a first that a private security firm is mobilized to supplement local and state law enforcement?
No. We're not. This is our National Guard. These are our citizens that we're bringing in. It's a military police company that we recognize we need some more resources. We need some more boots on the ground because, again, what we're doing now is twofold. We've got an active investigation and we've got enhanced security. Before this event, we were just enhancing and working on security. So we brought some additional resources.
Jesse Kirsch with NBC News. Thank you for holding the press briefing. I just want to clarify something first. We're talking about bollards that are being repaired. Talk about a lift gate that are replaced and then a lift gate that's not been working. Was there a vehicle in place of that lift gate last night? Were there things in place of those bollards which are being repaired?
Sure, the chief spoke to the plan in place, and that is yes.
That was indeed.
So anything that is currently in the midst of being repaired had backup replacement?
It had vehicles and officers were there where all of those ballasts have been. We had that. We knew. So we did have it. And like I said, in this particular case, terrorists just went all the way around up onto the sidewalk.
And for the lift gate, what about for the lift gate? Was there a vehicle like backing in and out to block that lift gate area, or was that just down and open? That's what we've heard from witnesses.
Chief, Captain, the reason I'm calling the captain, he's the captain over that district, and that is a question I'm going to let him address for you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm Captain LeJean Roberts of the 8th District. Yes, we did have strategically placed right in front of the wedge, preventing access onto the roadway.
And in terms of the framework of security that was already in place on Bourbon Street, I know this is an ongoing project of improvement, but with how that was all aligned, was someone getting up on a sidewalk considered impossible or nearly impossible, or was this not something you expected you would have to account for?
Yes, of course, it wasn't something we expected to account for. The bollards they're actually wedges. They're strategically placed 5 locations throughout the French Quarter on the roadway. This particular terrorist drove onto the sidewalk behind the police car to gain access to the 100 block of Bourbon Street.
So if you're worried about someone ever driving down Bourbon Street, why weren't you worried about someone driving up the sidewalk in the same way, or at least bracing for it in the same way for all these years?
All right, look. We can go on what ifs forever. This is evil. And that guy could have easily gone down the sidewalk of Canal Street, where there were a ton of pedestrians on there as well.
And there are
That's right.
on some
But all right.
sidewalks, so that's, I'm
Right.
just asking.
Hold on a second. We're gonna move on. Chelsea, go ahead.
Just want you to know, however, we recognize, I said earlier, that where there are defects in this system, we are going to be transparent, and we are going to address them with the city and make sure that we fill those gaps as best we can. Yeah.
Yeah, Chelsea Grayson with Axios. I have a question just about sort of ongoing public safety today. Special Agent mentioned 2 possible IEDs. Were those in the same location? Should residents in the French Quarter or elsewhere be concerned about potential other situations?
The 2 IEDs that were in different locations, and what we've done in conjunction with our local and state partners, we've gone through and done a sweep to identify anything that we thought was suspicious, and we have not. However, as I said before, if the public sees something, please reach out to us. That way we can go through and verify that we did not miss anything. But we conducted initial sweeps, I think, starting shortly after our initial
Yes, I'm going to thank you, Agent. I do want to share that we have a plan, and we have been implementing that plan. One of those plans is that we have swept all of these areas. The word swept means we have put officers out there as a grid, walking down the streets, every street in the French Quarter, looking for suspicious packages, bags, ice chests, you name it. And they have been walking it as a grid. We've been doing the same thing on Poydras and all the accesses into the Superdome. Part of the safety plan is we have bomb dogs out there sweeping the Superdome and all the exterior area, and we're locking that down. That will be locked down through the game tomorrow. So that's a part of that safety plan, and we've already been implementing it.
Okay, thank you all for coming out.
Question back here for the governor on the MPs. How many MPs will be deployed to New Orleans?
Right now, there's I think it's a General Freelo 100. 100. 100, and, yeah. All right. Thank you all so much.
Thank you. What gives you the confidence tomorrow night it'll be safe? Right.
I'm going to be there.
Yes, but you're also saying you make improvements. So we're going to be there.
All hands on deck. Those were the words of officials. You have local officials, state officials, federal officials all gathering together, asking, pleading for the public to step up. If you saw something, say something. If you know anything, report it to the FBI and to local law enforcement. At this point, the investigation continues not only in New Orleans, but it stretches as far as Texas, where this Ford truck was rented from, driven from Houston to New Orleans. Local law enforcement there talking about the Ballards that were not up at the time. It's about a month away from the Super Bowl. They were preparing the New Orleans area, the French Quarter, to be the safest possible. They had vehicles, they had police officers in place to avoid anything like this. They said the terrorists circumvented their backup plan. They say it will never happen again. They will find out how to prevent anything like this from ever happening again. But as of right now, 10 people are dead, 35 people injured after a horrific New Year nightmare at about 3:15 in the morning in the French Quarter in New Orleans. 10 people are dead, and some of those injuries, I understand, Jonathan, are critical and very serious. We'll be watching the fallout there. The families have still been notified, so we're not identifying, they're not releasing names of any of the people, of the victims.
Yeah, and I believe it was the Attorney General of Louisiana, Julie, who said during that news conference that some of those injured are, quote, fighting for their lives right now. A couple of other big headlines, obviously, from that news conference. What we had been reporting already to our audience is that the suspect in this, who was killed in a shootout with police officers, has been identified by the FBI as 42-year-old Shamsud bin Jabbar, U.S. citizen from Texas. Another headline, the Sugar Bowl that was scheduled for 7:45 local time tonight between Notre Dame and Georgia has now been postponed for 24 hours. It will, we are told, take place tomorrow. Also, one other point before we let our affiliate stations go. It was interesting, I think, to hear a few of the officials there, both on the federal and local level, refer to a number of suspects. One of them used the term several suspects. The FBI agent in charge, Aletha Duncan, said a range of suspects. And Troy Carter, who is a Democrat congressman from Louisiana, said this to directly those other suspects, quote, "We will find you, we will bring you to justice." The investigation and that attempt to bring anybody affiliated with this attack to justice continues. Our Fox affiliate stations are leaving us now. Coverage continues on Fox News Channel.
Former Secret Service agent Don Lane, you were here listening to that presser with us. What was your biggest takeaway from that?
I thought there was a real lack of specificity here. You know, we didn't really find out anything necessarily new that I would have liked to have learned. For instance, if there are other folks involved, you know, and look, let me say this before I say that. I understand that law enforcement has to, you know, draw a line between what they release to the public in terms of an active investigation so that it doesn't compromise an investigation. That's obvious. But I'd like to learn a little bit more about, you know, how many folks are we talking about that may be involved other than this one individual? How far does this thing go, you know? What other resources are being brought in to ferret that out and find out how many folks there may be? Do they even know, you know? And so I think a little bit of a lack of specificity. I'm not sure if that's by design or because the information isn't in yet. But I sure hope we find out the answers to some of those questions.
Let me ask you this, because when you hear them talk about hunting down the bad guys, it brings to mind anyone who's watching at home that there are bad guys still out there. Yeah. And you hear that there was an improvised explosive device potentially in the truck and that police had found apparently 2 other IEDs that they were trying to determine their viability.
Yeah.
Viability, one way or another. I mean, we've seen terrorists make a bomb with a pressure cooker.
Right.
To know that there were other potential IEDs out there, that there potentially are other bad guys out there, is that something that should concern the citizens of New Orleans and the visitors that are here right now?
Well, I think any time that there may be other terrorists out there, it's certainly everybody should be concerned about it. And that is kind of what I heard, that there are, are other folks involved. I think what needs to be known is, did these folks just help with this event in the periphery, maybe do some intelligence on it or some surveillance, and then let this guy know it was good to go in there? Or are there other sites that they're targeting actively? And is that what we're investigating? So, I do think it was a good idea to shut the game down tonight in light of what I just heard, for sure.
So, and let me ask you that, because, they haven't canceled it, they postponed it for 24 hours. Does that give you some reassurance that they haven't really, shut down any other events today? Is there reassurance knowing that, and from your background, understanding that maybe there isn't that imminent threat?
I would certainly hope so. I would hope that if law enforcement has information that there are, active folks out there trying to perpetrate other acts of terrorism, that they would put a total lock on the city of New Orleans. So hopefully that's not the case, and it would be unprecedented if that were the case for them to not say that and lock the city down. So yes, I feel like, more than likely there may be some other folks involved, but hopefully just for this event and on the periphery, not necessarily planning other events or other terrorist attacks.
And Don, I know that when we spoke earlier, we were talking about the timing of when this happened. It happened exactly at 3:11. That's according to the FBI and other officials. But again, looking at if they are looking for other people involved, could that have been a strategic timing? Is that a question that would have to be asked? Is that something that would have to look into further for this situation?
Sure, you would always look into the timing of why it happened at a certain time in terms of, was there a target they had in mind? One of the questions I had is why, if the person was going to do this, why not do it a little earlier when there may have been more people involved? So you just don't know at this point if, what time he showed up at the scene. Perhaps he showed up right before he perpetrated this act. We don't know yet. And those are kind of the details that we need to know before those questions can be answered.
So clearly this is something that there will be questions out there for some time. And you heard Senator Kennedy say, once the answers are ready, he'll make sure that those are said. A lot of platitudes were spoken at that podium. It's understandable. This is on a national level at this point. What should the city leaders be doing right now to not only ensure the safety of the public, but continue to ensure that this doesn't leave a stain on the city?
I think the most important thing they can do is work with their law enforcement counterparts to learn what direction this investigation is headed in. Are there other potential attacks or attackers out there? That's very important for them to know in order to secure the safety of the folks of New Orleans and to show that we are a safe city. So really close contact with law enforcement is vital. And then from that point, listening to what they say very, very strictly. And if you need to lock things down, lock them down. Sure, does it upset folks, who have a lot of plans? Obviously. But when talking about the potential loss of life that's involved, that's just, has to happen.
And Don, working in law enforcement, we kind of spoke while the news conference was going on, talking about how the NOPD is under a consent decree. And I'm wondering if, again, they'd have to look into the safety is first. So when you're in a situation like that, these officers, is that something that you think could have hindered them because they have such strict standards and such strict requirements that they have to, and protocols that they have to abide by right now?
It certainly could have. I would hope that it didn't. I would hope that they were just relying on their law enforcement training, and that's what I would expect them to have done and not worry so much about a consent decree. But you just don't know because that was in play for so long and has been in play for so long, and there's been so much ado about it. You would hope that certain measures weren't taken because of some decree and maybe they didn't have the proper authorization to do it. I don't think that's going to end up being the case. I think they did what they needed to do to stop the threat.
And it appears that they reacted quickly. And to by every account, the police officers who ran to that scene should be lauded as heroes.
Absolutely.
They certainly stopped. We had Oliver Thomas allude this morning that they saved thousands of lives.
Absolutely, yeah.
I mean, hearing that the IEDs would have been there, I mean, you can imagine what potentially could have happened.
Right, right.
So they should certainly be applauded for that. And in that situation, though, and as someone, working in the Secret Service, you have to account for the possibilities, right? However impossible they may seem.
Right.
You had that reporter there ask about, that they weren't expecting someone to drive on a sidewalk. Does it seem like the security efforts lacked if they were blocking a street but not a sidewalk, or especially knowing that these bollards that initially had been installed as permanent devices to protect against exactly this weren't working?
I think the bollards is the big piece here. Was there a lack of security? I don't know yet. I think that remains to be seen. Obviously this individual was able to get onto that sidewalk. So if there was a vehicle blocking the intersection because the bollards weren't for another block or so, then why wasn't the sidewalk also blocked off? And so those are questions that certainly need to be answered. We need to get the answers to that as to why it didn't happen. Whether it's a lack, I don't know. It depends on what comes out in this investigation.
And then I want to ask you this, because Ann Kirkpatrick was talking about the wedges that I'm sure people here might be familiar with. If you're staying in or around the French Quarter, you may have seen them. They seem to be permanent fixtures, and they're basically, I'll use my iPad to demonstrate, basically this piece of metal that comes up like this to block a car from driving through. So it can't go through because it's a giant piece of metal that's up to the hood of a car. You heard Kirkpatrick say that they didn't want to engage that for fear that what if they had to put it down and get an ambulance in there? What's your reaction to that?
Well, I mean, my reaction is, and why would you have them in the first place? Why would you have them in the first place if it inhibits, emergency responders or paramedics? It didn't make a whole lot of sense to me. If they can go up, they can go down to allow for, emergency medical technicians to get in and out of the area. So
and to piggyback on that, Rob, talking about Kirkpatrick, she was talking about how there were patrol cars there. And again, yes, the sidewalks could have been covered. That was something that they asked as well. But blaming the fact that the terrorists defeated what they had in place. That's literally what she said. What are your thoughts on that? Obviously, they're saying that they did everything they could, but did they do everything they could?
Again, I think that's going to come down to the investigation. I think we'll find out whether they did or not. I certainly hope they did, and that somehow this individual was so cunning he was able to circumvent that. You would hope that they weren't just saying, hey, we'll just leave it up to the whims of what people want to do. So, hopefully they had every measure in place. But, those are things that need to be said. That we did have, these contingencies in place to stop it, and this is how it was circumvented.
Transparency.
Yeah. You can't stop everything at all times, especially when you have soft targets, where there's no choke points, there's no vetting people going in and out. It leaves it kind of open for these types of things to happen. Gunfire, there's nothing really to stop that. Sometimes, these things unfortunately happen. It is an act of evil for sure. You don't want people to do these things, but they do anyway, because they hate our way of life here in America.
You heard Special Agent in Charge, Althea Duncan, there from the FBI, talking about the ISIS flag that was found on the car. Does that say anything to you in particular about where this investigation could be going?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, anytime you have a terrorist organization's flag in the cab of the truck of the person that carried out the terrorist attack, that's a pretty big glaring sign. I would imagine that alone was the nexus for the FBI to take over the investigation and to begin to investigate this as terrorism. That alone would be sufficient to say, we need to follow this out, to see if foreign actors are involved, or was this just a radicalized American citizen who decided to do this on his own or with very limited help.
And Don, looking forward, we keep saying it, but we have the Sugar Bowl that's coming, but we also have the Super Bowl. And we saw our elected leaders on national television. It's not just us here in Louisiana, here in New Orleans. They are on national television talking about this, and they're saying, you know, it's okay. Like the governor's saying, I'm still going to go to the Sugar Bowl tomorrow, trying to say, even though this is happening in our city, it's more of like, hey, it's okay to come here, even though they are investigating a terror attack. What are your thoughts on that and that way of trying to make sure people say, okay, you can still come here, but hey, we are still investigating this very serious situation?
Again, I think it goes back to striking that balance. You know, certainly you want to let folks know if it is safe, that it is safe to come here and to participate in the events that are going on in and around the city. But you need to know that that in fact is the case before you invite folks into the city to do those things. And so I hope in the next few days moving forward, we're able to find out more particular detail on how many folks were involved. Are there other plots that are being investigated, you know, and that would then dictate moving forward whether you shut things down or you allow them to happen and invite folks in. But I certainly can understand, you know, from a political standpoint that he wants to portray that they're doing everything they can and the city is safe.
Sure, and I think everyone can imagine right now that the city of New Orleans, the police department, the FBI are all working in concert right now. They're all responding in the absolute utmost way. And there are, one of the things I was told by multiple people coming in to the headquarters there, is we've got every resource, don't worry.
Right.
Well, it doesn't seem like, I mean, that's not the worry of the citizen right now, is it?
No.
They're not worried if the federal government is sending resources
Right.
for these people to do an investigation, right?
The
This
citizen
is-
wants to know, is it safe to come here? Am I going to be okay? Am my physical safety is going to be okay or not? That's it.
And especially if they have business in that area or anything, are they okay to just go about their everyday? Because people live here, the French Quarter, people live in the French Quarter. Like this
Right.
is where, this is their home.
Right.
So it's like, they're trying to figure out, is it safe
And-
for me to even go to the store?
Yeah, and the Sugar Bowl itself, I mean, that's a huge economic driver
Yes.
for this city, not just with the hotels and the restaurants, but that 8-block stretch of Bourbon Street between Canal and St. Anne, where many of those bars and establishments rely on this Sugar Bowl and New Year's Eve as a
Tourists,
huge
everyone that's
moneymaker
here.
to bring them through the slower times of the year.
Sure, it's a pivotal event in the city. It has a huge economic impact for a lot of different people. And, you know, so at the end of the day, it's about ensuring that the people who come to participate in that economic impact are going to be safe.
All right. Well, former Secret Service agent Don Lane, thank you so much for your expertise. We really do appreciate it.
You bet.
It really
It
does
really
help,
puts
you know,
perspective.
exactly, put that perspective on it. We appreciate you being here with us.
My pleasure.
And we'll stay in touch through
Yeah.
this.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Don.
Thanks.
All right, in the meantime, Chris Joseph is live right now on Canal Street. Chris, we'll go out to you now. What do you know?
Well, if you listen to the press conference, you heard Chief Superintendent Kirkpatrick say the terrorists beat our security plan. And you heard that reporter ask, were you not expecting someone to drive onto the sidewalk? I want to show you that sidewalk in question. Here it is, obviously hours after the event. Unfortunately, a relatively wide berth. You actually see an NOPD car moving now. It appears a coroner's vehicle is moving in. Obviously not the image anybody wants to see, but the cruel reality of what we're dealing with today. As for people moving about, feeling good about their lives, shopping in New Orleans, Canal Street, at least on this side of the road, remains relatively busy. You see young families, Notre Dame fans, Georgia fans, obviously all here for the game, but a lot of foot traffic, both people shopping and just trying to figure out what is going on. As for the scene behind us, it stayed relatively stagnant for the meantime. Obviously, you've got Jefferson Parish Sheriff's Office, Mobile Communications Center truck in the foreground there. You got state police. It remains roped off. Nobody's been able to cross into Canal Street or cross really the road at all in any capacity since we've been here the last few minutes. But as for the situation now, it remains relatively calm, but this certainly puts into perspective just how much space, unfortunately, the terrorists had when crossing into Bourbon Street. Reporting in New Orleans, Chris Joseph, Fox 8 Local First.
All right, thank you for that, Chris. We want to get to some new information we're learning this hour. We appreciate your report there that the suspect in this case, Shamsuddin Jabbar, we are confirming, and we have Georgia State University is confirming that he attended in 2015 and through 2017 and graduated with a bachelor's in computer information systems. So that's from one of our chief national investigators, Brendan Keefe. We want to show you this video as well, captured on surveillance. We've highlighted that truck. That's the truck right there. This is moments before he turns onto Bourbon Street, right in front of the Crown Plaza there. As the traffic begins to move, you can follow the truck with this. You'll see a NOPD police unit in front of Bourbon Street, and then watch as it appears he hits the gas. In this moment here, you can see that NOPD unit turns up by the Walgreens right there, CVS, and then zooms away. So clearly just turns right in front of that NOPD unit.
That's how he was able to get through again. Kirkpatrick even saying that they had those patrol cars there, but...
And you can see just how in this situation here, there's traffic on Canal at this time, but he's driving like anyone else, right? So what was happening before this, we know what happened right after. Tragic situation and something that is still raising questions as we wait for those answers. You can see again as he then just rips right up onto the side, but barely onto the sidewalk. It appears almost as though just the left side of the car hops up onto the curb and then onto the 100 block of Bourbon and then carries on all the way nearly to the 400 block.
And just seeing this video is just, even though you don't see it happen, you just know what happens after that. And again,
it's chilling.
Kirkpatrick saying that they did, even with those bollards not working, they're still getting repaired. She said that they had those patrol cars there, but obviously, as we see there,
but it didn't work. It didn't work.
It did not work.
It did not work. The plan did not work, and so that is something that needs to be looked at. And Governor Landry assured us that they would have a permanent solution in place. Especially by.
And I know that they said that these repairs were supposed to be done by the Super Bowl, by February of 2025.
But you heard Cantrell say herself 10 years ago, and those bollards were actually installed in 2017, so it wasn't a full 10 years, but they were apparently very shortly after weren't able to be used. Inefficient. So, I mean, that's a question in itself. Why are we paying for something that doesn't work? Why wasn't it tested? Why did that go in place in the first place? And then once you knew that it didn't work, why did it take, by Cantrell's account, 10 years?
To get that done. And again, we did have that press conference, that news conference that we gave you live here on Fox 8, and Olivia Vidal, she was there, packed room there. We did get new information from that press conference. Let's go out to Olivia Vidal now.
Lauren and Rob, yeah, I just got out of that packed news conference here at NOPD headquarters on Poydras Street, right across from the Superdome. And for all those fans, folks in town wanting to attend the Sugar Bowl, the big news is that has been postponed for 24 hours. The game is expected to take place tomorrow. But look, law enforcement, city leaders, and other officials in the room really pushed public safety. That's going to be their number one priority moving forward at this point. Now, the FBI did speak and said 10 are confirmed dead from this terrorist attack in the French Quarter. They didn't go into the subject's history, Shamsuddin Jabbar, but the representative with the FBI says that he is an Army veteran and believed to have been honorably discharged. Just some information there. But they are asking for the public's help at this point. They do not believe that he acted alone. They're asking people who might have been in the French Quarter on Bourbon Street or near Bourbon Street last night, if they saw anything suspicious, to definitely report it to local law enforcement. They do have a digital tip line available for folks to submit that information. That's 1-800-CALL-FBI. But again, the priority for the local law enforcement officers who were speaking say that they are wanting to bring, they want justice to be served, and they want to make sure that folks here in the city of New Orleans, in town for the holiday and for the game, to feel like they are safe. But as of right now, the FBI is in charge of this investigation that is still active and ongoing. In the French Quarter, streets are blocked off. It is still an active crime scene down there. The mayor spoke, and she says considering the folks that are the victims that were injured, she says that they are doing well. The ones that are recovering in the hospital, they did go and visit those victims there. But again, they are urging people to not go around the area in the French Quarter that's blocked off. Do not go sightseeing, to let the officials take it from there and to do their job. Now, Governor Landry, you heard from him. He is bringing in 100 military officials to help with local and state law enforcement officers in the city. He thanked the mayor for the call that came in at 3:45 early this morning, so that way they local law enforcement could actively get boots on the ground and start investigating this horrific incident in the city of New Orleans. He did say he is issuing an emergency declaration today to allow all federal and state partners to bring in resources to get New Orleans safe, especially as we head into the carnival season and as we prepare for the Super Bowl. But again, they are assuring folks that they are doing everything they can to keep the city safe and to keep the people safe, as we know a lot of people are in town for the Sugar Bowl and with the holiday. But again, we heard from other local law enforcement and other leaders. We heard from Senator Kennedy, Congressman Troy Carter. Again, they're reminding folks not to come out to the French Quarter to walk around and sightsee because it is an active crime scene. Try out other places of the city where the streets are open and you can enjoy restaurants in those areas. But the French Quarter, leave that up to the FBI and law enforcement as they are currently investigating that. But again, Ann Kirkpatrick spoke. She called this act pure evil. She said that 2 of her police officers did receive gunfire and are expected to be okay. They are receiving treatment for those wounds, but again, expected to be okay. They're sweeping the areas. They're continuing to do that with bomb-sniffing dogs. They're checking out any suspicious items that might be on the street, packages, Coke cans, whatever it might be that could potentially be an IED or some sort of explosive device. So know that they're out there still sweeping the streets, making sure that they are safe for residents, for visitors alike, as the French Quarter still continues to see a large group of people here in town for the holidays. Landry ended the conference here saying that every flag will fly at half-mast tomorrow, and he says he'll be in attendance to the postponed Sugar Bowl game here at the Superdome. But that's a look at what happened at the conference here. Again, a packed room. You had so many local media officials there, and as well as national media in attendance asking questions. We were not able to get as many questions in as we would have liked, but we know that we still would like to get those answered in the days to come. But Rob and Lauren, back to you in the studio.
All right, Olivia, thank you so much. And now Rob he's been here all day. I am here with my co-anchor and my colleague, Liz Reyes, who is here. Obviously, Liz, we have been tracking this all day. We have crews throughout the area trying to get those answers because Olivia was at that press conference, at the news conference, and at one point they did stop reporters from asking questions, saying that they were asking the same question.
Yeah, it is a dark day, and no doubt many reporters had many more questions. I mean, the bigger question in all of this, after this tragedy, this terror attack, is whether this is completely over or whether this is linked to something bigger, whether domestic or international, and they're out there trying to track down a lot of information, especially for those others involved in this. The French Quarter basically becoming a crime scene right now. We heard earlier from the NOPD superintendent that they did track down to explosive type devices. They dealt with that in the quarter, but they did have a grid where they were searching, extending closer to the Superdome as well to make sure it did not extend beyond the French Quarter. So there's no doubt there's a lot happening right now and many unanswered questions. But as we heard earlier, this is not just about a business. The French Quarter is home to so many people. So there are many questions from people who live there, who work there. Andres Fuentes is there, giving us the latest from the scene there in the French Quarter. Andres.
We're here on Royal Street and St. Peter Street. We can't get too much closer to the investigation as it is unfolding, but I'm gonna step out of the way, give you guys a look at what we've been seeing pretty much all morning long into the afternoon. You're taking a look at what looks like wildlife and fisheries, but it's not just them, it's state police, NOPD, we're seeing FBI, Homeland Security, and a lot of other local, regional, and federal agents all monitoring the situation here. What we do know thus far, multiple people hurt, around 35 5 or so. That number expected to go up. And we also know it's 10 people dead due to this French Quarter attack. Just speaking with a lot of the people here in the area, they say that they definitely heard the crashing, the screaming, and definitely the gunfire that erupted after the suspected attacker went through Bourbon Street, went through several of the New Year's crowds, and then eventually crashed into a light pole there on Bourbon Street. Now, I did speak not too long ago with the owner of the trash contractor here in the French Quarter, Sidney Torres IV. He told me that he suspects that the French Quarter would be closed, at least in those suspected areas where this investigation is going on, for about 48 hours while these crews are doing their investigation into this attack. They are also looking at some of the IV waste is trash receptacles, just to make sure that there are any explosives there, and any of those receptacles, just to make sure that the area is safe for regular traffic here for a lot of the residents, but really a lot of the tourists as well. As you can see, we are taking a look at a lot of the people still out and about, trying to have as normal a day as possible after the tragedy that unfolded this morning. A lot of these crowds are in for the Sugar Bowl, and they've been telling me that, look, they might leave tonight because of that Sugar Bowl being postponed, or they might leave just in general because of the tragedy and the violence that happened here this morning. When we have more information about the incident that happened and a lot more surrounding that incident, we'll be updating you on air and online. For now, reporting here in the French Quarter, Andres Fuentes, Fox 8 Local First.
Okay, that is Andres Fuentes there giving us the latest from the French Quarter. We also have a statement, right?
Yes, we have a statement from the New Orleans Saints and the New Orleans Pelicans. So we have it up there on your screen. The New Orleans Saints and the New Orleans Pelicans are deeply saddened by the tragic events that occurred on Bourbon Street early on New Year's Day. And then it goes on to say, our hearts go out to all the victims and their families during this difficult time, and express our deepest gratitude to the first responders who acted swiftly and bravely on the scene there. And again, we're getting a lot of reaction from not just here at home, but nationally, internationally. And it's just, this affects so many people because New Orleans is the heart and the home to so many.
And it comes at a time when the national spotlight, like you says, on the city, you've got the Sugar Bowl, and then coming up right after that, you've got the Super Bowl. But for now, you had people ringing in the new year when this tragedy happened. Clearly, as we heard from investigators, in cases like this, we're considered a soft target. We're an open society. Not everything's going to be shut down. And in this particular case, you have this terrorist that took advantage of that in this case. We also heard a lot of questions about why there weren't those bollards, those concrete barriers. We've
That's been
all
the big
seen
question
them
today, Liz.
around the French Quarter. We heard from city officials. They were in the process of getting that ready for other big upcoming events, but there was a police vehicle there, and you had the NOPD superintendent says that this individual, identified as 42-year-old Shamsud Din Jabbar, a U.S. citizen from Texas, drove that pickup truck, a truck that was rented in Eagle Pass, Texas, and plowed through those crowds, ended up getting killed in a shootout with NOPD officers, 2 of those officers injured. But as I woke up this morning, it is surreal that all of this is happening in our city. And the focus is right now, what is next? And how do you track down these other individuals they believe were associated with this individual, because they say he did not act alone? So we're going to get the latest now from Ashlyn Brothers.
Yeah, she is right outside the Superdome, where there was supposed to be a big game tonight.
Well, Liz and Lauren, a holiday horror that's put plain and simple. There are so many people that are shaken, many that are concerned. Really, it is the fear of the unknown. Here we are standing in front of the Superdome. The place is supposed to be packed, but there's not a soul in sight. As you can see, it is empty. All we see are police vehicles. I see across the street, we've got Jefferson Parish, our friends in Jefferson Parish, the sheriff's office, who are assisting right now. The entire area surrounding the Superdome is blocked off for several blocks here. In about 5 hours, that's when we were supposed to have the 91st annual Sugar Bowl and that playoff game as well. And now, obviously, we have this postponement of the game for at least 24 hours. Many fans tell me that they are very disappointed. They don't know whether to stay or to go. Many are feeling conflicted as well. And, you know, what's strange about this entire thing is that I was out here just hours ago, and it was a completely different scene. There were so many people here in the area. It was practically like a parking lot of people, shoulder to shoulder. But now here we see that there is just an emptiness and eeriness to it. I spoke with one individual. He's from California, and he tells me that he came here for the game. He is an aspiring journalist, and he wanted to capture some of the chaos, and he captured a different kind of chaos than he ever had expected. Now, just down from here is the Champion Square. That's where he thought he was going to be in just hours. But again, we have nobody here in sight, and many tell me that they are frustrated, they're disappointed, they are scared that this will leave a stain on the city, and they don't know what to do. They don't know how to react right now. Obviously, this area is very empty, but then you go a little bit further into the CBD, and that's when you start to see large groups of people who are walking around. They are going in and out of restaurants, trying to entertain themselves because they thought they were going to be spending today tailgating, and instead they're spending the day trying to dodge terror. So this is, very early on, obviously, in the investigation, and a lot of unknowns. Many people saying that their tummies are turning, many saying that they're holding back tears. I've talked to several people on social media who have shared their horror stories of what they witnessed just hours ago, many frightened, and they say they don't know how they're ever going to be able to unsee it. They won't, the nightmare that they can't wake up from. So as this unfolds, we'll continue to keep you updated both on air and online. We'll continue to speak with fans, both Georgia Bulldogs as well as the Fighting Irish, as they decide whether to stay or to leave. But one of the individuals I spoke with who was planning on going to the game, he did say to me, I feel like New Orleans is a family, and they're going to wrap their arms around everyone. He said, we stand with the families who are grieving, and we'll get through it together. He said in his 19 years, this is the worst way to start off a new year, but here we are, and we're all going to band together, and we're going to get through it. So we will continue to keep you updated and continue hearing from the voices of those who matter most. Reporting live outside of the Superdome in the CBD in New Orleans, Ashlyn Brothers, Fox 8, Local First.
All right, Ashlyn, thank you. And Liz, like Ashlyn said, she was out there last night. She was covering the Florida lead drop last night. The energy was so different, and now you're looking at the scene there. She was in front of the Superdome, but she was, in an area last night where they had a lot of people just celebrating the new year, and now a day of tragedy for the city. And we are getting national attention from this, obviously national support, and we have a statement right now from the U.S. Attorney General. We have it here to bring you on your screen from Merrick Garland, and he released a statement on this Bourbon Street attack. He says, the country woke up this morning to news of a terrible tragedy in New Orleans that killed at least 10 people and injured many more. He went on to say, my heart is broken for those who began their year by learning people they love were killed in this horrific attack, and my prayers are with the dozens who were injured, and that includes the New Orleans Police Department officers who risked their lives to save others. And speaking of those victims, again, we know, and we have confirmed, the FBI said this as well as Chief Kirkpatrick. She said that right now they can only confirm that 10 people have died, but 35 others were injured, and we do know, we have an update from the hospital. So those 35 people hurt were taken to various hospitals actually around the city, and many of those were taken to UMC. That's where we found our Sabrina Wilson. She's been there all day, the University Medical Center. And they say if family is asked to go to the conference center of the first floor, that's where they've been asked. And right now there is a family reunification center there. So that's where people are reuniting with their families. I know that there's probably many families out there still wondering if their loved ones are safe.
Yeah, because we had some 60,000 people in the city for the Sugar Bowl. New Year's Day was supposed to be a festive occasion at 3:15 this morning. That all changed when that terror suspect drove that pickup truck into that crowd, killing 10 people. And a lot of national eyes. We've got as Lauren pointed out, the FBI also have a very hands-on involvement in all of this because of a number of things that we have learned in the hours since this attack. The pickup truck had the terror group ISIS flag that was inside of it. They know that he did not act alone, and there are other individuals they're trying to track down. So that is one aspect of the investigation, trying to make sure moving forward there's not another attack like this. And then you've got the families who are learning this morning. Some of them, have not even received word yet that their loved one may have been among those killed. There's no doubt there will be questions moving forward as we get ready to post the Super Bowl that's coming up. Right. In the meantime, the Sugar Bowl for 24 hours, that's on hold right now while they try to make sure all security precautions are in place. So you've got the security aspect of this, the tragedy with all of these people whose lives were lost as they were bringing in 2025, questions about security moving forward as well, and then the FBI trying to figure out to make sure this was not an isolated event. They know that the person was involved with other individuals to plan this, the rental pickup truck. Eagle Pass, Texas, rented there. He's a U.S. citizen from the Houston area, was serving in the military as well. We know these are all the other details that are coming out that we're trying to put this all picture together for you, but many questions still to be answered from the investigators who are now on the ground, federal, state, and local officials, with the governor and local officials trying to stress that they're doing their best possible to try to make sure that everything is safe before we have any other big events in a city that is known for big events as we are right now, the Sugar Bowl and then the Super Bowl coming up and Mardi Gras, of course, in the future.
And Liz, speaking of the Sugar Bowl, as we know, it has been postponed for 24 hours. And again, the governor, he said that he was going to be there tomorrow because he says that there are concerns of people feeling safe, right? And so they did talk about that at that news conference earlier. I know that we have sound from that, so we're going to take that right now.
Good afternoon. Obviously, we wish we weren't here for this reason today. The Sugar Bowl Committee has a 90-year history of being a good corporate citizen for the city of New Orleans, and that's why this tragedy hurts us as much as anybody right now. So our condolences, thoughts, and prayers go out to the victims and their families as we all work through this. Of course, anytime we have a major event in the city of New Orleans, public safety is paramount, and we have full faith and confidence in the governor and the mayor and all the assets, the federal, state, and local